Hello, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to today's World Environment Celebration Day, hosted by the Green Institute. We're delighted to have you here with us to engage in a very exciting program lined up with excellent speakers, all experts in their own field, to talk about what we can do and what they are doing to beat the plastic problem or the plastic pollution problem. As part of the welcome, I won't bore you with the figures, but we know that we already have a plastic pollution crisis. And what this means in different contexts would also depend on where people live, how they engage with plastics. But one thing is for sure, there is a crisis, and that crisis has adverse impacts on people, it has adverse impacts on the environment, it has adverse impacts on livelihoods, as well as prospects for peace and living in a good environment for all of us and for the ecosystem as well. Now, having said that, while we try to get solutions, which we will hear about today, while we consider the case studies, which we have a session on today, I would like to implore all of us to also remember that there are people who are dependent on plastics for one reason or the other. And so we have to make sure that as we chart a pathway towards improving the plastics problem and dealing with the pollution issues, we also ensure that we support those who are in vulnerable situations, those who have a lot of dependencies on plastics, and very often people who are poor in marginalized areas and people who are least able to afford the technologies that are alternatives to plastics. So, what do we do about them? Let's not lose sight of the human side of the problem. And that human side means that some are the main drivers of the problem, but some are also going to be very much affected by whatever solutions we decide to take on. So, with that, I would say welcome, and we look forward to a very exciting event. Thanks for being here with us today. At this point, I think I'll hand over to Dr. Adenike Akinsemolu, who is the director of the Green Institute, for her welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Obani. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to the World Environment Day hosted by the Green Institute. And today we're gathered here virtually to celebrate a cause that transcends borders, languages, and cultures. And that cause is the well-being of our planet because our life depends on it. I'm here today as a director, like Dr. Obani said. I'm proud to be honored to be part of this occasion. Today we unite under the theme Beat Plastic Pollution and Officially Green. And plastic pollution has become a global crisis, choking our oceans, our wildlife, and threatening human health. So it is a challenge that requires urgent action and collective responsibility. However, amidst these challenges, there is hope. Hope in the power of education, and the power of awareness, and the power of innovation. And that's what we stand for at the Green Institute. Hope in the transformative actions we can take, both individually and collectively, to combat plastic pollution. As we come together today to discuss and share ideas with renowned sustainability speakers who have dedicated their lives to finding solution, I'm very, very confident that we can, in fact, beat plastic pollution. We can make a difference, one small change at a time. By reducing, reusing, and recycling, we can reduce our reliance on single-use plastic. And by advocating for sustainable alternatives and supporting local initiatives, we can foster a greener future. So let us use this event as a platform to inspire, to educate, and to mobilize. Let us harness the power of social media, technology, and the connections we forge today to amplify our message. We are officially green, committed to creating a world where plastic pollution is a thing of the past. So I urge you all to join hands with us to take action and be the change we want to see in our world. Let us stand together, united in our determination to protect and preserve our planet for future generations. Thank you for being part of this incredible journey with us. This is the third year of the World Environment Day virtual symposium, and may our collective efforts today pave the way for a brighter, cleaner, and greener future. Let us get started and make a difference. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that call to action, Dr. Akinshimulu. So we have four main sub-teams today. We'll start with there's a team on education, and then there's a team on environment, as well as energy, equity, and then economics. Because all of these different aspects come together. The idea of dealing with plastics and a real solution that is sustainable would require us not working in silos, but coming together and seeing how we can foster collaborations. And those collaborations, like Dr. Kinshimelu has already mentioned, start with us here and now. So I'll urge you as you go through the different sessions to see, how to reach out to other professionals, other practitioners, other community leaders, representatives who are present here today, and see how you can foster those collaborations to work together, create synergies, and amplify the message to beat plastic pollution, and also beat it in a way that is sustainable and sustains the livelihoods of those who are in the most vulnerable positions. We'll have the different sessions, and starting with the session on a rendition, there's going to be a spoken word rendition, and then we'll go on to the various breakout sessions. And in those sessions, we will have the panelists present to us. There'll be opportunities for question and answer and interactions with the panelists who will be presenting. On the program website, we also have some information about what's going to happen post today's event. So it doesn't just end here. We will be having an opportunity for people to publish their research on the papers, including the papers that have been presented today, but also any other papers that you might have or any other experiences that you might have that could contribute to amplifying this message of beating plastic. So the event's website has all of that information, and we'll encourage you to engage with it and send in your papers as you go along. We will have short breaks in between. And during those short breaks, we'll encourage you to stay online because the breaks are quite short, and join back as soon as possible, because we'd want everyone to take advantage of the full events today. We'd hope that you can be with us all together. And yes, indeed, we do have the chat options, and we'll encourage you to engage with this because we're here virtually, but as much as possible we want to foster that feeling of being together in this virtual space. We want to foster that feeling of community and working together. So please feel free to send in your comments, send in your suggestions as you go along, and when we go into the panels as well, when the speakers are going on, if you have any questions, any comments, feel free to send them in. And as much as we can, we'll ensure that these are put forward to the speakers and to the moderators to also bring them forward, and we can have a conversation on those matters. So this promises to be a very exciting event. And with this, we'll now introduce our spoken word poet and writer from Kenya, Mumbi Macharia. Over to you, Mumbi.
Hello, my name is Mumbi, and I am a poet and writer from Kenya. And the poem that I'm going to read is titled Dear World Leaders. And this poem is a call to world leaders to take into account the voices of young people in decision and policy making. So they say you're on the menu if you're not seated at the table. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the girls in the pictures you commission of abject poverty. I know it sounds poetic, but I assure you, our lives are not an aesthetic. Perhaps you didn't know that I am the girl staying home from school because I don't have pads, my future. They took that. I am no different from the girl walking home from school with a stomach heavier than my book bag. But make no mistake, I'm not a charity case. But that's the picture you get. I see I am my grandmother's legacy. I come from a long line of matriarchal forces, rainmakers, healers, warriors, especially. My mother and grandmother now say they hope I forgive them for bringing me into a world where my very existence is a transgression, where demanding change is mundane and protesting to have my voice heard is just another Monday. So this is to you, our world leaders. You have the ones who have our trust are less than few. You made all these promises you said you'd pursue. Strange. So if you want to buy my vote, I don't want notes. I just want change. Love is a verb. So I don't just want you to talk about it. I need you to be about it in every sector. Health, economy, climate, community. This is your opportunity to put us first. We've come a long way. So I pray that the strides we have made are not receding, we are pleading. Do not leave us behind. We have options, but no choices, opinions, but no voices. It's time, it's been time to not just hear, but to listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mumbi. That was quite inspirational. And indeed, it tells the reality of being a woman and also being a woman in an environment that is affected by adverse environmental issues. And even as we think about plastics, one of the things to remember is that plastics have an important role to play in the lives and livelihoods of women. In very many countries around the world, especially in developing countries, you find women in the center of the use of single plastics, whether for food preservation, whether for keeping things around the house, or whether as a way of even building up things. Plastics play a very important role. And interestingly, I know about an initiative in Kenya where they've come up with the use of plastics for buildings, which is very, inspirational. It shows the good that can come out of this waste that is immense at the moment. But I think at the same time, we have to remember that there are women at the center of even collecting plastics. So the value chain from use to disposal to collection to managing, there are women in the center of all of that, and very often women in vulnerable situations. So it is important. The world leaders hear us, but all of us hear as well, because we all represent different constituencies that have a role to play in addressing this problem. So we all have a role to play in ensuring that we're able to support the women, but also other groups that depend on the plastics, but are also affected adversely by the plastic pollution problem in order to find a sustainable solution. So thanks a lot for that, Mumbi. And I think it's a nice way of getting into the next session, which is our panel on equity. And we have with us for that panel three distinguished speakers. One of our speakers today is Professor Rosalind Malcolm. Professor Malcolm is a professor of law at the University of Surrey, where she also acts as director of the Environmental Regulatory Rosalind specializes in looking at the ways through which law can be used to protect the environment. Her recent work is on the wicked problem of polluting waste from plastics and how a circular economy might help to stop the problem of waste. Also part of that panel, we have Dr. Louise Muleman. Professor Dr. Louise Muleman is an academic, practitioner, and trainer on sustainability governance, meta-governance, and policy coherence and integration. He is a visiting professor of public governance at KU Leuven University in Belgium. He's also a member of the United Nations Committee of Experts on Public Administration, CEPA, vice chair of the Scientific Committee of the European Environment Agency, EEA, and member of the Global Council on SDG 17 in the UAE. His latest book is Meta Governance for Sustainability, and this was published by Routledge in 2018. He also has a book on meta governance approach to multi-level governance and vertical coordination for the SDGs that's been more recently published in 2022. Thirdly, we have with us today Professor Oguge Nicholas Otieno. Professor Nicholas Otieno has 37 years experience in nature conservation and academia in East Africa, Belgium, New Zealand, the UK, and the US. He has developed a landscape conservation program in northern Kenya that enjoyed ethnological knowledge of the Samburu people with scientific approaches to increase space for wildlife, diversify livelihood bases for communities, and build capacity for local people. He has also co-developed a summary for policymakers on the trends and status of biodiversity and ecosystem services in Africa. And this was developed for the Intergovernmental Plenary on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, that is the IPBES. Nicholas aspires to generate and share information that will lead to the development, uptake, and implementation of measures that support regional, transboundary, and site-specific conservation goals in order to provide sustainable livelihoods for the local people and a space for wildlife in the East African region. So, I am sure you are in no doubt as to the immense experience and expertise of the panel on equity we have with us here today. So with no further ado, I'll hand over to Professor Malcolm to talk us through her presentation, which is focused on, it's a keynote and it brings together all the key issues on this issue of equity in addressing plastic pollution. So over to you, Professor Malcolm. Welcome and thanks for being here with us today.
Thank you very much, Petty, and thank you so much for inviting me to the symposium on World Environment Day. And I would like to say how much I enjoyed the poem, which I think had a wonderful grounding effect for us and put very into context the comments that I will be making for sure. Dr. Petty, I have some slides. Are you able to run those for me now?
Okay. I'm just having a look to bring the slides up. I can't seem to find the slide still.
Would you like me just to go ahead without
Yes,
the slides?
Yes, while I try to get that sorted out. Thank you.
Let me just... So, as I say, thank you so much for inviting me here today to speak. And because it's a very auspicious time with us moving towards a global plastic treaty, with the second negotiations ending last week, and perhaps some progress having been made. I'm going to focus on three different areas in my talk. Firstly, how can we eliminate waste? And I put waste in quotation marks. I'm thinking of it as a concept, something that we need to remove as a word in the language, that we will say in future, what was this thing that they had in the 2020s that was called waste, so that we move to eliminate it as a function of society. And then secondly, I speak as a lawyer. So my interest is looking at the legal tools that need to be designed to prevent waste. And of course, we're talking very much about plastics waste here and the pollution from plastics. And how do we design legal tools that will stimulate an economy where plastics are retained within that? They become part of the stock assets of that economy. And then thirdly, how can we influence policymakers to implement those legal tools? I'm, as well as being a professor at the University of Surrey, I'm co-director of the Governing Plastics Network, and I co-direct with Professor Nicholas Oguge, who you're going to hear from a little bit later this morning. The Governing Plastics Network is run jointly between the University of Surrey and the University of Nairobi. And there are some links available. I do encourage everybody to join the Governing Plastics Network. We have a lot of material there about the projects that we've been working on, videos and policy briefs and blogs that we run on a weekly basis. So please do join. So designing law then to prevent the ecological harm caused by plastics waste. How do we go about that? And one of the key points to be made is the need to move from issues around liability to prevention. As a lawyer, people tend to come to me when there's a problem. We are problem solvers. And yet for dealing with ecological harm, it's no good waiting for the harm to occur. As lawyers, we need to be thinking about the necessary tools to prevent that waste and to eliminate the waste as a concept. So from liability to prevention, I don't need to show you images, which I did have on my slides, of the horrors that harm causes, the damage to animals, ecosystems, and to us as human beings as well. There is no question in my mind that the core of a legal framework for dealing with the problem of plastics is to move from worrying about liability for who did it to prevention, to stop it happening in the first place. A simple rule, but a complex one at the same time. So moving to that concept where we focus not on the waste, the flows of things through our economy, but where we focus on retaining materials. I don't need to tell you that at the moment, our laws are based on an industrial linear economy. We take, we make, we throw away. We're very familiar with that concept. It's a flat line economy where we take resources from the earth, we make things with them, and then when we're finished with those, we throw them away. And what we need to do is to replace those material and energy flows by holding on to material stocks of assets, where waste becomes an input, not a thing that you throw away, but a vital resource that you need. And of course, here is where the concept of waste changes. This is not something that we are discarding or that we don't want or that is unattractive or hostile. It's a valuable resource. It acquires a new meaning. It's there to be as an input into our economy. So how do we get to that point where the plastic product sits within our economy and doesn't leave it and leak into the environment? Well, we need to think about life cycles. We need to think about the whole life cycle of a product. We need to look at the beginning of the life of a product to the very end of the life of the product in our current linear economy. We have to identify the various points around that life cycle where we are in danger of losing the material into the environment. And then when we've identified those points, those key points in that life cycle, we have to think, how do we use the law to achieve that? And this is something that is, I think, better described as a performance economy, where we retain stocks in that economy. That's the core of it, in that circularity of it, where we provide services rather than sell goods, where we reuse materials and products, where we remanufacture products. And we're talking about extending the service life of products rather than intensifying the flow of materials through the economy. And of course, such an approach requires labour. It requires us to put our labour into the product rather than using energy or using virgin materials. In a linear economy, the economic and business models that we have at the moment focus on the flows, GDP, added value, rather than prioritizing the quality, value, and use of stock. We talk about growth in the economy where we make and sell things. And of course, where we keep making and selling things, then apparently we are growing better for our linear economy. But it's not good for the environment. And we need to focus on ensuring that our labour is input to retain those stocks of materials within the economy rather than letting them leak out. Of course, such an approach needs a complete rethink of public policy. And the approach needs to range across the human side to the technical side. All our speakers so far, and in that wonderful poem, talked about humanity in this, the human rights issue, the human contribution. There's often a feeling that we can solve our problems through technology. Well, technology is part of it, of course. We need to be building our technical approaches so that we can reuse, remanufacture. But alongside that, in our public policy rethink, we need to have at the heart of it social welfare, employment rights, and the sustainability, thinking about our children and our grandchildren, as well as ourselves in every country in the world. If you take the life cycle of the plastic products, we can see that where we go from the extraction of the natural resources, leading round that line to the disposal, we need to be bringing those 2 points together to make sure that the product circulates round. And I talked earlier about the key points in that life cycle. We need to identify where we are at danger of losing things, allowing the product to move along that chain. Points where one person, the bottle is empty, the product is used, the bottle is empty. We need to look at ways in which legal tools can trigger the reuse of that bottle. If we can't just reuse it as it stands, then we need to look at ways in which we can repair it. And the right to repair, a very major growing area of campaigning at the moment. So those points need to be identified in the life cycle. Of course, I mentioned at the beginning, we are reaching we are at the end of the second set of negotiations for the Global Plastics Treaty. This is something where the world is engaged in this question. And these are highly pertinent questions about how we manage that life cycle of the plastic product and how we focus on different aspects. Different questions arise in different parts of the world, and yet this problem is the same. There is a similarity, a likeness across all the issues across the world, that we need to stop that product escaping into the environment. We need to prevent the production of waste and drive towards a retention of those materials using whatever tools we can. And I focus as a lawyer on the law. So what do we need to do to move towards a global plastics treaty? Well, for my part, my role in it is to identify and evaluate those legal tools for the management of plastics and their waste, which are most effective in stimulating an economy where plastics are retained as stocks rather than wasted. And then, and it's a big then, we have to implement and enforce them. And I think it's important to keep in mind all the time our end point. What is it? Where are we trying to get to with this? And my answer to that is we're trying to live well within a finite planet. That's my talk. I thank you very much for listening, and I'd be very happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for that, Professor Malcolm. That was quite inspiring. And of course, being a lawyer myself, I felt really excited hearing you speak about not just the law-based prevention, but talking about how technology fits into all of this. Because sometimes we get carried away by one solution as against the other, whereas we should actually be thinking about how to bring everything together and foster a complementarity between the various tools. So thank you very much for that. And for the efforts on the ground as well with the advocacy. So that's very, very inspiring. And I'll encourage everyone, we've seen the links shared by Professor Malcolm, to get involved in this and lend our voices and our support to the movement as well. Thank you. I have a few questions already for you. And to start with, I was just wondering, given your expertise in environmental law and policy, of course, what do you believe are the key challenges that we face in achieving sustainable development and protecting the environment in the current global scenario?
Well, I focus on one thing, and I focused on it in my talk. I mean, there are many different, this is a wicked problem. There are many different elements to this problem. And people need to address it from many different disciplinary backgrounds. My perspective and my focus is on the elimination of waste. And by that I mean, as I described in my talk, eliminating waste as a concept. Of course, we will have products that reach the end of their natural life or which people discard, but it's about changing the laws so that those products are held, we hold on to them, we don't lose those valuable resources. We need that we will stop extracting natural resources from the earth. We are on a finite planet. We can't keep taking without thought for the future. And that seems to me the management of our waste. And you may notice that I didn't mention recycling as an element in my talk. Of course, we may need to recycle products, but it seems to me that a key challenge is not just to stop using landfill or to throw things in the gutter. It's also to stop seeing recycling as a core solution to the problem. Recycling is complex. It's environmentally damaging in itself, and we need to, certainly it would be at the a solution for the future, but it's, I think, almost at the point of disposal, that it's very much down the chain. It's about moving upstream in terms of facing those challenges and keeping products in the economy and not moving through those different parts of the value chain.
Thank you very much for that. And just wondering, in your research on climate change and human rights, and of course, environmental law, have you come across any innovative approaches that could actually be successful or seen as successful case studies where environmental protection and human rights have been effectively integrated as a way of addressing plastic pollution problem?
That's a really interesting question. And of course, much of my work with Professor Nicholas Aguge has brought me into contact with youth groups in Kenya who are just amazing. They are inspirational, and they bring that inspiration, that passion to bear in respect of, collecting plastics, sorting plastics. Their anger at what we're doing to the planet is infectious. You just have to admire and wish to emulate the work that those young people are doing. So there are a number of youth groups in Kenya that I've come across who are inspirational. And then, of course, there are the campaigners who come into the scenario from their perspective. So people like James Wakibia, the photojournalist, who runs a campaign, and focuses on the problems of plastic, demonstrates through his brilliant photography and his brilliant campaigning the sort of problems that you have. And one of our projects looked at the way in which those powerful campaigns influence the outcoming policy and governance approaches, that they have an impact. And one of the things that we've been looking at and addressing is how to capture some of that knowledge from people like James Wakibia. And I could mention, Sir David Attenborough, who with his fantastic programs and his piece in his series Blue Planet, talked for about 2 minutes on the problem of plastics and generated in my country a whole, development of policy, a whole raft of policy. How do we capture those inspirational campaigners? How do we bottle that passion and turn it into the rather dry laws and the enforcement approaches that need to come in order to capture that and enforce it? I mean, human rights issues, of course, within the economy that I've talked about, where we have a service economy, where we are talking about the human input to products, to repair them, to keep them in the chain, there we need to focus very much on social welfare, employment rights, human rights. This is a human, this is an anthropogenic situation that we're in, and we need to be able to focus that those elements as well.
Thank you very much for that. And I think we have a question from the audience. So we'll just read that question out to you as well, Professor Malcolm. Waste management has been a problem for underdeveloped and developing countries. What measures will you deploy to salvage this problem, ma'am?
Thank you for that question. It's a fabulous question. It is such a big question. And don't assume that in the developing world that there is not a waste management problem too. There's no panacea anywhere to find for this, and it seems to me that I could talk to you about technical measures, about using recycling techniques, using repair, and the whole right to repair campaign, I think is really important. And that has its complexities as well. Looking at how you are going to manage the intellectual property rights of manufacturers that don't allow access to the specifications for products. So making it difficult to do those repairs. Getting a new battery in your phone may require some knowledge and some requirement to get those specifications. So there's those sorts of issues that I think are really important. And of course, in the underdeveloped and the developing countries, we've got, problems where we have waste pickers who may well be operating in unsafe circumstances. So, the social welfare, the employment rights, the human rights element, I think, is as important to think about in an economy where you're actually harnessing those incredible skills that those people have. And I think one of the concerns about the negotiations for the Global Plastics Treaty is the question: are we bringing these skills in? Are we only hearing from the mega companies, the big corporations, or are we actually listening to the knowledge, skills, and taking that on board of the people in these countries who've got incredible knowledge about the problem? They know exactly what's there. They know exactly the problems of sorting the waste and managing that aspect of it. Are we bringing those skills in? So I think my answer to your question is, of course, there are technical and legal sides to it, but it seems to me that the human side is just as important in dealing with this problem.
Thank you very much for that, Professor Malcolm. We have another question. Thinking about making laws that will ensure that people reuse or reduce the use of plastics, don't you think this might affect people's human rights?
Which one? I have a right to an environment, and I think that the mismanagement of this really valuable material. I mean, plastics is an incredible material. It's why it's everywhere now, because of the brilliance of this material. But the way that we are using this material is damaging the environment, and that's my human right, your human right, our human right to the environment, the right of the environment, the rights of aspects of the environment. The notion that the environment has rights as well. I think these are really overwhelmingly important rights that we need to address. And if it means reusing, reducing, so be it.
Thank you very much, Professor Malcolm. And I think that also speaks to the issue of the complexity of human rights and the fact that you always have different rights, but they don't always align nicely with each other. So sometimes there's a balancing that has to occur. We have to think about the ways in which one right affects the other. And then when we think about plastics, perhaps one thing to consider is plastics are a means to an end, right? And not just an end in themselves. So perhaps people who rely on plastics, maybe for livelihoods, because I see in the comments, people say people rely on this for waste picking, waste sorting, yes. So do we want to think about a transition away from plastics that is just for people who are still reliant on it so that they have sustainable alternatives? So it's not a case of stop it at the cost of the people who depend on it, but it is a case of stop it and support those who depend on it to have sustainable livelihoods outside of their reliance on plastics. So that's something we need to think about as well. I think the last one for you, Professor Malcolm, for now at least, and then we can let you have a break, because we have lots of people enjoying this keynotes and lots of comments, lots of questions, lots of suggestions. Thanks everyone for engaging. So I'll say this, Professor Malcolm, how do you think we can motivate people and communities to take real action in support of environment and sustainability?
Yes, that's the knowledge and awareness. I'm an educator as well as a lawyer, and when I listen to the youth groups in Kenya, they said, well, we didn't. Was one young woman in particular was really quite powerful. She said, I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know that there were different types of plastics. I didn't know that you could do this or that, and the solutions to it. And she said, but I learned about it. I heard about it. And it seems to me that it's about communication. It's about education. It's building awareness, and then taking that on, then using that to influence policy, to bring pressure to bear on our policymakers. The more people are aware of the problem, the more they understand the problem. Awareness is one thing, but understanding the problem is another thing. And I think as educators, those of us who are educators must really address that question about making sure people understand the problem, they are aware of it, and to build that passion, to use those campaigners, to get that message, to bottle that passion and pass it on.
Thank you so much for that, Professor Malcolm. I think at this point we can have Professor Otieno share with us his presentation as well. Thanks a lot, Professor Malcolm, and over to you, Professor.
Thank you.
Welcome, Prof.
Okay, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Around the world, I think people are tuning in at different times. You can hear me? Great.
Yes.
All right. So I have slides as well, and would appreciate if somebody can share them up. And just the next one. So I would like to talk first about the key environmental challenges, maybe more specific to Africa, and perhaps how we could address them. And so there are many problems, but I've come up with at least 4 that I think are really key. One is land degradation and desertification. And that is because of our poor land uses, particularly in agriculture, and maybe overgrazing of livestock systems, and unplanned urbanization and other development activities. The other one is the loss of biodiversity and ecosystems. And this is also due to issues that create this land degradation. But over and above that, we tend to over-extract resources from our environment, leading to biodiversity loss. Another problem we have is pollution, and this would be air, water, soil pollution. And Professor Malcolm just talked about plastics waste that is causing major pollution around the world and even in Africa. But I want to point out that we really need to take into consideration the issue of air pollution. And the recent studies showed that about 1.1 million deaths occurred in Africa from air pollution, and that it is the second leading risk factor for premature deaths after malnutrition in the continent. So it's a red flag there. And then we have issues of vulnerability to climate change. We are seeing rising temperatures and changing precipitation patterns, which is affecting, of course, our cropping system. Then we are seeing extreme weather events, so much drought followed by flooding, etc. And of course, emergence of pests and diseases. And these are really major challenges, particularly for the smallholder farmers. And these altering conditions, they don't know when to start preparing their land, for cropping. They plant their crops, and then it's raining, then it stops raining. So it's very difficult for them. And also for the pastoral community, the livestock value chain is really impacted and impaired, by these climate extremes. So the impact essentially is declining agricultural production, but also increased burden of diseases and extreme poverty. Now, all these are impediments to achieving food security, improving livelihoods, and human well-being. Next slide, please. So how do we address this? We could perhaps do a number of things, and I was suggesting that we use nature-based solutions, uh, which we can align interest of people, nature, and business. Because if we are taking care of development through business, we are taking care of the nature and taking care of the human needs and human rights issues, then we can come up with a solution. So we need to come up with policies that incentivize nature-based solution. For example, we are not currently accounting for natural capital in our, GDP, for instance. And so, because of that, we are not uptaking and using natural capital as a portfolio of asset. Instead, we are just using it as if it is inexhaustible, and it's the major support for economies, and we need to be sure that we use it in a sustainable way. So if we engage it in our GDP and account for it, then we'll start paying attention. We need a lot of collaboration across boundaries, but also across sectors. And I think Professor Makovdim mentioned the need for multi-sectoral approaches in undertaking activities. And so maybe the call to action would be, we need to have proper land use planning and tenure regularization. We need to ensure we have landscape restoration and afforestation programs. And we need innovative agricultural practices. And we also need to find out how we can diversify income streams for communities. And we need to have the private sector investment as part of that conversation. Next slide, please. So the other thing I want to talk about is on water resources as a major issue in Africa. If you look at the situation in Africa, you find that the water stress is affecting about 250 million people. But we also know that many of the African countries are likely to have sustainably managed resources by 2030. And if I give just one example of a major water problem, we have a transboundary river basin coming from Kenya and going into Tanzania, and it's known as the Mara River Basin. Now, recent studies showed that by 2045, the water needs, the water demand for this particular river basin, it's going to increase by about 8,800%, to about 2,620 million cubic meters. But there's no strategy of ensuring that that happens. So, and one of the problems is that African countries have inadequate capacity to implement integrated water resource management. This is because not adequate financing is put in there, or budgeting, and a lot of things are done in an unsustainable financing system. The next slide, please. So what's the call to action here? We say that we need transboundary water management cooperation in order to conquer water scarcity and protect biodiversity and build stronger economies. But this is also important to ensure peace and security, because a lot of these water bodies are transboundary in nature, and that brings a lot of conflict among communities, but also perhaps countries. We also need to implement rainwater harvesting technologies at all levels as part of integrated water resource management. And to do this, we need to provide stakeholders with practical knowledge and experiences that can be replicated and upscaled. And for instance, at the household level, we need to encourage people to undertake roof catchment for potable water, but also invest in agriculture water management through rainwater harvesting irrigation, and that would ensure that we have appropriate soil moisture and reduce the deficit due to unpredictable rainfalls. We can do this also by having runoff storage system like farm ponds, and this in Kenya we've shown to be quite effective in some areas, and it improves livelihoods. At the national and subnational levels, they need to also improve on ponds and dams and groundwater, conservation or recharge, not research, but recharge. Over and above that, we need conservation and or restoration of natural infrastructure, such as wetlands, because this is important that they help in groundwater recharge, particularly. Now, in urban areas, we also need to reduce wastage by improved reticulation and prompt repairs of leaking pipes, because in many urban areas, particularly where I come from here in Nairobi, you find leakages of these systems. But also, people eat their lawns, wash their cars. Why don't we have a for that purpose? Rainwater in this. Yeah. And then we need to encourage recycling of wastewater in the industries. And then perhaps we can adopt a framework, ecosystem services framework, incentivize catchment conservation and increase responsibility of the urban. Next slide. So here now, I want to touch on the issue of biodiversity conservation and some of the good practices that we have in the region. Now, we see that there's an increasing shift from predominantly centralized natural resource management towards more devolved model, known very broadly as community-based natural resource management, and establishing and promoting cross-border CBNRM offers the most scalable avenue to ensure wildlife habitats are established and wildlife afforded protection and inter-community conflicts reduced. And systems, we find that you have an innovative approach to securing natural capital, but also build economies. And now I'll give some examples. One is in Tanzania, a company known as Carbon Tanzania, and they set up a REDD+ project. And so this led to equivalent paperback book, but also the sequestration of return between London and New York. But in the process, they also accrued money. There are more examples, and I'll just give you a few more. One is in Kenya. Go back to the previous slide, please. One is again in southern Kenya, where we had
Hi everyone. Apologies. I think we're having some network issues. We've just lost Professor Otieno, but I think he's back. Welcome back.
I'm sorry.
No worries at all.
Yeah, I was just giving some examples of conservation measures that are really successful. In Kenya, we have about 76 community conservancies, and these provide about 11,000 square kilometers of space to wildlife. Now, the reason why I'm using wildlife is because that's really a good indicator of biodiversity conservation. And when you conserve wildlife areas, then you conserve huge amount of biodiversity in the process. The same can be said about Namibia, Ghana, and even Uganda. There are various examples. Next slide, please. So now in the next slide, I want to really talk a little bit about climate change and how it's impacting and the main. And then we have glaciers on top of the big mountains in Africa. You know, if you talk about Mount Kenya, Mount Kilimanjaro, and the rivers, and the glaciers are
I think we've lost Professor Tieno again. We'll see if he's able to join us in another 1 minute. And again, happy World Environment Day, everyone. Thanks for all the greetings coming in. Perhaps what we could do is we have with us our next speaker, Professor Louis Muleman. So I think at this point, we'll invite Professor Louis Muleman to just take the floor, do his presentation, and then we'll have an opportunity at the end when Professor Otieno comes back to do the Q&A. So we'll just go on with Professor Muleman's presentation. Over to you, Professor Muleman. And you have about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thanks for inviting me. And I will not use more than 10 minutes, I think. I have, you can see my background. I'm a policymaker since 40 years, I think, in environmental policy. So I have seen that on many sides. But I'm also an academic specialized in governance issues. And currently, one of my functions is being a vice chair of the United Nations Committee of Experts on Public Administration. So that is an advisory body of the UN helping countries with their public administration and governance issues. Next slide, please. I have only 6 slides. Yeah, thank you. So to begin with, I mean, the topic I would like to say a few things about is generally that the issue of the poly crisis in which most countries are at the moment, and what does that mean for governance. We have the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, and they are a kind of an overarching policy, the policy framework, a meta policy, the policy of all policies. And policy can be defined as what we do and when, and this always needs governance. Governance is then defined in a very simple way as how we do it and with whom. And you can see in this picture that policy and governance are the yin and yang of tackling societal problems. They belong together. And my problem is with my frustration, I think, of all these years working in environmental policy, that most people, policy officers and also politicians, tend to be interested in the policy part, in the goals, in the targets, and not so much in the governance part. And when things go wrong, when it doesn't work, they think that the policy is wrong. For example, the SDGs are not implemented well, they must be wrong. No, they're not wrong, they're right, but the governance is neglected. So that's why that's important, and we have the SDGs 16 and 17 as the enabling goals, the governance goals, 16 on institutions and things, and 17 on partnerships. Secondly, traditional governance can be top-down, hierarchical style, or collaborative, network style, or competitive, the market style of governance. And there are different tools and instruments, but also values behind it. In fact, these are also 3 cultures, you could say. And some countries are typically hierarchical, some countries are typically market style, and others are typically network style. And the point is, Maslow said this very well, if you only have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. If you only think hierarchically, then you think that every problem needs a law to solve the problem, which is in practice not true. Some problems you cannot solve with a law, and some things are not eggs, and you need something else than a hammer. So governance for the SDGs must be a dynamic combination of all the three styles in combination through management and design. And this approach is called meta-governance, the governance of governance. Next slide, please. And this gives a lot more options. You can see here one of the differences between the three styles, the suitability of problem types. Hierarchical governance is good in crisis management, network governance is good in complexity and unstructured problems, and market governance is very good and efficient for routine issues. And these styles differ. No, so yeah, please stay. These styles differ on at least 50 different features of governance. And understanding this full toolbox prevents that we always try the same approach, even if it doesn't deliver. So each of these 50 topics has 3 different expressions of governance, you could say, or modes of governance. And to understand all this makes that you have a full toolbox as a policymaker and also as a stakeholder. Next one, please. Yes. And now we get to the problem, because crisis management is important, as we know, in current times. And we are even in a poly-crisis time, and maybe even in a perma-crisis if it continues. But many crises are at the same time also wicked problems, complex problems with interest conflicts. And the point is that crisis management asks for a fast, top-down approach, fire brigade, more or less, type, and complex problems require testing and trying and reflecting and testing again and trying again and solving small parts of the problem. And this is a much slower response. And we've seen now the past years since COVID that the focus only on the poly-crisis results in simplification, in short-termism, in unlimited funding for crisis management, drawing away money for more complex issues, emergency laws, undermining democracy, which is necessary during a crisis, but it cannot continue. Some governments tend to continue this approach, and the full neglect of the inclusion of stakeholders. And with meta-governance as a management framework for leaders at all levels, we can put in place mechanisms and institutions to ensure insight and oversight of what is happening and connect the short and long-term governance. So having, for example, foresight mechanisms next to crisis mechanisms in a government. Investing in policy coherence for sustainable development, and that is a specific target, 1714 of the SDGs, that contributes strongly to creating the conditions for meta-governance. You can see here that policy coherence for sustainable development, I don't know if you know this concept, but it has 8 different sub-dimensions, you could say, and this is all about these important issues as improving horizontal and vertical coordination, the long-term vision, policy integration, subnational engagement, stakeholder engagement, all these important things are there, and they belong to the governance part of the SDG implementation. Yes, next one, please. And that's my last one. Civil society organizations and local communities and business can also be meta-governance. So this concept of meta-governance is not only for governments. They can do this by dynamizing their work and mix the different roles they can have of being an advocate and a partner. For example, in this graph, this is a well-known version of the different ways of and the different levels of involvement of stakeholders. You can see from the on the left side, this is more the typically advocating role, and on the right side, the partnership role, and that is different. And that requires different skills and different visions from stakeholders and from governments also. So that was what I wanted to say in a very short time. The last slide is coming. Yeah, you can give the last slide. And there's more. Some of this is based on my book, Meta-Governance for Sustainability, and I'm doing lots of trainings in these kind of things. It also applies to the big problems that were addressed in the context of this World Environment Day, like the plastics strategy, where and the European Green Deal, for example, where I have a bit more experience with. Thank you so far. I hope this was short enough and a good start for a discussion. Thank you very much.
It was excellent. Thank you very much, Professor Muleiman. I mean, you captured the main elements of meta governance sustainability, and I think there's a lot of interest in it. We have a question from the audience already asking,
Mhm.
what is the role of meta governance in addressing plastic solution?
Yes, that's a nice one. I must say, so I've worked at the European Commission for the last 10 years and seen very closely how the European plastic strategy was developed. And that is a good example of meta governance, in fact, because this plastic strategy had to be effective in all 27 countries of the European Union with their different cultures. And that means that the European Commission normally makes a package of measures, not just one law, but a package. So you have a piece of legislation, you have some financial incentives or disincentives, and you have an information awareness raising campaign. So you have soft and hard tools together, and that combining that is an example of meta governance. And looking back, I think it's also if you see that an approach like that doesn't work, fails, then it's often the case that one or two of these governance styles are forgotten or neglected or not wanted. So but that's on the level of making the tools for a plastic strategy, for example. But you can also have a meta governance mechanism as a kind of a supervising, not maybe not an authority, but a supervising committee or a group who who oversees and who oversees what's happening at the different levels and tries to support or to at least point out where the problems are. Sorry for the long answer.
No, not at all. I think it was quite informative. And in fact, it leads me to the next question, especially because you've situated meta governance within the context of Europe or the European Union.
Mhm.
How do you see meta governance interacting with multi level governance, for instance, which again is one of the main
Mhm.
approaches for addressing
Mhm.
complex,
Of course.
wicked problems? So, how do you see the connections, if
Mhm.
at all?
Yeah, two things. One, yeah, multi-level governance is already part of policy coherence for sustainable development. It's one of the 8 dimensions, the relation between national and subnational level. But multi-level governance is broader than that. And there you can see, I've described this in an article also, that there are 3 different ways of doing multi-level governance between the highest and the lowest level and all the steps in between. And one is the top-down style, the hierarchical style. You get instructions from above and local authorities have to implement it. One is the bottom-up thinking, at least, that you have to do things as much as possible at the lowest level where you can still do it. So a lot of things should be done at the local level because it can be done, but then the relation upwards and upstream is also slow. And then there is a third style which is not so often existing already, and that is what I call real-time multi-level governance or collaborative multi-level governance in real time. This is where you don't discuss all the time primarily who's in charge of what, which level of government is in charge of a topic, but you sit together at one moment and or in a series of meetings and discuss what is the problem, whose problem is it, what is the shape of the problem, how can it be solved, and then at the end, okay, who can do what to solve part of the problem, instead of starting with who's the boss and who's in charge. And that can work very well and much faster than always waiting for things to trickle down and or to trickle up. So that's a way of looking at the meta governance in a meta governance way to multi-level governance.
Okay. I mean, thank you very much. And that raises very important issues because when you talk about having all the stakeholders come together, there will always
Yes.
be issues around the power dynamics. I mean, in law, we don't talk about power so much. But of course, the political scientists will tell you it is always there and it's
Yes.
defining in the results you get. So I guess for me, the question then is
Mhm.
bearing in mind the power dynamics, the power differentials that always exist when you have various stakeholders. And thinking about your book, The Balance of Power,
Mhm.
in which you
Yeah.
discuss the need for a more balanced power distribution in decision-making processes to achieve
Mhm.
sustainable development. How do you think we can actually achieve greater inclusivity and citizen participation in decision making, particularly in areas related to the environment and in areas where there is more or less a contestation in the values that are embedded in that area?
Thank you for that question too. This book I didn't write. I wrote another book, but it doesn't matter because I fully agree that that power is an important dimension, very and an often neglected dimension, and it's quite naive to neglect that. But when I when I've in the past, when I gave trainings to managers in ministries, high-level civil servants in ministries, about the need to involve stakeholders in from the beginning always, and so to improve the inclusivity. Then I always explain to them that it is in their own interest, that it's in their self-interest, because you get in the end more support for your policies and you get better knowledge, better information from stakeholders. You need that. So it is quite silly and to not do that. But what I don't do is, and that has also to do with how to deal with power. I don't tell them that it is wrong that they have the classical power.
Mm.
That's not where I start, because then from that moment on they don't listen anymore. So you need to to keep the context. But I know there are many countries in the world, many places where this top down, this hierarchical thinking is like is in the genes of government, and it's not easy to overcome that. And I think the good thing is, the last thing I wanted to mention, um, as a member of this UN Committee of Experts on Public Administration, we developed 11 principles for effective governance. And there are many other of these principles of governance from the OECD, from the World Bank. But this is the only set of principles, and it's also being used in African countries, where five of the 11 principles are about inclusivity. The other ones are about accountability and institutional effectiveness. But this is more very important. And I know that the African peer review mechanism in African countries, for example, is very much pushing these principles to help governments, to convince governments that inclusivity is an important part of their agenda.
Thank you so much for that. And apologies, I should have been referring to your book, Meta Governance for
Isn't it?
Sustainability.
And there
Thanks.
are other books. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, all right. And then I think for me, the last question would
Mhm.
be your work also focuses on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and you've presented on that today. Now, considering the interconnected nature of the goals, I know you focus specifically on SDG 16 and 17. How do
Mhm.
you think that governments and indeed organizations can effectively align their policies and actions in order to achieve the SDGs?
Hmm. Yeah, again, here this concept of policy coherence for sustainable development is useful, and it starts with leadership and with the institutional organization in a way that you have at the highest level a good coordination across all the ministries, between the ministries. Sometimes it's not so easy because sometimes it's even in the constitution that the ministers have their own remit and their own task, and they don't have to bother with others. But what I've seen, I've consulted now many countries, also recently, about how to set up a governance practice for the SDGs, and you could see that gradually, if civil servants have the basic training on the SDGs and how the interrelations are, then they will take ownership for all the SDGs and not only for one or two goals that are more in their remit or in their thing. They even can get so enthusiastic that they start fighting. No, I'm also involved in this goal, and I'm involved in that goal too. So this is a way to, um, yeah. But the essential thing, if I needed to pick one of the say the governance principles or the governance mechanism that is the most important thing, without which nothing really works well, then it is horizontal coordination between ministries at several levels, and at least also at the top level. A place where you can discuss the relations, the linkages between the goals, and why things go wrong all the time, and to celebrate successes also.
Excellent. And I think that's a very good point to also celebrate successes. Thank you very much for your time, Professor Muleiman. It's been a very informative session. And with that, we've come to the end of this session on equity. We're now going on a short break for about 5 minutes, and we'll come back for the session on environment, which will be moderated by Ms. Dana Awino. So stay online, everyone, and hope to see you in another 4 minutes. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Right. Thanks.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are joining us from on this World Environment Day. Happy World Environment Day, wherever you are, and welcome back to session 2, where we have amazing experts. I'd like to introduce them just very quickly. So we have Dr. Emma Camp, we have Dr. Susan Gardiner, Miss Sian Sutherland, and Dr. Payette. Just a quick bio about Dr. Emma Camp. She's a marine biologist, a team leader of the Future Reefs team at the UTS, a National Geographic Explorer, and a RELAX Associate Laureate, Australian Women Science Fellow, and was recently named the winner of Macquarie University Eureka Prize for the Outstanding Early Career Researcher. And we have the second speaker, who will also be Sian Sutherland. She's the co-founder of A Plastic Planet, a very recognized and respected organization. And we will meet her also and know much about her in her presentation. We also have Rolf Payet, and he is an international policy expert, researcher, speaker on environment, climate, and island issues. And he has a very big bio, including being a Minister of Environment and Energy in the Cabinet of Seychelles from 2012 to 2014. Currently, the United Nations Executive Secretary for the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Convention. He has won numerous international awards and is recognized for his work on islands and climate change. And lastly, we'll have Dr. Susan Gardiner, who is the director of the Ecosystems Division of the UN Environmental Program. She leads programs promoting nature-based solutions, including food system transformation, climate resilience, and global biodiversity protection. She's had 3 decades experience in international environmental policy and has worked with the Mexican and the United States government. Her bio is very rich, including working with women and girls in science. And she has also gotten an award like the Gold Medal for Exceptional Services from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and the highest honor of national honor award in the agency. The agency, gave her also. She has a research background with over 30 publications, including a book. So I really welcome you today to this session. Please enjoy. You can say hi in the chat, and I look forward to engaging with all of you. So I'm going to introduce the first speaker, who is Dr. Emma Kamp, and she is going to be presenting today. I hope you're looking forward to her presentation. Her title is Stakeholder Site Stewardship to Conserve Coral Reefs. I'd like to share her screen in a minute. Okay. So I'm about to share the screen in a minute. Okay, here it comes. I hope you can see the screen. Welcome.
Hi. Is the slides now showing?
Yes, the screen is showing.
Great.
Please confirm if you can see it on your end. Oh, sorry. Yes, it is showing. Sorry.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you for having me today on World Environment Day. It's a pleasure to talk about coral reefs in particular. It's World Ocean Day on the 8th, so coming up very soon. I'm head of a research team here in the University of Technology Sydney, and we're really focused on how local site stewardship is crucial to conserve our coral reefs. Before I go much further, I do want to acknowledge and pay my deepest respects to the traditional custodians of the land and sea countries where I'm privileged to work, from Sydney through to the Cairns and Port Douglas region. And I recognise their continued connection to land and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. And just to say that I'm lucky enough to work with a whole range of stakeholders that some of the work I'm going to show you involves. So why coral reefs? Well, when we think about the environment, when we think about the change that we're experiencing, coral reefs are kind of like the canary in the coal mine. They're an early warning signal for us to see that something's going on in the world. And they really show us through history, through their skeletal records, we can actually see how the environment has changed. And it really amplifies the rate of change that we're experiencing now with climate change. So before I kind of talk a bit about the sustainability that we look to do through community restoration, it's good to understand what a reef is. So a coral reef is this amazing diverse system. If you think about the Great Barrier Reef, it's visible from space. It's the size of Italy, the country, but actually it's made up of individual colonies that are closely related to jellyfish. And if we zoom in on these individual polyps, we see that there's actually this microscopic algae that live inside the coral and give the coral its energy. So you can think of the coral as a factory and the algae as the solar panels giving the factory its energy. And then there are bacteria and viruses that are like the workers within the factory moving resources around. And these systems are really, really complex, but provide essential services around the world. So they provide resource provision, cultural value, regulatory services, support services. But coral reefs are under threat globally, primarily from physical damage, changes in water quality, and climate change. Climate change in particular, ocean warming, ocean acidification, ocean deoxygenation, these trio of stresses are leading us to a situation where reefs, at least as we know them, may cease to exist. The latest UN report has suggested that if we hit 1.5 degrees of warming, 70 to 90% of the world's coral reefs will be lost. Here in Australia, where I am, we've had several coral bleaching events. This is where the algae leaves the coral due to stress and the coral can't stay alive for very long. We've had the stress event in 2016, 2017, 2020, again in 2022. And what this means is that we're seeing just a massive loss of coral cover. So what can we do? We want to try and stop that decline or ideally reverse the trend. And so we've worked with local stakeholders to establish something called Coral Nurture Programme. It's recognised as one of the United Nations ecosystem of restoration actors. And we basically partner research and local stakeholders to try to optimise how we restore coral reefs. To date, we've outplanted over 85,000 corals on the Great Barrier Reef, and that's through using local stakeholder knowledge and resources and combining that with scientific research. We've basically transformed the scale at which we can outplant by developing new ways, new tools to outplant corals, diversifying how we access corals to outplant them, so using naturally fragmented corals, but also growing them in coral nurseries. And then we've looked to see how can we transform this into practices that are operated on the reef. So for us, we work with tour operators and traditional owners who have boats who go out to the reef to bring down the cost of restoration. And finally, and really importantly, is the question is how can we scale activities? And that's by cooperating and working as a network. And we've seen that site stewardship in this manner, empowering the local communities to look after their reefs and providing new means to do that is helping to provide not only ecological resilience, but also socio-economic and ecological resilience in the face of climate change. We look at a variety of research questions to try and facilitate the practices. And these include things like optimizing how we grow corals. So the top pictures show corals 1 year ago and the bottom corals a year later. So you can see particularly for the plating corals on the left-hand side, how quickly they grow. And there's just some more examples of them when the coral gets put out on the reef. We find that actually the corals, when they're in the nurseries, create novel fish, like habitat for fish communities. So again, this is a way that we can try and support the reef and support the life that relies on the reef while they're going through this environmental change. And importantly, we use novel science to try and find out which corals have got the best chance of surviving in the future, so we can propagate those so they have the best chance of surviving future environmental change. So as I mentioned, the community collectively through Coral Nurture Programme has outplanted over 85,000 corals of diverse types, nearly 1,500 hours of diving time within the community. So before I take some questions, I think I just wanted to end on this quote. A lot of people say to me they often feel helpless or they feel that they can't do anything. And we felt like that before we set up Coral Nurture Programme. And it's really been transformative to work with the local communities to try and build resilience on the reef. And so this quote by Sylvia Earle asks, many of us ask, what can I as one person do? But everything in history, good or bad, starts because somebody does or doesn't do something. So I think it's a great reminder that our everyday actions and what we choose to do or not do can collectively make a difference. So thank you. Happy World Environment Day, and I'd love to take some questions.
Thank you so much. That was a very nice presentation. I just have a few questions for you as a way also for the audience to just ask. So what are some of the effective adaptation strategies that can be adopted to address the challenges of ocean acidification, as you've mentioned in your presentation, and coral bleaching? So maybe you could answer that very quickly, maybe in a minute.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the biggest threat that's causing that is climate change. So anything that we can do to reduce the impacts of climate change, driving our car less as an example, can help, but that alone is not going to be enough. And so as scientists, we now are looking for a toolbox basically of approaches that we can apply. So this is looking at things like we can actually manipulate the types of algae or the types of bacteria within the coral to try and select the ones that have got greater chance to survive through warming or acidification. We're trying to map ocean currents and map locations to find the natural refugia that have got the best chance of surviving. So there's a whole variety of things, from kind of using nature for nature's sake through to things like genetic engineering to try to enhance that resilience. So it's really going to be all tools in our toolbox to try and buy time for coral reefs.
Thank you so much. I'll just go straight to the second one. So how can marine protected areas and ocean zoning help address the biodiversity crisis? And as you've mentioned, climate change.
Yeah, great question. We know through decades of kind of research now that any kind of conservation areas, marine protected areas, are really important to minimize stresses on that part of the reef. So even though the big threats are climate change, we know that local stresses such as unsustainable fishing practices or poor tourism can make that worse. So any way that we can minimize the stresses that we can control, we know that that can increase fish stocks, it can increase biodiversity, and obviously we're in a biodiversity crisis at the moment. So anything that can help sustain that is great. The big challenge is to enforce them so they don't end up just being a paper park where we know they exist, but without the necessary enforcement, it's really hard to actually see those benefits.
Thank you so much. And lastly, I just ask, how can we incorporate SDGs in marine conservation? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, great. Great. For me, obviously, goal 14, life below water, is the obvious one. But I actually think for me, it's goal 17, and it's about partnerships. And it's, the challenges that we face, not only in the ocean, but, in the environment as a whole, are not going to be solved by one individual, one scientist, one organization. It really takes that collective action, that collective knowledge for us all to come together. So for me, utilizing partnerships for the goals, thinking outside of the box, looking for new ways to do things is how we're going to solve the problems that we're facing.
Thank you so much. There's a last question from Bridget. What innovative approaches or technologies have you come across that can help cities mitigate water scarcity, improve water quality, and ensure long-term water sustainability?
Okay. So a little bit out of my direct research area, but I am aware of a few kind of activities, particularly around plastic pollution. We've seen a few examples of those here in Sydney, where people are using innovative nets and barriers that are being created around drainage. And that's been to try and stop any plastic or any things that shouldn't end up in the water being collected at that waterway, not ending up then into people's drinking waters or eventually into the ocean. So again, not my direct area of focus, but that's something I know can help.
Come back. Hello, I'm back. Sorry for that, but I'm back.
No problem.
Yes. Thank you for responding to the question.
No problem.
Seems like there's no other question in the comment. Yeah, so thank you so much.
No
We
problem.
appreciate
Thank
the
you for having me.
presentation. All right.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is none other than Sian Sutherland, and her presentation is very interesting. I'll just let her get to it immediately. Thank you and welcome, Sian. I see you on the screen, very happy today. Happy Environment Day. Happy Environment Day.
Happy to be with you all. I'm just going to quickly share my screen and check that this works. I think it's all good. Share. Excellent. So let me just get started because I've got, as you can tell, I can't see you, but you can see me, can't you?
Yes, I can see
Great.
you've got about
Great.
15.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm going to whistle through. Good morning, everybody. Happy World Environment Day. Let's make this a day where some serious change kicks off. I'm fresh from Paris, where I attended the UN Global Plastics Treaty process of INC2. So we can talk about that a little bit later, but it really has confirmed to me, when we all come together, when every country's member state comes together, this is where true change can happen. So I'm going to whistle through and hopefully answer this question, which is the plastic crisis the gateway to the climate crisis? As we know, I don't need to tell anybody that's listening to this webinar right now that our home is on fire. Last year alone, 7 once in 1,000 years extreme weather events. And I was hearing a little bit of news from Cristiana Figueres, many of you will know, talking about El Nino this year and how it's going to be even hotter in certain parts of the world. And the impact that this has, obviously, on so much of our supply chains, our food systems, that it has an extraordinary impact. And we always talk about this thing. I don't know about you, but there's always this feeling of, we don't know what's happening in the future. It's so unpredictable. Trust me, the future has never been more predictable. We know that in our near and long-term future, we have these 3 things: more climate devastation. We know that we have fewer ecological resources. Already we're seeing the weaponization of food, the weaponization of security of water, and we hope that we will have less fossil fuel dependency. So what we need to consider now is not what about this uncertain future, but how can we afford as businesses, as individuals, as societies to not be ready for a very predictable future? So I get asked this question a lot. Well, surely we should be talking about carbon, Sean. Why should we worry about plastic? We can deal with the plastic crisis further down the road, but right now it's about emissions and it's about, the massive increase in global warming. But this is why I think that plastic is so important. It is seriously the gateway. The reason for the last 7-8 years that I've been obsessed as an entrepreneur around the plastic crisis is I recognize that it is the gateway to change. Just as Emma was saying with corals, we see the plastic crisis as very much this canary in the coal mine, because of course the climate crisis and plastic, they are intrinsically connected. And when we talk about carbon, if you actually put the whole plastics industry, if you put that together as a country, it would actually be the 5th biggest emitter of greenhouse gases. And the other reason, if we even didn't consider pollution and the carbon footprint of the plastics industry, if you just look at what the invention of plastic enabled society to do, it really has driven a hyper-consumptive model that has been the massive driver of the climate crisis. The reason that we have these huge coal-fired factories, particularly in the global south, particularly in China, is to make more and more stuff for us to use once and throw away. So it really was the invention of that material that broke our centuries-old system of take, make, reuse, refill, repair, share, to take, make, throw away into some magical, mythical recycling bin that we know is simply not working as well. The other thing about plastic is that when we talk about true circularity and our drive for this circular economy, we need to recognize that plastic does not fit into a circular model. So we need to really rethink, what does circularity mean? So my first provocation to you all is, many of you will have seen this illustration before. And my question is, yes, of course, we need to move from the current linear economy. And we're currently talking, we're not in it, but we're talking about a recycling economy. And then we need to look at this new thing, which is not new, not invented in the last decade, called the circular economy. But the problem with this diagram is, of course, there is still a bin. So our current finite model, when we talk about circularity, is that we're taking resources from nature, we are making things with them, but what we fundamentally do every time as mankind is we chemically modify them. And leather is a great example. We take skin, which is an entirely natural material. It's designed by nature to go back to nature as a nutrient for the next stage of growth. But what do? We tan it, we add toxins, heavy metals, dyes. The whole tanning process is highly toxic, so that it goes back to nature as toxic waste, not as a nutrient. And when you look at nature's infinite circle of nutrient, which has always been circular, this is the path that we need to really try and emulate. Imagine if we could take resources from nature and we could simply borrow those nutrients. We could bake them, we could mold them, we could shape them into something new, useful for us. But we fundamentally keep the backbone of their chemical structure so that they are still nutrients and they can go back to something that is a nutrient for the next stage of growth. Because nature is binary. What we give back to nature is either a toxin or a poison, or or nutrients, it's a food. There is no gray area in between. And we're so used to plastic that it's easy for us to think that it's on the periodic table. It's not like copper or sodium or aluminium even. It's not on the periodic table. It is a mixture of chemicals. And many of these chemicals are toxic. There are some 14,000 chemicals used in the making of plastic. And the reason that I was in Paris last week at the INC2 for the Global Plastics Treaty was to present the new Plastic Health Council, which is really spearheading and championing the deep research that many of these global scientists have been doing, where we already know the impact on human health. And the problem with recycling, even if it wasn't the fact that we have so little infrastructure globally because you downcycle plastic, is that we lose visibility of these chemicals. So the chemicals that we add to the plastic polymers, the fossil fuel polymers, to give it its extraordinary qualities of stretch, bendability, or rigidity, those chemicals do not disappear when we recycle plastic. In fact, they compound up, and we lose all traceability and all accountability for them. So already, as you could see very quickly from a couple of quotes from people like Antonio Guterres, who heads up the United Nations, the Environmental Protection Council there, that plastics are fossil fuels in another form. They pose a serious threat to human rights, to the climate, to biodiversity, and also to human health. So the key theme in the dialogues that are happening around the UN Global Plastics Treaty, number one, is the impact on human health. So another provocation for you, that maybe instead of thinking that the plastic crisis is a disaster, maybe we should think of it as a gift. It's that little tap on the shoulder, that little wake up from Mother Nature to say to us, hey, this is a fossil fuel defibrillator to awaken us all to rethink not just our materials to swap from one to another, but our entire production and our actual systems of how we live, because we're going to need to live in a very, very different way in the future. At the moment, we are literally taking resources borrowed from the future, and we are using them today, and we are calling it GDP. Earth Overshoot Day, at the moment, this year, it's going to be the 3rd of August. But if I look, here I am speaking from the UK, Earth Overshoot Day for the UK is in March. It is months ago. For the US, it's also in March. In the last 6 years, we have taken more natural resource than we have in the entire 20th century. So we need to use less material. And that's where system change actually come in. So for any business, my provocation to them is always, does your business, your brand, your project, whatever you're doing, does it push back Earth Overshoot Day? Because if it does, you will be a success story. And if it doesn't, you will be a future dinosaur. We absolutely have to stop thinking that the future just happens, that we're victims of the future. The future is created. It's created by us. And the reason as an entrepreneur that I'm so passionate about working with business, I believe business has the opportunity to be the real tool of change. We can't wait, unfortunately, for the UN, for governments globally to introduce the laws, the legislation to protect us all from our own wrongdoing. Business is the tool of change. And who are the people that advise business? Who are the people that are the maverick thinkers that have this ability to be able to create an image of a very different future that we can all drive a path to? It's the creative industry. So one of the things that we've been involved in at A Plastic Planet is creating this new platform, because we realized, what if we could empower the 160 million global creatives? What if we could give them the tools? We could ignite, educate, empower them to rethink everything from the very beginning, so that we can design plastic out at source. We can create new systems where we use less material in the first place. So Plastic Free, which is hosted on plasticfree.com, is the new global solutions platform that I urge anybody who is in the world of change to join us, join that movement, and subscribe and become part of this new global platform for change. Because really, I cannot think, I don't know if you guys can, I cannot think of one moment in history where the way that we live, the big social systems that govern us and drive us forward, propel us, they have never been created. Those moments in history, they've never been instigated by an economist or a banker. It's always been the architects, the designers, the creatives, the engineers. So creativity is the biggest accelerator of change the world has ever known. And we must stop thinking that this future is somewhere that's way down the road, it's in 5 years or 10 years. It isn't. It's happening right now. Change has never been so fast, and yet it will never be so slow again. It's accelerating at this extraordinary pace. But this image I wanted to show you is actually a real fire with some golfers playing golf in Oregon. And it was posted on their Facebook page, and the message was, our members love to finish their round. So my message to all of you, my question is, what are you doing? Are we all just playing golf in Oregon? Are we all just doggy paddling in the slipstream of the status quo? Because we need to move faster. We need to accelerate from theory, from all these think tanks, from all these reports. We need to move to action. So everybody on this call, everybody in this room, we had the opportunity to be the squeaky wheel within your business, the wrecking ball of change. So I urge you all on World Environment Day, if you're not part of this, where on earth are you? Because everything that we do, unlike any previous generation, we have the opportunity right now to be impact at a level we have never done before. And I love this visual, and it's taken from a book called How to Be a Good Ancestor. And that little gray circle is the dead, the people that have gone before us. And the living, here we are, probably almost 6 billion now. That's that tiny little green dot. But what we do in the next 7 years will impact the unborn generations like never before. These trillions of people that have not even been conceived, that are beyond our imagination. That's how important it is for us to really think hard now. How can we extend our circle of care, our circle of impact to the billions to be born ahead? So a radical rethink is needed. And my final question to you all is, what are you doing? How important is this to you? Is it forefront of your mind in everything that you're doing? Are you that squeaky wheel within the business that you're in? Are you in? Are you really in? Heart, mind, everything to be a real maverick of change. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. You reminded me a lot about Wangari Maathai from Kenya. Like, that was very inspiring. And I believe every person in this call has been pushed to do something to act. So I want to check just the comment section. I'm seeing a lot of people are saying this is an amazing one, but there's a question. How do you approach building brands and campaigns that effectively engage and inspire individuals to make sustainable choices and reduce their plastic consumption? Um, I think maybe the approach is the question. So you could respond to that. Thank you.
I think the wonderful thing, the terrible thing, and the wonderful thing about plastic is it's so visible to us. There's no plastic deniers out there. It's so recent. And if we change it, we will directly and indirectly change so much that impacts the climate crisis. So I find that when we talk to big businesses like Unilever and Kraft Heinz, that plastic is a great gateway for the people within that organization. So carbon, I don't know. I can't see it. I can't feel it. I can't touch it. Plastic. I know that my brand, my business is built on fossil fuel plastic, be it a fashion business or a product business. So it's a great one to really start the process within a company, because if we can change the system, let's imagine that we are talking to a big brand about the fact they're using plastic bottles. Then the system is not necessarily, do you move to a metal bottle or a glass bottle or a paper bottle? Instead, why is there a bottle at all? Does it need to have a bottle? Could it be a reusable bottle? Could it be part of a mass movement where we standardize packaging componentry across brands and businesses? And these things are really happening, and they're happening at speed now. We're part of a big reusable packaging coalition that is coming together, competitive brands, competitive retailers. These are this is where we need to see the change. So it isn't as simple as let's just swap it out, but carry on with the old system. See plastic as a catalyst for massive change within business. That's what we need. I'm looking at all these amazing questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm seeing a lot of comments. Just thank you so much. So I'm seeing time is up for you, but I know you're sticking around. So maybe we'll engage after the session. But I'm not seeing any other question in the comment. Just very many comments saying thank you, remarkable, amazing presentation.
Great.
So,
I'm easy to
well
find.
done,
Anybody who wants to ask me anything, you can link in with me. Do check out plasticfree.com. Thank you, Dina, and the whole team. And you've done a wonderful job bringing this together.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Happy Environment Day.
Happy Environment Day.
Thank you so much. So, oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was on mute. Sorry. I was saying the next speaker is Dr. Payette, and he's coming to us with a very interesting presentation. And it's very, very much tied to the Basel Rotterdam Stockholm Convention. I don't know if Dr. Payette is ready and here with us. So if Dr. Payette is here, kindly, we are happy to have you and ready to see you to present during this World Environment Day. Okay, so a bit of a delay, but we can have Susan Gardiner next. Susan Gardiner is coming to us from the UNEP, and she's very happy to be here with us. I'm sure she's ready to present. I read something about her today. She was saying we have the solutions in our fingertips, but they need to be implemented at scale and urgently. So I think, Susan, you're welcome, and we're happy to see you. Happy Environment Day.
Happy World Environment Day. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to speak on this World Environment Day. And I really do want to congratulate you for this vision and this ambition and pulling together this conference. And you're covering so many excellent topics in such a holistic manner. It's really great. As you know, I think that World Environment Day has been led by UNEP since 1973. And it's such a great opportunity to drive global action for our planet. Right now is particularly a good opportunity to be speaking on biodiversity conservation and protection. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share some remarks. Just last December at COP15 of the Convention on Biological Diversity, there was over 180 countries that came together in Montreal to adopt the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And this was such a major milestone in the international efforts to halt and reverse the loss of biodiversity. So what I'd like to do for the time that I have with my remarks is to start by talking about why we should all care about global biodiversity and framework, because right now the stakes could not be higher. Now, I'm not sure if you have my slides or not. I'm going to pause here for a second. Okay, if you give me 1 second, I'm going to need to share my slides. Is that okay? Okay, can you see my screen? All right, I'm going to continue assuming you can see my slides. So, we'll start by talking about this major milestone in terms of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and why biodiversity matters. There's at least 1 million plant and animal species that are currently threatened with extinction, and this matters for all of us because loss of biodiversity results in the loss of valuable services that healthy ecosystems can provide. When you think about, for example, the value of a forest, it's not just the price of wood. It's not just the trees that can be sold as a commodity, but rather it's the full suite of invaluable services that a forest ecosystem provides. And this includes the clean air. It includes capturing carbon, flood protection, pollination, or stabilizing temperature. And, I can give you an example just thinking about the Congo Basin, which spans 6 countries and provides critical habitat for endangered species. It also provides food, water, shelter, and medicine for 75 million people. And in addition, it's the world's largest carbon sink. So it has a massive importance in terms of preventing global climate change. But meanwhile, every day the transpiration from the massive trees actually contributes to rainfall in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa. So therefore, the health of the Congo Basin and the decisions that are taken to protect the forest literally determine the survival of people in Ethiopia and Somalia, thousands of kilometers away. So my message here is that biodiversity matters globally for all of us, for people, for community, as well as for planet. And now I can give just some concrete examples. For example, biodiversity is essential for our food. Our food systems are deeply dependent on nature for ecosystem services. If that's like soil quality, it's irrigation, it's pest control and pollination. Pollinators are responsible for 87% of the leading food crops worldwide. And yet our global food systems are the primary drivers of biodiversity loss. They threaten 86% of species that are at risk of extinction. Similarly, biodiversity also secures our health. Studies have shown that exposure to nature reduces blood pressure and relieves stress levels. It actually enhances children's cognitive development when they have time in nature. The science is also clear that destroying ecosystems and the barriers that they provide between wildlife and human population increases the risk of zoonotic diseases and therefore the next pandemic by enabling viruses to jump from animals to humans. Another example is that there's an estimated 4 billion people, which is half the global population, that rely on natural medicines as part of their primary source of healthcare. So biodiversity is essential for health. And it's essentially the foundation of our economies. More than half of the global GDP is either moderately or highly dependent on nature and its services. And more than 70% of people who live in poverty are dependent on nature for their livelihoods. This includes things like agriculture, fisheries, and timber. There's a growing awareness of these links more and more. The World Economic Forum's Global Risk Report tracks the perception among risk experts and various world business leaders who just last year said that biodiversity loss ranks among the top 3 global risks to society, along with extreme weather events and failing to act on climate. So now that we've talked about why biodiversity is important, let's talk a little bit about the key drivers of biodiversity loss. According to the International Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, the direct drivers of biodiversity loss with the largest global impact are these on the slides. It's changes in land and sea use. So that, for example, is deforestation for livestock or grazing, or destroying coral reefs for aquaculture. It's the direct exploitation of organisms when the harvest rate is more than what nature is able to regenerate. Then we see the overexploitation. So, for example, overfishing or trafficking of endangered wildlife. It's climate change and pollution. Now, ecosystems have an extraordinary capability of being able to absorb our excess nutrients as well as our excess carbon, but these processes are overwhelmed when we use nature as our dumping ground for toxic emissions or massive amounts of plastic pollution. And finally, invasive species, especially species that once they're introduced to an area, they're able to outcompete or become predators of native species. These drivers are all exacerbated by the underlying human behaviors and consumption patterns. Our chainsaws, our nets, our plows that destroy ecosystems and biodiversity are powered by our diets, our consumption and production patterns, our financial systems, our systemic inequities. And biodiversity can only be conserved and sustainably used and restored by addressing these underlying drivers. So let's go back to today and the theme of this year's World Environment Day on Beat Plastic Pollution, because it's a real reminder that people's action matters. Now, the Global Biodiversity Framework Target 7 includes reducing negative impacts of pollution, including working towards eliminating plastic pollution. Currently, there's an estimated 11 million tons of plastic waste that flow into the ocean every year. Today, almost every species actually, or species group in the ocean encounters plastic pollution at some point. Half of the world's endangered sea turtles have ingested plastic because they mistake it for food. 90% of sea turtles have been reported to have plastics in their stomach. So to truly beat plastic pollution, we need transformational change. And that means we need whole of government and whole of society approaches. And the Global Biodiversity Framework is the roadmap to achieve this. It recognizes that to address the drivers of biodiversity loss, we need to accelerate action across sectors and across society. This decision, this Global Biodiversity Framework decision, established this roadmap to ensure that biodiversity is valued, conserved, and restored, and wisely used by 2050. It lays out 23 action-oriented targets describing what we need to do this decade before 2030 in order to be able to achieve this vision. And these include 30% conservation of land and sea, 30% restoration of degraded ecosystems, reducing by half the introduction of invasive species, of nutrient pollution, of pesticide and hazardous chemicals, and reducing harmful subsidies by at least $500 billion a year, which can then be invested instead to scale up positive incentives that actually protect biodiversity. Now, yes, this is a lot. There's a lot of work to be done. So now we all need to roll up our sleeves. There's many things we know we need to do, but what I'd like to do is highlight 5 key issues. Starting with the Global Biodiversity Framework Target 10 calls to ensure that areas under agriculture, aquaculture, and fisheries are managed sustainably. And to do this, we need a food system transformation. Food production is responsible for about 60% of the global biodiversity loss. So we need to start farming in more nature-friendly, biodiversity-supportive ways. UNEP supports countries to develop agroecological approaches that work with nature to support genetically diverse crop species and livestock and soil microbes, which contributes to improving the long-term productivity, resilience, and ultimately to food security. Second, we need to move away from a linear model where we just take and then make, we use it, and then we dispose, to something that's more of a circular approach that continually reuses products and materials. Research has shown that a comprehensive circular economy could reduce the volume of plastic that enters our ocean by over 80% by 2040. And this would save governments $70 billion during that time frame. We also need, on the third, is to see massive shifts in financing. Global Biodiversity Target 19 calls for increasing the levels of financial resources from all sources. So it's domestic, international, public, private, all resources, to be able to mobilize at least $200 billion per year by 2030. But we know by 2030, investments in nature-based solutions alone will need to at least triple if the world is to meet its climate change, biodiversity, and land degradation targets. And number 4, we need to promote quality as well as quantity in our conservation efforts. And this can only be done when everyone can participate and everyone has ownership. And GBF Target 13 envisions that by 2030, we will have ensured the fair and equitable sharing of benefits that arise from the use of genetic resources and traditional knowledge. Target 22 actually calls for inclusive and gender-responsive participation in decision-making. So this means ensuring gender-equal rights and access to land and natural resources. It's full protection of environmental human rights defenders. It's safeguarding and empowering the leadership of Indigenous peoples and local communities in order to incorporate the traditional knowledge that has been distilled over millennia through their direct connection with nature. And the fifth area, we need to not only conserve and sustainably manage what we have, but also restore what we've lost. The UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration is a true call to action. This has been led by UNEP and FAO. This decade aims to prevent, halt, and reverse degradation of ecosystems on every continent and in every ocean. Because we know that restoration works. For example, one of the 10 UN Decade flagships is an initiative that's rejuvenating and protecting part of the Ganges Basin by removing plastic pollution, returning vegetation, promoting sustainable farming. And it's already seen 1,500 kilometers of river restored. It's reviving wildlife species, including things like river dolphin, soft-shelled turtles, otters, others. It's real proof that we can heal our relationship with nature. And there's so many other great examples from around the world. If we invest in nature-based solutions, that's our forests, our grasslands, include mangroves, estuaries, seagrasses, and coral reefs. When we protect their ability to retain nature's biodiversity, then in turn, they actually protect and provide for us and our communities. So in conclusion, these next 7 years represent an unparalleled opportunity to advance biodiversity conservation. It's really critical that we get this right. It depends on each and every one of us. GBF Target 16 calls for improving education and access to information so that people are able to make sustainable consumption choices, so that we can all choose what industries do you want to support based on the environmental future that you want. We can choose how we consume and throw away. And for those who live in areas with food security, must make sustainable dietary choices, including demanding sustainable food packaging. We together can raise our voices for others to join in making a real impact. We can do this because we have to. The future of humanity depends on our collective efforts, and we all have a role to play. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was amazing, Dr. Susan, and we are so honored to have you in this World Environment Day. So we just have a few questions. I'll just go very quickly. Can you provide examples of marine litter issues and the efforts undertaken by UNEP to combat them? I know you talked about them, but maybe just highlight in a minute. Let me also check the comments as well. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, yes, certainly. I'll say one really clear example is that UNEP serves as the secretariat of the INC, the negotiating committee that just met last week in Paris to discuss how to end plastic pollution. This meeting was the result of a historic resolution that was adopted last year at the UN Environment Assembly right here in Nairobi. And it calls for negotiating an international legally binding instrument to address the full life cycle of plastics. It's perfect part of the theme of Beat Plastic Pollution. This is exactly the type of comprehensive approach that we need to beat plastic pollution. We do a lot of other important work in terms of supporting member states for effective policy decision by giving them the science, whether that's through our assessments or our reports that provide information, provide solutions, and help give action to businesses and governments that want to take real concrete steps with impact. We work through partnership, for example, hosting the Global Partnership on Marine Litter and Plastic to ensure that there's areas where everyone who has information knows how to share it. We can share experiences, best case scenarios, great examples of things that have worked, and ensure that everybody has access to the best available science. And I'll give one more example. The UNEP and the Ellen MacArthur Foundation launched the New Plastic Economy Global Commitment that has over 500 signatories of businesses, governments, and other organizations that have come together with a common vision for circular economy for plastics. This kind of work, together with leading on programs like the UNEP Tide Turners, which is something that actually helps engage young people to become activists, to get involved, to work across one platform. This is the kind of thing that UNEP has done a lot of to bring voices together in terms of ending plastic pollution.
Wow, thank you so much for those tips. I have the second question, which is, as a parting message, what would you like to convey to the world regarding the importance of environmental sustainability and fighting plastic pollution?
Well, I'm glad to be able to have the opportunity to leave sort of an overarching message. And this year's theme of plastic pollution, it really does remind us that we all have a role to play. As informed consumers, it's important to know the environmental costs of the different alternatives that are available to you so that we can avoid making the wrong decisions. We can avoid using single-use plastic, for example. That would have a significant impact on demand signals for markets. We can make real efforts to refuse plastic, to reuse and to recycle. We can speak up about the importance of protecting nature and biodiversity, or get involved in restoration efforts. So, look at the ecosystems around you and see what you can do to try to help with healing, whether that's cleaning up a beach or a local park or a community forest. Everybody can do something. And a World Environment Day, I think, is a good time to remember that we all have a role and we all have a responsibility to leave the environment better for the next generation.
Thank you so much. Just two last ones. So I see Charles is asking, how can we ensure gender equality and inclusivity in the field of biodiversity conservation? Why is it important to have diverse perspectives in tackling the challenges faced by our ecosystems? Just respond to
Excellent
that.
Question.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, very good question, and really important question too. I mean, first of all, why would anyone want to try to tackle a global problem using only half of your resources, half of your people, instead of telling half of them they can stay home? So we need everybody. We need everybody. And so when you have policies or laws or frameworks that aren't inclusive, then you're leaving part of your strength out of the process. And we know that women are major agents for change. They are essential for a lot of our food production, whether that's fisheries or agriculture. And so they can be there on the ground, ensuring that the change happens. And in too many places where women don't have access to be empowered stewards of the environment, either through lack of rights and ownership of land or opportunities to engage, then you lose their voices and you lose their power and you lose the ability to have the best solutions actually taking hold. So it's a fantastic question and enormously important. It's clearly articulated as one of the targets in the Global Biodiversity Framework as something that's essential for ensuring that we have that we meet our full vision for global biodiversity.
Oh, thank you so much for the answer. And lastly, what does officially green mean to you? This is the theme of the Green Institute, and maybe you could say something as a parting shot. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. It's important to think about for all of us, what does officially green mean to all of us? To me, it's about understanding your environmental footprint. It's about recognizing the impact of your personal existence, my personal existence in the world, my behavior, the choices that each one of us make when we have options. And it's about the efforts that we make to leave the planet better for the next generation. I think for all of us, being officially green is about caring and understanding how the world is influenced by the cumulative impact of all the decisions that we make throughout our lifetime. And some of those will be positive and some of those will be negative. There's an African proverb that says that the earth is a treasure that we hold in trust for the next generation and future generations after that. So to me, being officially green means authentically caring about whether your actions have a net positive or negative effect on the world that we leave behind for generations. And thank you for the opportunity to share these reflections.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of admiration for the UNEP. So keep doing the good stuff, and we rally behind you and also with you. So thank you so much. So thank you so much, everybody, for joining this session. And we're going to take a 5 minutes break and then get back to the next sessions. Happy World Environment Day. So I see that Dr. Payette is here with us. But we can have a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and then we can come back. Thank you so much. Hang in there, Dr. Payette. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I see we are not taking a break. So go ahead, Dr. Payette. Apologies for that. May I present your presentation?
Yes, please. Can you hear me well? Can you see me
Yes,
too?
we can hear you very well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to load my presentation? So
Yes, but if it's ready on your end, you could just put it on the screen.
how put it on the screen? How do I do that?
Let me then do it for you.
Yes, please. Okay, shall I start?
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dinar, and a pleasure and for the opportunity to be able to talk at this, Green, what is it called? Green Institute. Okay, there we go. Now, shifting a bit from what my colleague from UNEP was talking about, but believe me, it is within the same context. Is I'm going to move on and talk about the issue of chemicals and wastes, and this is where plastic pollution really sits in. And from there, you have all the different impacts on biodiversity and the links to climate change. Even next slide. And just to give you a couple of examples is that, as you know, plastics comes from fossil fuels, and also plastics have issues with, for example, flooding because of poor waste management. Plastics have been involved also in epidemics of, especially to do with malaria, mosquito, waterborne diseases, because plastic containers hold water, and they are found in all sorts of places. So the links to both human health, biodiversity, and climate change is really dramatic when you start digging deep into the plastic waste. If you understand my pun. Now, for those of you who are not so much aware of the three important conventions based here in Geneva, the first one is the Basel Convention, and this was adopted in 1989 and currently has 191 parties. In fact, last week we just had one party who joined, and that's the small Principality of San Marino, who is actually surrounded by Italy. And for them, it's quite a big challenge because they are such a small country, and they need to be able to manage their waste. So they have an agreement with the government of Italy for their waste to be managed in Italy itself. And this brings me, of course, to the perspective of a small island nation from which I come from. I come from the Seychelles, which is just east of Africa here. And our biggest challenges, obviously, is to do with how do we manage some of those wastes, because some of those wastes we cannot, and we don't have the systems in place at the national level to be able to deal with those complex wastes, and whether it is recycling or material recovery or anything. But the Basel Convention provides the framework for the transboundary movement of hazardous waste, which means that, for example, an old mobile which is not working, the Seychelles can send it to a country which has the facilities and the technology to be able to take apart this mobile and remove the precious metals, also the other precious materials in this mobile phone, and have it used again in a life cycle approach, so that we can make and reuse those materials in other products. And of course, that's the intention of the convention. And as you know, it doesn't always work this way, because some countries have actually used the Basel Convention to send waste to other countries. And those countries don't have the capacity nor the technology in place to deal with those wastes. And as a result, those wastes are dumped either in dump sites where they are burnt and causing a lot of other environmental and pollution problems, or dumped in the oceans, or dumped in the rivers, which of course has increasingly led to the big ocean plastic patch that we know about. So the Basel Convention is a very, very important convention which controls the transboundary movement of waste and hazardous waste. There's also the other aspect of it, which is the illegal transboundary movement of waste, where it is much cheaper for the waste to be disposed or dumped somewhere else, because especially in very advanced countries, the cost of disposal of waste is very high. So they look for countries, especially in the South, Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, where there's a lack of rules and institutions and policing of waste management, and there are huge boats with containers take those waste there, and they are dumped illegally. So the Basel Convention plays a very, very important role in managing the movement of waste around the world. So we have both an illegal waste, for example, partnership called ENFORCE. We also have a plastic waste partnership, which brings together the private sector, governments, and everybody to look at waste. And then we have a household waste partnership. We have a mobile phone partnership. All these are partnerships where we work with countries and industry, and of course civil society, in trying to address this global, whether it's illegal or illegal trade in wastes. The second convention is the Rotterdam Convention, and that was adopted in 1998 and has 165 parties. And basically, this convention is a pre-informed consent convention, which means that it's an information exchange convention where countries that are sending chemicals such as pesticides, and in some cases industrial chemicals, to another country, where they need to notify that country that they are sending those chemicals, and that country has to ensure they have the necessary facilities, and capacities in place for them to be able to use those chemicals. This is a very important convention which has received a lot of attention recently because it is concerning, chemicals such as asbestos and pesticides, such as which is used extensively in agriculture. And some of these chemicals have been found to have impacts on the environment and on health. And as a result, the distribution has been under the management of this convention. The third convention, which was adopted much later in 2001, already has 186 parties, and the Stockholm Convention deals with persistent organic pollutants, which means that these are chemicals that have been found to be extremely toxic and dangerous to human health and the environment. And by toxic, what I mean by that is they take a long time to degrade in the environment. Some of them take years, some of them take decades to degrade into the environment. As a result, they accumulate in both animals, plants, and of course, us as human beings, as being on top of the food web. And with the accumulation of these chemicals in our bodies, it has impacts on childbearing, has impacts on when we get older, and it has impacts on the functioning of our nervous system, of our endocrine system, and wreaks havoc, obviously, with our health. So the Stockholm Convention has been instrumental, for example, in listing, for example, DDT, which, as you know, has been used extensively in Africa in the treatment of malaria. And today we have only very, very few countries that are allowed or had exemptions on the use of DDT, and we are hoping that it will be phased out very soon. We have also known as PCBs, which are used in electricity transformers and are increasingly now being eliminated. And there are deadlines set and targets set by parties by which to eliminate these chemicals from our planet. And recently, at our last COP 4 weeks ago, the parties also decided to list chemicals that are also found in plastics. These are additives that are added to plastics that strengthen their use or their role. And one of these additives was used as a UV blocker, which means that it stopped the plastic from degrading, from being exposed to the sun. And as you can imagine, a lot of the number of plastics that we use are used in the outside environment. So if they break down, we have other kinds of problems. But of course, if they don't break down, they last forever, basically. So we have another kind of problem. So these additives were added to those plastics, and the Conference of the Parties to this convention decided to add those additives to the list for phase out because they have been found to have these toxic properties. And countries and in the industry now have to sit down and look for alternatives and bring in new alternatives which are non-toxic, which are more sustainable for use in the different uses that they were being used before. Now, this is just a quick overview because I realize some of you have never heard about those 3 conventions. If you can move on to the next slide. The next slide, because our topic is on plastics, I just wanted to share with you the, where are we now? You're on the last slide. Go back. Go back. Okay, I was following from my own slide, so I didn't know. So you don't change until I tell you to change. So go back. Okay, there, stop there. Okay, fine. So this is just a quick overview of the plastics life cycle. And of course, when we look at this slide here, we saw that there are 2 main sources of plastics and polymers coming into the plastic life cycle. And these are those that are biomass based. That means they are coming from plants and vegetation. But then there are those that are coming from the production, from the extraction of oil. That means they are fossil fuel based. And the large majority of plastics actually comes from fossil fuel. They are converted from oil into the components to make plastic. And there it enters into a chemical phase where you have the different chemicals, but also you have the polymers. So plastics are actually polymers, which are repetition of chemical units that come together to give the versatility that we know about plastics. But also in plants, for example, we have cellulose. Cellulose is also a polymer-based material, which is probably used also in many applications as replacing plastics. And these polymers are used now to make materials and products. And as I was mentioning, no, go back, please. I haven't finished. Wait until I say next slide, and then you can move. Then these materials are then turned into products that we use, for example, clothing, the glasses, furniture, and in all sorts of specialized products as well in industry. And the problem is when we finish with these products, we just throw them away, and then they become waste. And there are systems, lack of systems in place for waste management. And as we can see here, there are hazardous chemicals that are also added to those materials and products which enter to the environment. Now, some of these wastes are also, they take a long time to degrade. Please, can you go back? Yes. And when they degrade in the environment, they call what we call microplastics. And these are very, very small components. Microplastics are also added, for example, in cosmetics, in creams, and all these enter into the environment and polluting the environment, but not only polluting the environment, but they can be absorbed into our body. And recent scientific information has found that as those chemicals in plastics enter into our bloodstream, and there's research ongoing now to see whether they can penetrate the blood-brain barrier. And as you can imagine, this is a very serious concern, and that's why we have this global effort to look at an international treaty on plastic. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, the Stockholm Convention on Organic Pollutants has 3 annexes. The chemicals that are put in Annex A are to be eliminated completely from the planet. Annex B, they are to be restricted. That means there are specific uses for which they've been allowed to use. And Annex C is looking at reduction and elimination. And they have a timetable. They have so many years to be able. And this gives time to industry and to governments to put in place the laws, but also for industry to look at alternatives to this. So next slide, please. And as I mentioned before, the Rotterdam Convention is about information exchange. Next slide, please. Basel Convention then has 3 important pillars. And I talked a little bit more about Basel Convention in my introductory slide. And it is really, back please, prevention and minimization. And that's important because you have a system where you are creating too much waste, like single-use plastic, for example. And we've seen many countries around the world has put in laws to ban single-use plastics because they are inefficient. We use it only once, and so much energy and so many resources have gone into this that we've ended up with so much plastic bags. So this is one area where we can have prevention. We can also have minimization, again, by eliminating single-use plastics. Then the Basel Convention also comes in a very important area called environmentally sound management. That means it provides support and advice to governments and to industry on which technologies are sustainable or which technologies are environmentally sound. And this is important because we have some technologies that are not so environmentally sound. So the convention plays a very important role. And finally, as I mentioned before, the convention plays a very important role in controlling the movement of a transboundary movement of waste. Next slide, please. And these are some of the highlights you can see here. And I think the slide is not showing everything, but since 1989, the convention has been working on different waste. And this is not only plastic waste, but battery, lead acid batteries, e-waste, and all the other kinds of waste. As you know, it's a very complex subject, very complex area. And just at the last, in 2019, the Basel Convention became the first treaty actually to focus on plastic waste. And through that, back please, and through that, there was the plastic waste amendments, which essentially started to control the movement of plastic waste around the world. And that led obviously to the COPs that we had this year, which decided on guidelines for plastic waste and other measures, looking, for example, at tires. As you know, tires, when they get used, they create small little pieces of plastic, which I mentioned before, microplastics. And they found out, even in very, very clean countries, they have not been paying attention to the microplastics coming from tires as they are used by vehicles. And this is known to cause a number of environmental problems. And now we are working with industry to see how we can reduce the emissions of microplastics from tires. I will stop here. Of course, there's a lot more that I can say about these three conventions, but I hope this will give you a broad introduction to the work we are doing and the impact that we are having in addressing the challenges of plastic pollution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Unfortunately, because of time, we can't take a question, but I'm sure the audience is really informed about the Basel, the Stockholm, and the Rotterdam conventions with your presentation. So we have to go to the next session, which will be moderated by my colleague, Charles. So Charles, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Hi, how are you? Thank
I'm
you,
fine, thank you.
Dana. Well, I need to charge you for cutting into my time, huh? Okay, so welcome everybody to the World Environment Day. Can you hear me? Okay. Right. So I believe. Can you hear me? I can't hear anybody.
Charles, we can hear you.
Hello, Professor Soboko. Apologies on the technicalities. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Happy World Environment Day.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just gonna since you have a presentation, if you can just start your presentation while we wait for Charles to come back in.
Okay, great. Good morning,
Thank
everyone from the
Good
United
morning.
States. I'm here to talk about equity, energy, and just transitions. And I think it's important to start with this kind of perplexing phenomena that we've understood now, that many of the things we need to intervene for climate change actually can have negative impacts on equity. So they can, say, capture the resources of indigenous groups or transfer assets that the public had into the hands of private companies and firms. They can create marginalized patterns of stakeholder exclusion or be very unfair in how we govern them. They can also create encroachment. Things that we need to fight climate change can require building roads for electric vehicles or pipelines for hydrogen, or citing concerns in deforestation over wind farms. And they can lastly exacerbate some of the demographic aspects, like poverty and gender inequality and racism and colonialism. And we found this to be true looking at climate change adaptation efforts around the world, things like desalination plants in Alaska and seawalls in Australia and so forth. But we also found it to be true with disaster recovery efforts, as many of these are also exacerbated by climate change. Things like Hurricane Katrina, which saw public recovery efforts kind of benefit casinos and cruise ships, but not communities of color, or the famous Boxing Day tsunami in Asia, which had a real negative impact on fishers, and the recovery efforts actually only consolidated wealth among corporate fishing fleets, tended to displace those that were more bottom up or small and medium enterprises. Same with even places in the global north like the Canterbury earthquakes in New Zealand, which also saw disaster recovery kind of only benefit or mostly benefit private actors and kind of elites, elite interests. We see this not just anecdotally across climate adaptation and disaster management, but we also see it with climate mitigation. And by this, I mean climate mitigation very broadly, to include renewable energy and agriculture, energy efficiency, and land use management, even things like cycling lanes, bicycles, and cook stoves. All actually have very negative political ecology or vulnerability impacts. And in the very, very large scale qualitative case assessment that we did last year, of 198 studies and more than 300 cases. So those studies often had multiple cases. So more than 300 cases of where climate interventions made some aspect of vulnerability worse. And on this graph, you can see we kind of cataloged with a frequency count how often that came up. And the numbers are shocking. In 77% of the cases, we see climate interventions actually hurting other forms of life, biodiversity, habitats, rivers, streams, waters, and oceans. Also in 76% of the case, they hurt the host communities themselves with aesthetic issues, local pollution, construction, negative impacts on land, and so forth. And then the list goes on and on for a whole catalog of vulnerable groups, from the rural poor to future generations to children. Even prostitutes and alcoholics are on this list. Prostitutes because they follow boom and bust cycles for hydroelectric dams and wind farms, and alcoholics because many people in the global south cope with health impacts negatively by drinking alcohol rather than actually going to see a doctor. So the problem is that these types of impacts are not ad hoc, they're systematic and often structural. And to kind of highlight this as well, very recently, some colleagues in Australia and I published this piece in December, which found that, well, you kind of see the phase out of fossil fuels create disruptions in mining communities because people are losing their jobs that can really affect 30 million plus people. More disruption, more than 115 million people, so 3 times as many, will have their livelihoods disrupted by minerals that we need for low carbon transitions, things like cobalt and copper and lithium and rare earths and other forms. And so, we are unleashing a future wave of disruption as we transition to a low carbon economy that could really damaged rural communities, artisanal miners, and many of the people who are most at risk of these types of impacts. One review we also did last year, published in Nature Human Behavior, it's a very, very busy slide, tried to create a framework for how we think about these justice impacts and how we think about these equities. And I like this multidimensional framework, even though it's a bit difficult to see. On the upper left, we have these demographic inequities. These demographic inequities are kind of all the rage now. It's kind of where we really focus a lot of good research. We talk about gender and feminism and race and racism. We talk about things like household income and family size, and how adoption patterns for things like electric vehicles or solar panels aren't fair. There are huge disparities among low-income groups, among urban groups, among people of color, among men and women, high class versus low class. However, in obsessing over demographic inequity, which is really important, there are three other dimensions of equity that are almost never discussed as frequently as demographics, and those are spatial, interspecies, and temporal. And these types of inequities can be just as severe. Spatial inequities could be widening divisions between global north and global south, or where we have electricity networks and where we don't, where we have EV charging stations and where we don't, where we have financing patterns and where we don't, or exacerbating, say, rural poverty compared to urban wealth. Interspecies inequity is, again, anytime these climate interventions hurt the environment, whether it is building roads or new power plants or using land or having electronic waste or even mineral extraction. And then the temporal inequities are any of those that compound risk for the future, whether it is the kind of inherent e-waste that stockpiles in solar photovoltaics and EV batteries, or it could be financial temporal risks, like if a household invests in solar photovoltaics, they need a payback on that. But if the inverter fails, or the battery fails, or the warranty goes out, or the company goes bankrupt, then that financial solar photovoltaic system becomes a financial burden. And so these are kind of temporally, we also see future risks that are compounded over the next 50 to 100 years. And this creates a much more complicated notion of what equity is. Equity isn't just about your income and your social identity. It's also about space. It's about other forms of life. And it is about intertemporal dimensions that span into the hundreds to thousands of years, especially when you consider the long-lived nature of some toxics like nuclear waste or even carbon, which takes thousands of years to fully cycle out of the atmosphere. Because of this, it's really why we've seen the notion of a just transition come into play. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change does a fantastic job defining just transitions in their most recent report, which was just published last year. You can see that to them, this is straight from their report, a just transition is not just principles, but also processes and practices that really seek to ensure that no one, no people, no places, no sectors, no parts of the world are left behind as we transition to a low carbon economy. It stresses the need to be proactive. So we don't just react, we are actually designing proactive, anticipatory governance mechanisms that help ensure that we manage not just negative environmental impacts, but social and economic impacts. It also means that you try to adhere to principles of respect and dignity and fairness and decency and democracy and protection and human rights. Lastly, and perhaps complicatedly, it means we may have to intervene to redress past harms. So it's not just about future harms, it's also going backwards, maybe providing reconciliation efforts and corrective and restorative justice. And it also spans, as you see here, the many, many different dimensions of not just energy, but also climate, land use, health, gender, water, poverty, and so forth. Because of this import, we do see just transition policies and frameworks and roadmaps proliferating extremely rapidly and quickly. This is already out of date because the data was compiled in 2021 and it was published in 2022. You can see even then, we see just transition task forces all around the world. We have a very promising Just Transitions Fund within the European Green Deal, and we even have a platform in Europe that is helping multiple carbon-intensive regions transition out of coal, to say nothing of the more than 50 different subnational actors we catalog in the IPCC chapter, things like social movements from South Africa to the United States that are also trying to create and ensure a just and fair transition. One of the final things we do in our research at the University of Sussex and Boston University is try to apply just transition frameworks to very hard to abate sectors. So this isn't just climate mitigation or forestry or renewables. In this particular case, this is industry. This would be net zero cement, concrete, steel, refining, food and beverages, paper and pulp, glass, ceramics. And here you can see we did a systematic review of the just transitions literatures spanning different kind of themes and communities, from the justice literature to the sustainability transitions literature to the energy democracy literature. And we found these kind of common themes about what it actually means in the academic literature, from fundamentally rethinking capitalism and a circular economy to notions of spatial justice and power relations, to even new tools of conceptualizing justice itself. And I think we have tried to chart these new frontiers of justice thinking. And these new frontiers of justice thinking kind of map nicely onto some of the gaps that exist. So we've kind of argued, as we think about new heuristics, it's very important to go beyond the West to create theories that are originating from the global South or the bottom up. It's not just, Greco-Roman philosophy or people like John Rawls. We've also really need to grapple with non-anthropocentric notions of justice. Martha Nussbaum makes this very compelling argument in her book as well about species membership into justice, or what I've heard as pan-species communism. That's right. We need to think about how justice issues cascade across whole complex systems, socio-technical systems and spatial systems. We need to think about how we can maybe harness business models to capture justice, as well as who wins and loses in justice interventions, and how justice operates as a discourse. And as a kind of first step in trying to pluralize what just transitions and energy justice mean, I've found a lot of insight and inspiration coming from feminism, anti-racism, indigenous theories of justice, and post-colonial theories of justice. Each of these helps open up and reveal previously not neglected, but less focused areas of justice, like patriarchy or white racism or genocide and imperialism. And I think these frontiers are very exciting at helping ensure that the notions of a just transition are also fair and just. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sovacool.
Welcome. Welcome back, Charles.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right. This is a lot to unpack. So much to unpack in the equity, energy, and just transition. And I really appreciate the very in-depth research that you've done in this capacity. I'm just going to ask you two quick questions, because you see that we impeded into your time from the previous speaker. But I see the enormosity of what you've done, and I'm so grateful that the Green Institute brought you to speak to people. So the advocacy about the just transition becomes a global advocacy, especially in the region in Africa, where our climate conditions seems to be impeding a lot more, even though our carbon emissions not as much as that of our counterpart countries. So I'm going to ask you two very quick questions. Yeah, what is the role of government in the just transition? What do you see the government role will be, or what role will they play, sort of like to make this transition very seamless?
Great question, Charles. And there's been a lot of debate about this and whether the government is even the right actor to promote justice, because in many cases it's governments who are committing injustice. And I think that governments have an important part to play by sponsoring things like these just transition task forces or truth and reconciliation commissions, like that in South Africa or Rwanda, if you're trying to uncover gross injustice. But I don't think they're the only actors. And the IPCC is quite clear on this, that the kind of scale of ambition of subnational actors, of those that aren't government, that are even outside of the UNFCCC system, cities, industries, cooperatives, civil society groups. These efforts could actually save more carbon than the UN COP system via Paris and Kyoto, etc. So that kind of hidden lesson is states matter, and they have to keep doing what they're doing, but these other actors are actually just as important, and collectively they could achieve more than nation states and governments can.
Right. Absolutely. The second question will be in very quick succession. So what are some potential benefits as well as challenges of this just transition?
So I think you've got two.
Sorry to butt in. Speaking to a layman, just speaking to people who are just buying into the whole advocacy on energy transition, climate change, and just transition.
I think you have a real substantive issue of which injustices matter, right? And those that may matter for a particular community, like jobs, may actually not be as important as, say, others like species extinction, right? Or compounding risks for the future. And I think that's the rub. Once you start to use justice as a lens, it reveals a kaleidoscope of injustices. Our own work looking at 4 transitions in Europe, nuclear power, smart meters, EVs, and solar, identified 120 injustices, Charles, 120. How do you prioritize those, right? How do you rank those? Who gets to rank them? Who gets to implement them? So I think justice approaches are kind of the first step at revealing what's wrong, but then we've got to come up with really compelling ways that tackle this collectively and help prioritize which justice elements matter most for a given community.
Correct. Dr. Sovacool, I can't thank you enough. It's really a pleasure moderating this session with you, and I look forward to subsequent sessions that we're going to have to unpack all this and have more conversations in pockets of events around the continent and of course in the globe.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you very much. Right. So that was. I'm sorry we are not able to take more questions. That's because we're running behind schedule. So I'm going to introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Varun Varghese. Dr. Varun, the topic he'll be speaking on is environmental sustainability or equity in welfare. That's a question. And analyzing passenger flows of a mass rapid transit system with heterogeneous demand. A brief biography on Dr. Varun. Dr. Varun is an assistant professor at the Transdisciplinary Science Engineering Program, Graduate School of Advanced Science and Engineering in Hiroshima University in Japan. He primarily works in the field of transportation planning. His research interests involves empirical analysis of the impact of travel behavior in environment, travel behavior during disasters, travel demand management strategies for sustainable transportation. Dr. Varun, I'm looking forward to this info-educative session with you. Please, the floor is yours. Go ahead. Yeah, Dr. Varun, you want to check your mic and see if you're muted. Okay. Dr. Varun, you want to check your mic and see if you're muted. Okay. Right. Okay, so we can't connect to Dr. Varun, so we might have to the next speaker. If I could get some assistance from the back end.
Hi, good afternoon or good morning. Can you hear me? Oh, now I can't hear you. Awesome. I can hear you now.
Perfect. Anita, welcome. Welcome. We're looking forward to this session. And being the only woman in this session, I'm sure we're going to unpack a lot of things, especially in the continent, especially in Nigeria, where you've added so much value to the energy, renewable energy sector. So you're going to pick any topic that you feel comes to you easily on this in this conversation. However, our session is an energy transition and alternative sources of energy. So I'm going to read a little bio about you, if you don't mind, and so that the listeners and the audience will get to know who we're talking to, right, and who's talking to us. Anita is currently a senior director at Sustainable Energy for All. She leads on the program delivery of the Universal Energy Facility, a multi-door funded result-based financing facility for the development of renewable energy projects across sub-Saharan Africa, towards bridging the energy access and reliability gap, with a focus in productive use and sustainable impact on lives and businesses. Anita, thank you so much. Please, if you have a presentation, go ahead with it. Otherwise, we have a couple of questions to ask you. Please, the floor is yours.
Sure. I think you have, I had submitted the slides. Can you share it from your end? Is that okay?
Okay. So I will get the back end to do that just in a second. Yes, give me a second and I will get them to do that. Okay. So I will get the back end to do that. Right. So whilst we're trying to get the slides on, Anita, can we just have an interactive conversation along these lines? Oh, there it is. There it is.
So I'm not sure if it's from my end or from your end. Let me see. Yes. Okay, next slide, please. So I'm going to be presenting on essentially protecting our environment, but with an energy transition focus. As you know, we're in a very difficult situation at the moment. The UN Convention on Biological Diversity identifies climate change caused by CO2 emissions as one of the top 5 threats to the global environment. In 2022, emissions from China were flat. Emissions from the EU dropped, which was great, while emissions from the US and the rest of Asia unfortunately increased. Things haven't gotten better. In March 2023, the IEA reported that global energy-related CO2 emissions grew by 0.9%. Furthermore, under energy combustion-related emissions, within the last 1 year, 60 metric tons of carbon CO2 is attributed to cooling and heating due to demands of extreme weather. In addition, energy combustion and industrial processes are identified as the major sources of emission. So with the crisis that we currently have globally in terms of the levels of emissions, it's interesting to note, which I'm sure you all know, that Africa contributes between 2 to 3.8% of these emissions, as identified by UNFCCC. Yet it experiences the devastating effects of extreme weather associated to the emission-triggered climate change. Next slide, please. So
with that being said, understanding the detrimental effects that emissions are having on our environment, it's very important that the world moves towards transitioning to net zero, essentially transitioning to a carbon neutral environment. But at the same time, whilst we transition towards achieving net zero, it's really important that we ensure that nobody is left behind. What do I mean by this? In Africa, you can't speak about transitioning from something you don't have. So if you don't have access to electricity, it's very difficult to really push or get the buy-in from the locals with regards to transitioning to net zero. It's important for us to be able to show them what the immediate benefits are in transitioning to net zero. So how do we do this? Ensuring that we bridge the energy access gap within these countries by utilizing renewable energy technologies. So whether it's mini grids, standalone systems for productive use, solar home systems, containerized solar hybrid solutions, captive solar hybrid power plants, whatever it is, provided we are able to ensure that these people who do not have access to electricity, who are not able to develop economically, that we're able to at least provide some immediate solutions for them, which can get their buy-in to the whole energy transition drive. I hope that makes sense. So essentially, within the last decade, there has been a universal call for transition from fossil fuel-based to renewable energy technologies. Access to clean and reliable energy not only has huge socio-economic development benefits, but also significant benefits as it concerns climate impact. Furthermore, energy transition plans have become very necessary to accelerate energy access and reduce emissions at the same time for developing countries in sub-Saharan Africa. So that will take me to the next slide, where I speak about what the Universal Energy Facility is doing towards supporting governments achieve net zero between 2050 and 2060. Next slide, please. Okay, so SC4's efforts in driving energy access with environmental considerations at the forefront. As you can see, there are a number of programs that SC4All is embarking upon. We have the Powering Healthcare Program. So again, transitioning from powering our healthcare facilities from using the standard diesel gensets or other fossil-fueled power generators to utilizing solar solutions. So whether it's rooftop solar or whether it's your containerized solar hybrid solution, your standalone solar solution, to ensure that healthcare facilities are adequately powered in order for them to provide the necessary services to save lives within these countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And then the Universal Energy Facility, which I will speak to later on. I guess the questions will be asked targeted to UEF, where essentially we're providing support to private sector companies who essentially build out mini grids to provide adequate power supply to households, MSMEs, as well as other public institutions, healthcare, educational facilities. And then, as I'd mentioned, energy transition plans. So working with country governments to develop their energy transition plans with focuses on 5 verticals, including oil and gas, power, clean cooking, industry, and transportation towards achieving carbon neutrality. So we've already started working with, we've already developed the plan, the energy transition plan for Nigeria. We're working with Ghana, we're working with Barbados, Kenya, to name a few, and we're still in constant communications and discussions with other countries who are really taking those bold steps towards achieving net zero as agreed upon during COP27. And then we also have a clean cooking initiative. So ensuring that we contribute towards the development of a thriving global market for clean and efficient cook stoves, again, to improve the general health of mainly women who happen to be cooking in Africa, using oftentimes wood and other unhealthy sources of energy. So supporting with e-cooking, for example, in order to drive down the emissions that are contributed as a result of or non-clean cooking devices. And then finally, our renewable energy manufacturing initiative. I'm not going to mention all of them, but a few of them, the renewable energy manufacturing initiative, where we're actually supporting countries in building renewable energy manufacturing plants within those countries in order to support, well, to grow jobs, to make jobs available, as well as to improve upon the supply chain of renewable energy components or products or equipment in order to significantly scale up the development of solar home systems, or whether it's mini grids within these countries that require access to reliable power supply. So that concludes my very short presentation. Unfortunately, I was given just 10 minutes. I'd have loved to go into more.
That's fine. That's fine. Right. Thank you so much, Anita. Thank you.
No problem.
So I'm going to ask you a few questions. We just have 5 more minutes before this this session is over, and I'm going to utilize this 5 minutes because I've been looking for you, right? And I see everything you guys are doing at the Universal Energy Facility.
Yeah.
Very commendable, I must say. Understanding the transition we have to make from using fossil fuel into using renewable energies to sustain the environment that we all must protect. In the Universal Energy Facility, right? What are you doing to bridge the gap of accessibility of implementing renewable energy projects in sub-Saharan Africa? What are the challenges you guys are having, and what is the long-term impact for sustainability?
Okay, very good question. I mean, everybody probably knows all of the challenges by now. There are always so many of these conferences in which these issues are shared. The common issue is obviously access to finance. It's estimated that about 600 million people in Africa don't have access to a reliable power supply, and the World Bank has estimated that you need about between 6.6 to 11 billion US dollars in order to bridge this energy access gap, utilizing renewable energy technology. Now, the challenge here is that most countries in Africa are not really deemed as being attractive enough to invest in terms of viability issues. Whether these people are willing and actually able to pay for power supply should such technology be deployed to these communities. And so what the UEF is doing to sort of address that issue is to provide grant subsidies that should ultimately attract private sector companies, because it also de-risks these businesses as well, knowing that there are grant subsidies that they can blend with either the equity or the debt that they're investing in these projects. It also assures them of a good portion of their money being returned back to them within the shortest time frame. So for example, we pay roughly about 60% of the cost of a connection, so like $592 per connection. So if they know that they're going to get a good 60% of the cost of the capital expenditure within 12 months of delivering these projects, it definitely reduces that viability gap and makes it a lot more attractive. So that's the very essence of providing these grant subsidies. In addition, it doesn't just help the private sector companies build out these mini grids. It doesn't just make it more viable, but it also works towards making these projects more affordable for the end users. That's also another challenge with renewable energy projects in Africa, the affordability of them. Can these people actually pay? So when we're providing these grant subsidies, the hope is that ultimately it should drive down the cost of the tariff, drive down the cost to the end user to make it more affordable. I don't know if I still have time to talk about other challenges.
Okay, two more minutes. So we're just going to stay on this accessibility, sustainability, and of these projects. Now I hear you say subsidy, okay? And if you're in Nigeria, I'm sure you know subsidy has become a word on everybody's mouth. Considering the removal of subsidy by the present administration, fuel subsidy, that is. Now, the challenge with the fuel subsidy, like we all know, especially players in the industry, is that the subsidy, as it is a good scheme, right? But the implementation of it is what the real issues are. Now, are we going to see the same kind of situation where the subsidy is not as implemented as it should be, and for the benefit of the end users, which, for example, are the people who are supposed to be having, access to clean energy and all of that? So, is there a well thought out plan to manage the subsidy on renewable energy, our power projects for the end users?
First of all, it's important to mention that the objective is not to have subsidies forever. We're hoping that the market should mature to the point where these projects ordinarily without subsidies are viable, and the end users should be able to get to the point where they can afford to pay for this power, because that productive use element should hopefully be a part of these businesses that are being, or these mini grid projects that are being developed within these communities. That's really the ultimate goal. But with that being said, power that's typically generated from your usual sources of power in most African countries still being subsidized, and they're regularly being subsidized. Whereas under the Universal Energy Facility, the subsidy that's being provided is just for the capital expenditure, just for a portion of the capital expenditure. It's not an ongoing subsidy. It doesn't provide subsidy for operations and maintenance and so on. It's literally just for the initial capital investment. Yeah, so just to make that point. I don't know if there was there another part to the question?
Yeah, so how do you so example, we have the rollout for the equipment and you subsidize it initially. How do you ensure that subsidization is well implemented? Absolutely.
Yeah. So first of all, we adopt a results-based financing approach. So we only provide subsidies upon actual tangible results, right? Initially, the Universal Energy Facility only provided these subsidy payouts after 30 days of supply of power from those mini grids to the households, right? To ensure that not only were those projects built, but they're actually fit for purpose as well. And then we also look at the modeling structure in terms of the tariff, the calculation, to ensure that the cost has been impacted as a result of the subsidy that's being provided. However, we've recently amended this payment structure to allow for earlier milestone payments. So we make a payment of 40% of, let's say, the 60% at the point of major equipment arriving at site, and then another 40% at the point of the commissioning of these mini grids, and then the balance of 20% after 30 days, because we still want to be sure that these projects are actually, fit for purpose. So, yeah.
All right. I'm gonna butt in here, Anita. I am so sorry. I know there's so much to unpack here. There's so much to unpack. So much. So we're going to have subsequent, symposiums like this and forums like this for us to sort of because the whole idea is to put out the advocacy there. The whole idea is to make sure that power gets to the layman. To make sure that if there's a subsidy, it is properly implemented. And of course, like we all know, subsidies don't last forever, because that's not the goal. But we're going to pause here. This is a pause, not a full stop. All right, Anita. So we would have other opportunities to have conversations with you and everything you're doing in the energy transition sector. Thank you so much, Anita.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. I also want to thank the other previous speakers for the educative symposium, and happy World Environment Day. And I pray that everybody understands that what we're trying to do is advocate for clean energy, zero net emission, and we look forward to more conversations like this. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello. Hi, Peter. Can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much for joining us. So if you can just please go ahead with your presentation, that would be lovely. Thank you so much.
Okay, so let me share my screen quickly. And I have been told that I don't have much time, so I'll try to quickly introduce my topic and uh, have some kind of discussion. So I was quite lucky to hear the previous two presentations, and they were very enriching. But I want to talk about something slightly different. I want to talk about individual behavior at a disaggregated level and how we then go up, in the sense how we then estimate kind of behavior on a larger macro scale. So this is what the structure of the presentation is, but I don't have much time. But I have shared this presentation with the organizers, and this is the paper based on which this presentation has been made. So if anybody is interested, they can go through the paper in detail, but I'll just quickly introduce my work. So the basic idea behind this work was to really uh, quantify the trade-off between environmental sustainability and equity. And these two things often seem to be uh, colliding with each other. But when we were doing our research, especially for the context of a city from the global south, we didn't see a lot of empirical evidence really quantifying this important trade-off. So by environmental sustainability, what we basically mean is having a transportation system which contributes to reducing the overall carbon dioxide emissions of the system. As this is well established that road transport contributes to nearly 1/4 of the total CO2 emissions, and a larger part of that comes from the private vehicles that we use. So reducing these emissions can only be the goal of reducing can only be achieved if we can motivate people to shift from private vehicles to other sustainable transport modes. And if we see the distribution mode wise, if we talk about long distance trips, of course, flight has the highest per passenger kilometer value. But if we just compare between, say, modes used for intercity travel, so cars have the highest rate. So it's very important to understand who are the people who use car and what makes them use car. And we have a lot of evidence from the developed world or the global north, where we know that car is also an important mode for accessibility. It helps them reach certain places. But for the developing countries and for global south, the use of car is also dependent on various attitudinal factors. It is kind of a symbol of status, and it having a car or owning a car makes them feel that they are doing very well in their life. So how can we really shift the users from these private vehicles to public transit? So there are various ways, and I kind of focus on all these different methods. But today I would like to talk about a way where we make the public transit or the other sustainable modes of transport as attractive for them as car was, so that they themselves choose public transit. And the key to do that is to really make these transit systems more attractive to them. And for just like defining what we mean by equity in our research, it means that suppose we are building a new system, a new transport system like a metro system. So it will have some benefits. So benefits could be in terms of reduced travel time or in terms of how many more opportunities are accessible to you. Are these opportunities equally distributed among all the sections of the society? And that is what we mean by equity. And in this research, what we try to do is basically quantify the trade-off between the two. So what I really want to talk about here is that how rich people who are traditionally car owners and captive users who are traditionally public transit users, how they look at public transit. So for car users, the one of the most important things that makes them go away from public transit is the level of comfort. So they value crowding more than, say, somebody who is from a lower income group. So for example, people who are slightly rich, they might not mind paying a higher price for ticket if they get a relatively less crowded train where they could sit comfortably. So it's about making that public transit attractive for them, and maybe then we can make them shift from, say, their private vehicles to the public transit. And this trade-off between environmental sustainability, that is reduction of car use, and improvement of equity. So now if we have to make, say, a public transit system more attractive for rich people who are traditionally car users, we might have to increase the price of the public transit system. And that increase of ticket price would make the public transit system less accessible to a large population. So it is becoming less equitable. So there is a clear trade-off that we try to quantify in this research and try to give a framework to policymakers to kind of prioritize what is important for their particular city or region. So again, I will not go through all the things because we don't have much time, but I'll just briefly explain what we did. And of course, like I've shared the presentation and the slides, anybody is free to go through it. What we basically measure is the sensitivity towards crowding of different income groups through a stated preference survey. We interviewed people from Dhaka, Bangladesh, and we asked them about their preference. And we kind of tried to capture through econometric models how they value crowding. And based on their value of crowding, we then estimated equilibrium passenger flow for different income groups, and then like estimated different levels of revenue for the public transit system and the total social welfare of the region. So this is just the region. The MRT, the metro system, has just recently started in Dhaka. So we did a survey of people who lived in a relatively richer neighborhood in Dhaka and who traveled to the CBD. And we showed them the show cards and then tried to measure their sensitivity towards crowding. And this is just the distribution. So this is, you can see the present mode of transit. 3/4 of the people whom we surveyed used bus, but when we asked them whether they would shift to, say, the new MRT. So nearly 42% were willing to shift. And then, of course, then we looked at what factors contributed to this mode choice. And then this is just the econometric framework where we basically model their utility based on different independent variables, and crowding is one of the major variables we are interested in. So I will not go into much detail. Rather, I'll just show this important graph where we could see that how different income groups vary crowding. And when they vary crowding differently, it means that the level of crowding in the public transit system would also impact the choice of that public transit mode. So what we did is that we kind of did some scenario analysis where we changed the fare and the capacity of the system, and then we estimated equilibrium flow, as in the flow where so the utility itself is a function of the flow, because higher the crowding, lesser would be their utility. And we then, in an iterative process, we reached to an equilibrium where we could say, okay, this is the equilibrium value which we want to estimate for each income group. And since I don't have much time, I'll just quickly share the final results. So what we observed is that for the high income group, the peak of the flow was not for very low fares, but for a fare which was around 150 Bangladesh taka, which is, I think it roughly translates to around 1.5 US dollars. I'm not exactly sure. But for low and middle income group, the higher flows were observed for very low fares. Like if it was free, they would have the highest fare. It is very clearly understandable. But if you see the total consumer surplus, it was also higher for lower fares, as in, so consumer surplus is basically the difference between how much they are willing to pay and the actual cost of the ticket. So if you see, the total consumer surplus of the population was the highest for lowest fare, but you could see some bump in between, because this is the ticket price which was most suitable for the high income group. And this is the distribution of the revenue. You could see the revenue peaks when the ticket price is around 200 Bangladesh taka. So again, we varied the price for the different income groups. We don't know how we could do that, but there are different mechanisms that could be employed. For example, they could have different coaches for different income groups and stuff like that. So different fares for each income group. And then we again compared the different flows. What we observed is that the price that produces the highest flow for the lower income group, meaning the most equitable price, is actually not so environmentally sustainable, because it produces a very high value for car flow. But the price which produces low or relatively lower values of car flow, which is the scenario with the higher or the highest level of environmental sustainability, is not really equitable. So based on that, what we could really put forward is this mathematical or econometric way, a set of steps to really quantify this trade-off. And now it's upon the policymakers to really take the call. Okay, for our region, we want to give priority to, say, equity. So we prioritize price of the ticket and make our public transit really accessible for everybody. But that comes at the cost of typically car users who are rich not using the system because it will be extremely crowded. Or if the government wants to prioritize environmental sustainability, they have two modes of transport. So they make the MRT bit costly and try to keep it for the higher income group, and the revenue generated from that, they can then cross-subsidize the bus system, which they can make really equitable and accessible for all income groups. So this is kind of the work that we did, and these are some of the key takeaways. And again, like I kind of touched upon most of the things. And of course, the study has its own limitations. We ignored road congestion because modeling road congestion is quite complex. So we assumed that for all scenarios, the road congestion was constant. we even assumed the crowding in other modes, such as bus, to be constant, and there were certain factors which we could not capture. So these are the limitations of the study, and which must be accounted for if we want to kind of replicate this study for a real city or like for real preference data. So that's it from me. And sorry, I had to really rush to the presentation, but if you have any questions or interest in my work, you can freely write to me and I'll be happy to discuss. So I'll stop sharing. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Varun, for your time and for the wonderful presentation. So if we're going to have questions, we'll connect you with the audience to send you emails, just because we're running out of time.
Yeah, that will be great. Yeah. Yeah,
Perfect.
that will be
Thank
nice.
you so much. Yeah. All right. So our next speaker is Miriam Lawani, and I'm just going to read a biography for her. Miriam is the founder and the CEO of Green New Recycling. She's an educator turned waste manager. She's a certified social sector manager from the prestigious Pan Atlantic University and a proud alumnus of the Cherry Blair Foundation for Women. She started Green Eel Recycling from the garage of her house and now has over 5,000 registered households who have adopted the recycling model. In conversation with Adenike Bade, Mariam gave more insights about social enterprise and how she's winning the quest for a cleaner and climate-friendly environment. Mariam works every day to ensure that our children and our generation live a more sustainable, healthier, and cleaner planet. So the case studies are a little bit different from what we've been listening to so far. So far, we've been listening to a lot of academic people talk about different things that they do. But in terms of case studies, there are no questions. We just want to listen to some of the innovative things that people doing hands-on. So the floor is for Miriam to tell us what she's doing with our startup. So Miriam, you're up next. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me good. Apologies for my background. It's been a very eventful day. It's been a very, very eventful day. Having events from one part of the world on the field to the other. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. Adenike, thank you for having me. Do I share from my end or you're going to share? Hello? I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very perfectly. So if you want to share your screen, your presentation, that would be nice.
Okay. All right, no problem. I'll do just that. So this afternoon, I'll be talking about the power of waste. Like Adenike rightly said, we've been looking at the academic side of things and want to switch it up a bit to look at the practical use of waste, how waste can actually be a resource and how waste can actually address issues across different sectors in our economy, whether it be around education, environmental, or even socio-economic sector of our economy. Here in Lagos, Nigeria, the stats are, okay, so the slide is coming up now. The stats are glaring. We generate about 9 tons of plastic waste every day, just in, Lagos alone, right? And we know how this volume continues to grow, continues to increase. on a daily and what the threat is to both human life and aquatic life. As a state, there are certain things that are already in place, and what people try to do, different sector players, the government, private sector players, like Green Hill Recycling. And that's what I'll be sharing with us today. What are some of the things that we've put in place to beat plastic pollution? For us, beating plastic pollution is not just something that happens once in a year, like the focus of the theme for World Environment Day is today. For us, every day we beat plastic pollution. We want to see how we can reduce poverty, reduce unemployment, and address climate change challenges using plastics as a resource. At Green Hill Recycling, we say that plastic is a currency, and I will prove to you how that is. So here I present to you Cecilia. We call her Iya Miracle. If you're from the part of the world in Lagos, Nigeria, where we operate, Iya means mother. So she's addressed by the name of her daughter, Miracle. Iya Miracle started collecting plastics early last year. And when she started, she was only able to do a few kilograms. For her, then it was just something she wanted to test or, try out. As she heard that, she could be incentivized for collecting plastics. But today, I dare say that Iya Miracle, who is a 39-year-old widow and mother of 3, used to be a petty trader, but now, that trade was no longer sustainable because of the increasing rate of inflation here in Nigeria. Today, Iya Miracle collects over 250 kilograms, of plastics in one supply. And she earns an average of 180,000 naira every year. That's about $360, right? Which is almost 6 times the minimum wage in Nigeria from collecting plastics. So if we look at Iya Miracle as a case study, would we not say that indeed waste is powerful? I mean, if waste wasn't powerful, if it wasn't a big deal, if plastic waste wasn't a big deal, we wouldn't be all seated here across different walks of life to discuss, different solutions to this problem, right? So over the years since 2016, we've been able to create an opportunity for many people like Iya Miracle, who can then leverage our platform to address different issues in their lives, whether it's around their health, accessing healthcare using plastics, or whether it's, sending their children to school using revenue generated from collecting and trading plastics, or being able to meet the basic needs, providing food, groceries, and what they generally need to basically survive every day from trading and collecting plastics. And not just the likes of Iya Miracle. We've also been able to impact, other learned people using technology. We're able to reach out to many more types of people who may not necessarily fall in that category of Iya Miracle. Those you might describe as maybe not too literate, not very predisposed to a lot of amenities, or not fitting a certain social status. But across board, whether in organized estates, in schools, amongst other businesses, we've been able to, using waste, which is a resource, to address some of these, these use waste as a resource to address some of these needs. So far, we've been able to impact, especially within the female gender. This only focuses on the female gender. This impact actually only captures the female gender. Recently, we were able to impact over 43 women, from organizing a wellness and welfare session. So for us, apart from being on the field to actually, sensitize, recover, and recycle these plastics, we also accompany it with a lot of education, and we also come up with different impact activities that directly address other needs of people. So things around their wellness, their welfare, boldness, public speaking, all of among students, things around their health, all of these areas, we try to address them using plastics. We are very proud, particularly proud about the impacts around the 122 women whose earnings have increased from less than $3 to above $7 daily, like I mentioned earlier, just from trading plastics. Within the social, our social impact also cuts across, job creation, education, health, and as a result of our work, we've been able to garner a lot of partnerships, both global and national. Of course, today we collect and recycle an average of 100 tons of plastics every month, and we've been able to divert over 100,000 tons of plastics from ending, as marine litter into recycling value chains, and of course achieve behavior change in over 5,000 people. So we're very excited about the journey so far, and we invite everyone to come along with us to be able to create more change, every single day, not just on World Environment Day. Would like everyone else to, I'm sure, come away from this meeting understanding that their waste is a resource and they can use it to impact lives, right? So at Green Hill Recycling, we don't just beat plastic pollution only on, June the 5th annually, but we beat plastic pollution every single day. And we're very excited and extremely proud about that. And we invite you to join us in your individual lives and within your sphere of influence to do the same. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take questions. That's our website. You can reach us on the website. That's our email. You want to ask further questions, you want to engage further. We're happy, very happy to engage further. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mariam. Wonderful presentation. We have one question from the audience. The person said, I was wondering if you could extend your tentacles for plastic collection to other southwestern states in Nigeria, like Ondo State.
Absolutely. So we actually started building a factory, which will be able to recycle over 900 tons of plastics in a month in Ogun State. Well, not in Ondo State yet, but in Ogun State. We started our project early this year, and we're hopeful that before the end of the year, we would wrap up that project and see how we can create more jobs, more opportunities for people, not just in Lagos State, but across the southwestern states of Nigeria, like you've said. Thank you so much for that question.
Thank you very much. We'd love to engage you more, but we're kind of running behind schedule today. So just to, one of the comments from the comments was a great presentation, Mariam. It was exciting seeing the impact. Emmanuel Joseph's excellent presentation. And yeah, fabulous presentation. Thank you very much, and we hope to keep engaging.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Have a good day and happy World Environment Day.
Happy World Environment. Thank you.
Hello, Peter. Can you hear us? So we cannot hear you. Can't hear your mic. Since something is we can't hear you very well. But I have your presentation up, but it seems I cannot hear what you're saying. Hello. Do you want to log in and log out again? We cannot hear you. I know that. Hello, Oliver. How you doing?
Good, thanks, Adenike, and yourself. Happy World Environment Day.
Happy World Environment Day. So the purpose of the session is to have we've been talking to a lot of academia, so we've had a lot of moderators moderating the session. However, this is more of a freestyle, a freelancer, or you just talk about what you do in the industry. So not much of a moderation, but just to showcase what the organization is doing with ocean plastic technology. So
Absolutely. Can I share my presentation?
Don't know if you have any slides that you would like to share, or you just want to talk about what you do as an organization.
We have a slideshow for you and a small video clip. Hopefully that'll be of interest to people.
All right. Perfect.
So, just a quick introduction. So I'm one of the founders of Ocean Plastic Technologies. We're a recycling enabler. We actually work with awesome people like Miriam, who was before me, where we try and help drive as much as the value proposition around plastic recycling back down the value chain into communities, and to allow those communities to obviously make as much money out of recycling plastic as possible. And to do that, we've developed various technologies. Obviously, the problem with recycling is it's becoming bulky, it's becoming cumbersome, and what we've tried to do with the tech that we've developed is to actually focus on how can we recycle the plastic and solve the solution locally, as well as upcycle it to a higher value, and then to create a better logistical solution to actually move that plastic to a place where it can then be properly recycled as part of a circular economy. I'll show you a quick shot here of one of our teams working. So we work in rural and peri-urban communities. We do a lot of work around engaging communities around plastic waste, encouraging the communities around collecting that plastic and monetizing that plastic. And then our job really is two sides of the coin. One, we come as an enabler with the technology to help these really well-organized and motivated communities recycle their plastic more efficiently. And then we come at the other end of the equation, where we've been very fortunate to actually have some nice uptake agreements that allow us to monetize that plastic at the highest possible value possible to push back down the value chain to the communities and ladies that we work with. Ocean Plastic Technology is a company based on the principle of giving back to society. So we are a corporation or a social enterprise. We are corporate to be sustainable, but we have a bigger goal. Judging plastic and we've applied that to all the sectors of our business. Our agenda was to actually monetize the trash in the community, to give it a value so that you're creating a new zero waste economy. We're talking about potentially 5 to 10 grams of billboards collecting plastic. Each of those billboards is usually over 4 or 5 people. And then obviously we've got what we call our direct clients, which is people bringing bags of plastic into the container, weighing it, and paying small amounts of money, which are generally sort of single digits, which they're using as a way to supplement their income. So we designed our micro recycling plant, which is basically a 40-foot container that can be picked up and moved to any location. And what they do is they actually take the plastics in, they clean it, they wash it, they separate it, they granulate it, flake it, and they sell it back to us as a pre-qualified product. So we know it's blue, we know it's separated by product type, and we know it's separated by color. They are autonomous standalone businesses. They're designed to basically cover their own costs and generate profit within that business module run by those independently owned and operated entrepreneurs, and to complement our supply chain. Our micro-recycling plants create 2 to 3 direct jobs, which are your own operated. And then generally we see potentially up to 4 or 5 people working actually at the micro-recycling plant on a sort of day-to-day basis. The benefit of our micro-recycling plants over your larger recycling facilities or MRFs or MRFs as they're called is, one, they are portable. So the objective behind them from the get-go was to have them being able to be positioned at the source of a problem or at the center of a community. Secondly, they part or fully process the materials on site, which again benefits the community financially, but it also allows us to create a more superior weight volume metric. That gives us a very reliable stock feed to then turn into new products and to actually feed back into a circular economy and a reverse supply chain. How many tons have we recovered from post-consumer and post-commercial users, and how much of that has actually been turned into long-life products or being reverse supplied back into the supply chain, so we're not actually consuming new resources or new virgin plastics. Our end game is to try and establish a global network of micro-recycling plants that have as much impact or more impact on the circular plastic economy as the mechanical plants do, to empower as many communities as we can, and more importantly, to actually be true to our cause, which is measuring our impact in terms of how many tons of plastic have we taken out of the environment. It's how could we find suitable technologies to actually take those plastics and either reprocess them into long-life products or to turn them into a product that's usable back into the supply chain. And that's where we want to be judged. We want to be judged on the educational impact we have on the back of that, so that we change the world we live in. If we can create that network and that legacy, we'll have achieved what we want to do. So hopefully that gives you a quick overview. Sorry, I thought a video would be better than a lot of words. And really that hopefully will show you how we try and fit into the circular plastic economy in terms of we use our micro-recycling pods to benefit local communities, to allow them to upcycle the plastics locally and to sell them for a higher value. Obviously key to that is we create jobs. We try and use a very strong data-driven track and trace process that we've developed alongside our processing plants. And we've also basically focused on power consumption and power usage, where we now have 3 different versions of our micro-recycling pods, and those pods can be used to suit the level of stock feed available. So, obviously in rural communities where you don't have a lot of plastics, you have a smaller unit, versus where in urban locations we have pods that can process up to 1 ton plus of material a day. And also we work on various types of power. So we can work off-grid using solar and single phase power supplies, or we can use 3-phase and generators, really to try make it as fit for purpose as possible and to try and create a truly circular plastic economy. Just to give you a quick overview of how we work. So obviously you've seen a lot of these diagrams today, so I won't go into it too much, but basically we place the pods in communities so that the communities are in the neighborhoods are able to process the plastic locally and basically then clean it, shred it, densify it, and sell it back to the market at a more competitive price point. Here's a bit of an impact overview. Generally, depending, it doesn't really matter if it's a Gen 1, 2, or 3 of our pods. We create between 1 and 6 direct jobs. The pods are actually not owned and operated by ourselves. They're owned and operated in conjunction with other networks. So we would work with people, for example, like my previous speaker, Miriam from Greenhill. She would look at placing these in communities. The communities would then own and operate them and have the benefit of the profit from them. Our job is to enable the technology and then obviously for the uptake agreement. But hopefully this gives you an idea of potentially the impact one of our pods has in a circular plastic environment. In terms of some key features, obviously we're on Gen 3 of our plant. So Gen 1 allows us to process 25 to 50 kgs an hour of material. Gen 2 is 50 to 75 kgs an hour, and Gen 3 allows us to process up to 200 kilos an hour. So it's quite a efficient recycler. They all fit into 20-foot containers, so they've got a very low footprint, and they all can run on various power supply options. We try and process all types of plastic, so the system is self-purging, so you can run PET and then you can move to another type of plastic like a polypropylene or HD. It's also an automated process now where we've tried to make the operator process as simple and as seamless as possible, where literally you're adding bottles one side and you're getting flaked and granulated PETs the other side that's cleaned. And obviously, again, what's quite key to that is we leverage a lot of IoT4, and we have remote management software where we can actually dial in and see what's happening with the plants, as well as see what the stock feed material levels are like, and monitor our track and trace technology. This is just a quick, complicated slide, but overview. We've got two technologies we've developed on the back of our pods. So one is the track and trace. We track and trace by location and by product processed. So we get quite a nice rich data harvest of what actually comes into the pods and then what actually goes out of the pods back into the manufacturing supply chain. And also we have a QR coding system that we use to actually track and trace materials that are then made into new products, so that companies and individuals and consumers can actually see where that material's gone and how it's been recycled. We think that's quite important in terms of partnerships, and we also think it's very important in terms of being accountable. In sort of summation, our key focus really and the whole objective of our micro recycling pods is really about enterprise development, social upliftment, and supplier development. We're trying to create a new wealth within the recycling community by allowing communities to actually upcycle the product as much as possible, and obviously create as much wealth back down the value chain. So, for example, in South African terms, we instead of people buying, PET for R2.50, R3 a kilo, it actually gets processed through our pods, and we buy that material from our pods for anything from R9 to R10 a kilo. So suddenly you have a lot more money going back into communities, and that helps fix things. And then just to give you an overview, I've explained the three versions we have, obviously, and then just some of our key goals that we're trying to achieve in terms of sustainability. We're very pro gender equality. We're very much focused on women and youth. Obviously very, very committed to the circular plastic economics of it all. And what we're finding now through impact, that we're seeing in the field is it's actually quite nice to see that we're starting to impact biodiversity, water quality levels within river systems around our pods, and that type of thing. Obviously, in terms of the business model, it's a turnkey, self-sustaining business model. It's designed to be environmentally sustainable as well as economically sustainable. And hopefully through sharing with platforms such as this, we'll share our messaging and hopefully engage further with people around how we can continue the conversation. But thank you for the time, and thanks, Adenike.
Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation. We have a question from the audience. The question is, let me put it up. Plastic recycling seems expensive due to the cost of plants. Is there a way to go about it? Is there a way to reduce the cost?
Yeah, so obviously the equipment is expensive. There's no denying it, I'm afraid. The way we've dealt with this to date is we treat ourselves as plastic farms. So when we talk to the big FMCG companies, we say to them, you know what, if you invest in a plastic farm, you can have the uptake agreement of the plastic recycled from that farm. So in other words, they have first right of refusal to buy that material. Or a lot of the big companies that we're fortunate enough to deal with are trying to comply with the Extended Producer Responsibility Acts in their different countries. And the focus and social pressure on that is increasing, and that's helping. So that becomes a very good way to fund the plants. We've also just finished our first 3-year cycle with 2 plants here, which have been commercially financed through banks, where they've actually successfully run the businesses as separate entities, serviced the loan to purchase the equipment, and paid it off and are now in a position to continue growing their business.
Thank you so much for the wonderful session. Looking forward to collaborating with you.
Great. Thanks so much, Adenike. Appreciate the opportunity.
Greetings, everyone out there. Hello. My name is Jason McSparron, and I am the Vice President of Research and Grant Writing at the Green Institute. Welcome to the World Environment Day 2023, in which we are looking to talk about beating plastic pollution. This is session 4, and we are going to be talking about the economics of the issue today with 3 really fantastic guests. We have Professor Ian Thompson, Professor Phiobe Koundouri, and entrepreneur, Mr. Chenyo Idechaba Obaro. Let me tell you a little bit about Professor Thompson. Ian Thompson is the director of the Center for Responsible Business at the University of Birmingham. He is also the convener of the Center for Social and Environmental Accounting Research. Professor Thompson is also part of the Birmingham Plastics Network, which is very pertinent to us today, an interdisciplinary team of more than 40 academics working together to shape the fate and create a sustainable future for plastics in our natural environment. Professor Phiobe Koundouri is the director of the Research Laboratory on Socioeconomic and Environmental Sustainability at Athens University of Economics and Business. She is widely recognized as a pioneer of innovative, human-centric, interdisciplinary systems of the sustainable interaction between nature, society, and the economy. She's a very impressive academic. She is listed in the 1% of most cited women economists in the world. And she's included within the official Stanford University list of top 2% of world scientists. Among her accomplishments are 15 published books and more than 500 published peer-reviewed scientific articles, book chapters, research, and policy reports. Our third guest today is an entrepreneur. Mr. Chenyo Idechaba Obaro is the founder of the company Midimeth. Midimeth produces home and personal accessories made from invasive aquatic weeds that flourish in Nigeria's waterways. Describing her business and the business mission, Mr. Chenyo says, "We are all about informing an environmental problem into a beneficial solution. As a social enterprise that exclusively engages people at the bottom of the economic pyramid, we ask, how can we clean the waterways for riverine communities while also empowering them economically?" The format for today begins with a brief presentation by the 2 professors. We'll begin with Ian Thompson, followed by Phiobe Koundouri. And then we're going to start our question and answers with our entrepreneur, Chenyo Idechaba Obaro. And then we'll bring in the 2 professors and ask them some questions as well. Take note that you can also ask questions through the chat. If we have time for those, we'd like to hear from the audience as well. And without any ado, Professor Thompson, are you ready to present?
I am, yes. Thank you. So thank you for this opportunity to share some of my work over the last period on this really critically important sort of like a day, World Environment Day. I'm sorry, I'm just having a little bit of difficulty here. Can you see the slides or not? Yes. Anyway, one of the focus I want to take today, which is perhaps a little bit unusual, is to look at this kind of the classic case of the accountant saying no. And that often in sustainability, particularly kind of issues to do with plastic and other things, we often like to think that we've got evidence-based decision making. Our research to date suggests that we don't have evidence-based decision making. Often we have ignorance-based decision making, and that the real kind of like critical part of this of part of the whole chain of events that needs to go through to make sustainable change to systemic problems, for example, like plastic, is that it has to go through certain obligatory kind of like passage points. And one of them is actually confronting the accountant. Because how do we really know if a business, a product, a project, an idea, or a policy is truly sustainable? Or if that solution will contribute positively without damaging the integrity or resilience of other socio-ecological systems? Do we know how or why businesses make decisions that actually damage themselves and their planet? I mean, there's very little doubt that conventional accounting methods and values have helped create our unsustainable world. But like a question which I've been working to is it possible to create accounting methods and models that are aligned with sustainable transformation? Now, agreed, accounting is not the most inspiring topic associated with saving ourselves or the planet or addressing the problem we have with plastic. This underplays a remarkable power that accounting has in its position as a major barrier to be overcome. Most sustainable projects and proposals and technologies fail to navigate through the conventional accounting black box, and also the sort of like the environmental variants of it, largely because the full costs of unsustainable practices are significantly underestimated, and the benefits of sustainable practices are also significantly underestimated. I mean, it has been argued that we should integrate life cycle greenhouse gas emissions alongside any other kind of economic cost benefit. And while this is an important step in the right direction, it's just a start, because any solution to our unsustainability needs to be evaluated against all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. My argument, which I'm going to hopefully demonstrate, is unless we eliminate the biases in how we evaluate the sustainability of things, authentic sustainable projects will remain as possibilities and will continue to incentivize unsustainable practices, implement solutions that make things worse, and avoid holding our leaders accountable for their impact on critical socio-ecological systems. Now, I mentioned that one of the things that we wanted to look at was this idea of different frameworks. This is a life cycle greenhouse gas accounting. Very difficult to argue this is how we should be doing it. If we look at things from the conventional net zero black box, what we find is we have a partial, very partial, limited view of what happens. And rather than when somebody, a business or anyone's looking at a particular solution, rather than looking at this form of kind of resolution, this stuff here, they only see this. This means that any costs, any benefits that fall outside this lens in this black box will not be taken into account into any decision making. And in particular importance that when we look at things like sustainable plastics, what we find is things like biodegradable plastics. When we run it through the conventional accounting box, the answer is no. Changing raw material sources and feedstock, the conventional accounting black box says no. When we look at recycling plastics, again, conventional accounting black box is no. And when we look at circular economy plastics, the answer is often no. Simply because the black box that's actually created was created for a different purpose, and it actually does not take into account environmental, social, or economic factors. And most people don't look inside the black box and don't understand why things are no. Sometimes they trust it, sometimes they hate it, sometimes they're just totally puzzled by it. So what we need to do is to open up this black box and start to look at life cycle things and look at where the impact of these different decisions are and understand maybe why it's not there. When we look at biodegradable plastics, particularly what we find is we're just looking at one part of the life cycle analysis where we've got some benefit, but we've also got some other costs. But most of the rest of the supply chain, value chain remains the same. So when we're looking at one thing, we're also not looking at another. When we look at biodegradable plastics, it's not always good because it can often impact on natural systems. When we look at changing raw materials, typically what we find is we're just looking at the other end of the value cycle. And we kind of tend to look at that, but we ignore the consequences all the way across the chain. And what we need to do is to look at the impact across the chain and the consequences of different things. When we look at recycling plastic, again, we can see that there's pluses and there's minuses, there's positives and there's negatives. There's typically more energy, there's more sort of like logistics, but there are some kind of clear benefits. But very seldom do we actually look at this thing in the whole and look at the whole consequences. Circular plastics is one of the ones which often fails the biggest from conventional analysis, and even some straightforward one, because of the range of the different activities and all the consequences, the inputs typically fall outside the main sort of like the main focus of what's actually sort of going on. And so what we can see, unless we have a life cycle approach, unless we look at all of the different aspects and all of the different dimensions of sustainability, it's very difficult to see how you can actually have an evidence base that you can actually work with. One of the things that we like to do is actually to use the Sustainable Development Goals as a very kind of straightforward way of actually evaluating, opening up the black box, and look at the extent to which the black box, the way in which any decision is evaluated, measured, or valued, or costed, actually the extent to which it represents all of the elements of the Sustainable Development Goals. Some of them misleadingly represents relationships inaccurately, is not connected, and is felt not to be important. The problem is when we look at most of the decisions, most of the outcomes, most of the evaluations, what we're actually dealing with is only the one or two relationships that are actually fully measured. The rest of it is basically a zone of ignorance, functional blind spots, and future risk and disruptors that actually goes on. That's why I kind of like making the point that in many cases, unless we explicitly look and redesign how we evaluate things, we're using ignorance-based decision-making rather than evidence-based decision-making. And that somewhat explains why many of the problems that we have solutions to continue to be problems and continue not to be operationalized. If any of you are interested any more, we've developed this into a text here where we explain things in more than 10 minutes. So thank you.
Again, this idea of a life cycle approach, and you talking about unpacking that black box of accounting. This is really interesting research, and again, these are the types of things that corporations, households, we need to start to think about these things, because we have to start to sort through these issues.
Yeah.
So before I'm sorry.
No, absolutely. I was agreeing with you.
Yes. And I really do appreciate the incorporation of the Sustainable Development Goals in accounting, because again, corporations are big players. They can lead in a lot of these issues, and it's really good to see that this research is being done and being published at this point. I'd like to give you a couple of moments to relax as we go on to our next guest. And then we are going to circle back and ask you a few questions about your research, and you can expand a little bit more on that really interesting and pertinent presentation. So at this point, I'd like to introduce everyone to Ms. Chenyo Idechaba Ubaro. She is an entrepreneur from the corporation MIDIMETH. Hello there.
Hi, Jason. Good afternoon and good morning, depending on which
Yes.
part of the world everyone else is.
Yes. In my place, it's the morning, but good afternoon. Hello. Nice to have you here today. And
All right. Thank you very much.
As we had spoken earlier, you did not want to give a presentation. You wanted me to ask you a few questions, and I have some really interesting questions to ask you about your business. Not only are you an entrepreneur, but you're also a problem solver. What a really interesting approach you've taken to social and economic development. Could you tell us a little bit about MIDIMETH, please?
Absolutely. Would be happy to. And first and foremost, just want to say a very big thank you to the Green Institute for this opportunity to share some thoughts, have this conversation with you on this very important day, the World Environment Day. So I look forward to the conversation. Now, before we start, I did have a slide which I had sent, which I would love to be projected in the background. It's just it's a one pager. But like they say, a picture speaks 1,000 words. So I'd like to have that in the background if possible.
Okay, I am going to share my screen and present that. Okay. All right. Can you see my screen at this point?
Not yet.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. I apologize.
No worries at all.
Here we are. I think, yep, here we are. I figured it out, and let me share. There we are.
Okay, fantastic. All right, so we start off with the first question to tell the audience a little bit about Mitimath and what we do. So Mitimath is a social enterprise based in Nigeria. And like Jason pointed out, we are an organization that's focused on solving an environmental and social problem. And we're doing this through enterprise. So we are working with water hyacinth, which is an invasive aquatic weed that is very prevalent, not just in Nigeria, but several countries across the globe. And if you see in the upper left-hand corner of this slide, it's a map of the globe. And this map is essentially highlighting countries where there's a presence of water hyacinth, and it was actually published by the United Nations Environment Program. So the sections that you see in yellow are actually the water hyacinth infested countries. And you would see that, Africa has quite a huge presence of this weed, despite the weed not being native to the African continent. And you'll see other parts of the world, North America, Southeast Asia, Asia Pac also having this problem of water hyacinth. So we have a global problem on our hands, and Nigeria was no exception to this. And essentially, what I'm doing at Mitimath is looking at how we can valorize water hyacinth and create economic opportunities for communities that are adversely affected by the presence of this invasive weed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really, it's a really interesting topic and idea. So one of the aspects of your work is to train communities to harvest and weave these water hyscinths. That's crucial to Mitimath's work. Can you tell us a little bit about how you recruit people and how you get inform people of this issue and bring them into the fold of this really interesting enterprise?
Absolutely. So, as mentioned previously, it's prevalent in Nigeria, and the genesis of the work actually started using data. And a report had been published in Nigeria highlighting the fact that 26 out of the 36 states of the Federation had this problem with water hyacinth infestation. We actually have about 4 invasive aquatic weeds, but water hyacinth was the most prevalent of the lot. So in looking for a solution to this problem, which would essentially, incentivize communities to actually want to harvest the water hyacinth and then also provide them with alternate livelihoods, I had to come up with a practical solution that would, that they'll be excited about. It wasn't just enough for me to be excited about, possible applications of it, but the communities also had to be very interested in this. So in looking at the
doing research and looking at, what the opportunities were, I zeroed in on the creative aspect of it, simply because I felt if people could actually see what they were doing and be able to express their own creativity through that process, they will be more likely, there will be that tendency for them to want to latch onto it and probably continue the exploration or exploitation or transformation of this invasive aquatic weed. So I zeroed in on the creative industries, actually looking at how we could weave the plant into home decor, lifestyle products, not necessarily for the communities per se to purchase, but to make it for niche markets, the higher income segments of society. Now, how do we go about recruiting and engaging these communities? Actually, through partnerships. And I think it's key to highlight the fact that what we're doing ties into several of the Sustainable Development Goals, one of which is SDG 17, looking at these global strategic partnerships for the goals. So we partner with both the public and private sector, so organizations within these two spheres, looking at organizations that have a keen interest in seeing community development happen in the riparian communities, because the riparian communities and riverine communities are the ones that are adversely affected by the presence of this weed. And what we do is we go into these partnerships whereby these organizations underwrite the workshops that are carried out in these communities. So it's not the beneficiaries that have to pay for it, but the organizations actually underwrite the workshops taking place. So the beneficiaries, all they need to do is show up and engage in this transformative process during the workshops. So we've looked at it both ways, both public and private, and we've been very fortunate to have had some good successes on that front. And what we do is we just go into the communities, sensitize them to the beneficial uses of the weed, which in 100% of the cases, it's like an eye-opener, because they've had this problem for several decades and never realized that there could be some beneficial use to this renewable resource that they have in abundance within their communities. So that's how it starts. It starts with the workshops, and we impart skills on how to harvest, how to dry, and then we now engage in the weaving process.
Yeah, really interesting enterprise. It makes me wonder, is this the genesis of this idea? Was it yours and your team's idea to use the hyacinths, as a yarn or a thread to weave it into these products? Or is this something that was, a traditional practice? I'm kind of curious where the generation or the beginning of the idea for creating products.
All right. From a Nigerian perspective, it was novel. So this was not something that had been done before. So the artisan economy that we have established was actually established from ground zero. Now, it's not that there weren't weaving practices. We do have traditional weaving practices in Nigeria, but the focus has been on other types of fibers. So we do weave textiles, but we typically weave our textiles using either cotton or polyester threads. And then if we're going to be weaving, decor or lifestyle products for the home, it's either we're using raffia or dome palm. So the introduction of water hyacinth was novel within the Nigerian context. Now, in other parts of the world that have, a head start, like parts of Southeast Asia and Asia, yes, this was being done, and in fact, in parts of East Africa. But on the West Coast here, this was novel.
Oh, interesting. Really great. So, Chinua, I think that this is a really good introduction to your enterprise. It's really great to see how you're addressing SDG 17, building public-private partnerships. You are trying to uplift local communities by giving them a new business model and an opportunity to express themselves creatively. I think it's really fantastic. At this point, what I'd like to do
very much.
Yes, thank you. What I'd like to do is I'd like to bring in our third speaker, Professor Phoebe Kundori, and then I want to return back to Chenyo and Ian, and then talk a little bit more, offer them a couple more questions and talk a little bit more about the work they're doing. So thank you very much, Chenyo. We'll return back.
All right, then. Thanks, Jason.
Great. Good day,
Hello.
Professor. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning to your audiences. I'm very happy to be here. Do you
We're
want
very
me?
pleased to have you here. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation.
Do you want me to share some slides, or you would prefer to avoid this?
No, if you have a slide presentation, that would work out fine. We'd like for you to speak for about 10 to 12 minutes, and then we'll go into a question and answer portion of the session.
Lovely. Okay, I'm sharing my presentation. So my presentation is about the implementation of the SDGs as a whole, as a framework. And the big question is, why do we want to address this very difficult, holistic, science-driven framework, and what are the challenges, but also what is the wealth of opportunities that allows us to be motivated enough to have this endeavor. Just give me a minute because my presentation is too big for you, so I will open something else. So the SDGs have been launched in 2015, and a few months later, the European Green Deal was launched as well. So we have the SDGs, we have the European Green Deal, we have the drafting of all the policies within the European Green Deal. I don't know if you can see my slides now.
Yes,
so
we
the main premise in our hands is that at the moment we are in an era of multi-crisis. The pandemic has been over, but we know that the more regular and frequent pandemics will be arising because of the collapse of the ecosystem, which is the other big crisis that we are facing, and also the climate crisis, the destabilization of climate, the inflationary pressures and recession that came in from the destruction of value chain of COVID, and then of course the geopolitical crisis that brings wars and aggravates the energy and food crisis, which are difficult to solve in an era of population increasing across the globe and increasing income inequality. And we all agree that the SDGs are our manual away from all these crises. It's our way to pave pathways that will simultaneously face all these crises. 2015, 193 countries have signed the goals, and a few months later, the Paris Agreement detailing SDG 13, climate action. And in Europe, we have the leadership transposition of the SDG framework into a policy, regulatory, legal framework, the European Green Deal, signed in 2019, and having 4 axes: climate neutrality by 2050, clean tech leadership by European companies, reduction of pollution for the health of people and ecosystem, and leave no one behind. And as an example, I present the European Green Deal because even after COVID, the major non-linearity of COVID, the European growth strategy remained to be the European Green Deal, and the recovery and resilience facility that gather additional 750 billion in addition to the 1 trillion that is supporting the European Green Deal. And this recovery and resilience facility of the 715 billion focus on the green and digital recovery from COVID. And green and digital basically means renewables, circular economy, nature-based solutions, e-mobility. Digital means deploying cutting-edge technologies, upskilling and reskilling with regards to digital skills, cyber connectivity, increased connectivity, and increased cyber security. So we know now where our future lies. We know the skills that we need to develop. We know the sectors with the new jobs. And we also have the EU taxonomy that regulates the financial institutions, the banks, but also the businesses towards implementing the environmental, social governance criteria, and at the same time making explicit that sustainable investments are investments that focus on climate adaptation, mitigation, clean technology, circular economy, sustainable use of water and oceans, and conserving biodiversity. And then we have the Fit for 55 in 2021 announced, basically refining all regulations that have to do with our two basic systems that we have to regulate in order to drive our way towards climate neutrality, the energy system and the transport system, and the land use system and ocean systems. And basically what we need to do is to decarbonize the energy and transport system and recarbonize the ecosystems. Recarbonize means increasing the regenerative capacity of Earth in order to be able to function as sinks of CO2 emission and support with the decarbonization of the energy system, the pathways towards climate neutrality. And most of the suggested legislation in Fit for 55 have been voted by the European Parliament this year, a few weeks before. And in 2022, we of course have Repower EU, which basically means focusing on renewables, reducing fossil fuels, especially from Russia, and including recovery, interconnectivity of value change. So the SDGs, it's a framework that is holistic. You can see by the transposition of this framework that is very detailed, transposition in the European Green Deal. There are hundreds of thousands of pages in the regulatory framework that supports the European Green Deal. And not only the SDGs are science hectic and policy hectic and data hectic, they also need to find the way to attract financing towards their implementation. At the moment, the SDGs funding gap is 11 to 14 trillion US dollars across the globe. One important thing with regards to the SDGs, at least for me and my work, is to be able to measure performance against the SDGs. So every year since 2015, we publish the Sustainable Development Report as United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, a global network of more than 1,800 institutional members. It's led by Professor Jeff Sachs. I lead the European quarters with more than 500 researchers, and our aim is to provide a consistent framework with KPIs to measure the performance of each and every nation against the 17 SDGs, 169 goals, and we measure all this with about 250 KPIs. And we do a report not just for the world as a whole, but a more detailed one for Europe. And you can see this is the ranking for Europe, but also the colors that you see here showcase where the holistic SDG framework has better implementation. Anything close to green means better implementation of the SDGs. To the 78 and above percentage, whereas red means lower performance rates, and vivid red means stagnation towards the achievement of the SDGs. And this is a holistic framework for the European Union as a whole. You can see that no SDG has been achieved in the Union, so we have lots of way ahead. And you can see with the arrows, not just the level of implementation of the SDGs, but also the projection towards 2030. What is the trend towards achieving this SDG by 2030? And we do this kind of SDG measurements, not just against nations, not just against local authorities, cities, but we can also do the measurement for companies and financial institutions and asset portfolios, which is crucial because it allows a very explicit and commonly agreed framework for assessing and monitoring where we are going and understanding where more budget should be allocated and more interventions should be allocated. So the SDGs measurement index and dashboard is not just to know the ranking, but it is a tool that can help countries and cities and local authorities and companies allocate investments, allocate budgets, and identify the specific transformations that they need to make in order to make progress against the SDGs. And let me remind you again that progress against the SDGs is progress with regards to the financial impact, the socioeconomic impact, the governance impact, and of course, the impact on natural resources. So the SDGs is not an environmental framework. The SDGs is a socioeconomic framework that interacts with the natural capital and allows explicit integration of natural capital, human capital, and financial capital into the investment decisions. Now, as the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation on IFORIA, we are 5 institutions, 5 accelerations, and a number of academies and networks. I lead or co-lead each and every one of these parties with 200 researchers and more than 100 projects that have attracted a lot of competitive funding, working on climate change mitigation adaptation, sustainable seas and oceans, sustainable land use, water, food and energy, biodiversity nexus, innovation acceleration, upskilling and reskilling, and of course, ESG, SDG measurement, and sustainable finance. I will very quickly showcase one of the landmark projects that we have, which is the Global Climate Hub of the UN Sustainable Development Network, which basically designs and supports the design of net zero pathways at country level in collaboration with national governments and respective SDGs national hubs. We co-design national and sub-national pathways for the transition to a climate neutral and climate resilient world. And we all basically develop detailed optimal dynamic mixture of technological pathways, financial pathways, and policy pathways to be implemented in each country so that the transition to neutrality can actually happen, because we've been traveling across the world. As I told you, we have a hub in each and every country of the world almost, and if there is no hub in one country, then the country belongs to a regional hub. And there, when we talk with governments, when we talk with other stakeholders, policy makers, businesses, financial institutions, scientists, the civil society, nobody will tell you that we don't care about the climate crisis or we don't think it's a significant problem. They will tell you we care, but how are we going to make the transition to net zero? What are the technologies? Who is going to finance the transition? What are the policies that are really going to incentivize the transition? And that's why we created this hub. And this hub has 9 different units. One is about climate data platforms and digital applications, the science of atmospheric physics that support the pathways, climate and energy modeling, climate and land use modeling, climate and health, innovation acceleration, the socioeconomic narrative, just transition policies, finance and the labor market, transformative participatory approaches, national living labs and systems innovation, and education, training, upskilling, and reskilling. And let me quickly go through each one of these hubs and I finish. So there is a lot of data that is needed in order to really feed into the models that are going to sketch the pathways. And we have a partnership with the Earth Observation Office, which basically collects geospatial data, and together with socioeconomic data that we gather on a big platform, SDG space platform that collects millions of information, raw data, modeling outcome, policy outcome papers, and so on. We create an AI-driven data infrastructure that allows mining and automatic updating of the data in order to feed into the models that we have. The next unit is on atmospheric physics, and for this we work with IPC relevant players so that we have the projections of the temperature across different scenarios. Then we have the climate and energy system modeling, and here we use the integrated energy systems across sections and consumption, which is called PAL model. This is a partial equilibrium system that allows you to identify the least cost pathways, the optimal mixture of technologies that allow the production of energy that will satisfy future demand. It's technology rich and allows high spatio-temporal optimization. Then the climate and land and ocean use unit is a unit that basically derives food, energy, and biodiversity pathways given the different land uses, is explicitly focused on agriculture and is in direct collaboration with the FABLE consortium that develops pathways to sustainable land use and food systems. And currently, we are thinking of developing relevant pathways for oceans and seas. Then the health unit tries to measure the mental and physical health effects from climate change, extreme weather events, and transpose them into a monetary metrics that will be integrated into investment decisions in order to decide to put additional budget in climate adaptation. Then the economic and policy analysis units basically derives the connection between the SDGs and the European Green Deal, and also mines the connection between the SDGs and the spending in the recovery and resilience funds of each country. Our machine learning and textual analysis basically identifies that the European Green Deal is a good transposition of the SDGs. However, it is quite efficient in helping the SDGs that are related to sustainable food, land, water, and oceans, and energy decarbonization and sustainable industry. However, is less efficient with regards to the SDGs that are relevant to education, inequality, well-being, demography, sustainable citizen communities, and also the digital revolution for sustainable development. And if you look at the way we have allocated budgets across the different investments using the 750 billion of the Recovery and Resilience Fund, we will see that a lot is SDG based, a lot has gone to industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Here you see the budget allocation for the Southern European countries. But what we see is a discrepancy between the SDGs that are really performing bad and those that receive most of the money. You don't see those that are performing really bad receiving most of the money. And also, we have general equilibrium analysis that identifies how one can support those households that are vulnerable to EU climate policies, and how one can mitigate regressive effects by creating measures, a package of fiscal measures that support these vulnerable households, so that at the end of the day, you achieve implementation of the SDG framework, the European Green Deal, and at the same time, you assure more equality, increase in GDP, and increase in employment. There are another two units that I'm going to go very fast over. The first one is innovation acceleration. As I said before, innovation is crucial because it's the technological advancements that allow us to be hopeful that we'll be able to respond to the climate crisis on time. We have two accelerators adding up to 150 startups that provide solutions for net zero shipping and ports, and also climate adaptation, many solutions. Each locality, each city, each region, each nation should sit together with the scientific pathways that come from the units that I presented now, and at the final unit, co-design based on the scientific output, but also based on local information, local knowledge, local idiosyncrasies, should co-design in national living labs. This is how we do it, the final pathways, because unless they understand the solutions as something that they design, as something that really responds to their needs, as something that they own and they are shareholder in, implementation will never happen. You might have the best scientific recommendations, but implementation means empowering the local stakeholders to really be shareholders in the actual implementation of the solutions. And this is the most important step of them all. And this is our hope for getting to climate neutrality on time. Thank you for your patience.
No, thank you very much for that really informative presentation. You talked about a lot of functional, actionable data and innovations, and it's really important for our audience to see the work that governments are doing and institutions are doing to prepare for and implement the energy transition. So thank you very much for that, Professor Phoebe Koundouri.
Thank you.
Yes, now that we have the three of our guest speakers here today, we're going to go around kind of a round robin sort of approach to a few questions. We have about 10 to 15 minutes left in our time slot. So what I'd like to do is kind of talk a little bit about, challenges and also successes or optimism that you're seeing. I'd like to just go in order of our presentation. So I'll begin again with Professor Thompson and talk to them about, what are some of the challenges. You talked about unpacking the black box of accounting and trying to look at greenhouse gas emissions from a lifestyle model. Can you talk a little bit about how corporations, what some of the challenges corporations may be facing, and then also give us some examples of successes or implementation that is actually working, please?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and this idea of looking at linking challenges to solutions into actual implementation is really important. I think often we focus on a problem or we focus on a solution, we don't match them together. And I think that's a characteristic that I've found where successful businesses who've actually kind of moved and achieved things rather than just talking about things. If we look at, I really like there's an example of interface. It's an old example where they actually they developed a carpet tile that actually eats carbon, absorbs carbon. And they have a circular economy solution because they lease the carpets rather than sell. So it's carpeting as a service.
Okay.
And what they actually do is they then put these carpet tiles in. Really nice carpets are built from recycled material, often recycled ocean nets that they've recovered from the Pacific, which they pay they pay sort of like local fishermen to capture for them. They then translate these into these carpets, which they lease for a period of time. Then when they bring them back, they actually have captured toxins. They've actually captured carbon, and when they can remanufacture them, they actually find that they remove carbon from the atmosphere. Now that's an example of what is actually kind of like possible. Right. Couple of things which are there. One is they have a well-developed awareness of the environmental footprint of their product, which allows them to design their products better. The other thing is as a service, moving from selling a product to providing a service. Dematerialization is actually really important. And I think we're starting to see examples of that in the plastic field, where it's plastic as a service, or it's cleanliness as a service, it's packaging as a service, rather than a commodity. And I think that's the big breakthrough for circular economy, is moving from buying stuff, owning stuff, to it's a service that we all share, and then we can share things across the value chain, because that's critical. Because one of the things that we have to recognize is that some of these solutions put costs on someone and benefits elsewhere. And often the cost is on the people who can least afford it. We need to find ways to move things across. And I think a lot of the subscription and things as a service, as a value model, really seem to be making a difference.
Oh, thank you very much. That was a really interesting idea to change the focus from commodities to services, right? That's very innovative. Again, the idea of a circular economy is a real challenge because of the model that we've traditionally had in our economies, globally. So it's good to see that there's this work ongoing to change social perspectives and approaches. And I think that's something that people need to think about, going from commodities to services. So thank you for that. That's a great input for our discussion today. Now I'd like to go down to Echenyo and ask her a little bit about her work as well. And again, Echenyo, can you talk a little bit about some of the challenges that you've met as you established your company, Mitimeth, and how did you overcome some of those challenges, please?
Okay, so a big challenge was actually getting the artisan economy started. Like I mentioned earlier, our work was quite novel, quite innovative, and it was trying to get the buy-in of organizations to actually support the work that we're doing within the various communities. And we did that by helping them to see that, the work was actually linked to at least 4 of the SDGs. So talking about, reducing poverty, providing decent work and economic growth right in situ, right within the community. So, you reduce the need for people to jobs created within. So it was trying to get organizations to be buying what we were doing officially. And of course, it started with, you do a workshop, they see the success, you talk about the success, storytelling then becomes a very vital aspect of what we're doing. And then others can see how they
can play a role in terms of actually, helping us to grow the solution beyond one community to several other communities. Some of the other faced is, we're creating this product or maybe a service, according to Professor Thompson, and it's, it's a push model. It's a push. We're actually pushing into the marketplace. So helping the market to realize that, okay, we're making this product, providing this service locally to a global, and seeing the potential of it being not within Nigeria, but beyond Nigeria as well. But again, building that track record and credibility as we go along and ensuring that those stories are being told. So the challenges, in essence, morph into opportunities. We're still, moving things along. It's not going as, we wish we were, moving at a faster pace. But having said that, we are plugging away and hoping that with these partnerships, we'll be able to not just scale widely, but deeply as well. So it just goes beyond the numbers of communities that we work with, but how deep our impact is from an economic standpoint. How many people are actually earning incomes? How much are they earning? How many, partners on the retail side have we been able to establish? And these are areas that we continue to work, and we hope that through forums like this, we'll also be able to identify with other partners that we can work with in order to scale our solution and have a deeper impact within the society. And to also realize that, I just mentioned, 3 of the SDGs. Climate action is also one of them. So it's SDG 1, SDG 5, where, we work primarily with women and youth, and then SDG 8, which talks about, decent work and economic growth, which is essentially what we're providing in the communities, and then climate action as well. Just to maybe touch on what Professor Thompson had said earlier, it's not just about, making lifestyle products, but helping us to see that it goes beyond that. So the plant is very rich in methane. Methane is a greenhouse gas. So us transforming this plant before it decays and begins to emit methane emissions into the atmosphere provides, a climate change mitigation, which is essentially being translated into this product that we're putting into the marketplace. And then I also referenced the fact that SDG 17, these global partnerships, are very critical to our journey as well. So in summary, yes, there have been huge challenges, but at the same time, the challenges are opportunities as well.
Yeah, I think that's important for our audience to recognize. Again, your company is a great example of identifying a problem and then finding a sustainable solution to it. And again, you are playing into the circular economy, or playing into climate change mitigation and greenhouse gas emission mitigation. So really wish you the best of luck with your company. I think you've got a great idea, and I'd like to see it really spread. Yeah, it's been great talking with you.
Thank you, Jason.
And then, oh, you're welcome. Yes. And I'd like Professor Koundoury to have the last word. Again, you had a really interesting wide scope presentation. There was a lot to unpack there. But from your perspective, you see a lot of data. You're working with a lot of different countries, working with individual countries as well as regional hubs, working on these issues. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the successes or your impression of what is working at this point by dealing with this global climate change crisis?
The success is that today we see pledges for climate neutrality across the globe.
Okay.
So some of the pledges are as early as 2030. Some of the pledges are as late as 2070. India, for example. However, 2 or 3 years ago, we didn't have this. We didn't have pledges. So the first step has been achieved. Moreover, let me re-emphasize that the SDGs is a very holistic framework. No SDG can be fully implemented without the other SDGs being implemented, which means it's not enough to focus on climate change. This is a holistic framework about the economy, the society, and natural capital, the ecosystem services, and it has to be dealt with as in a holistic, interdisciplinary, integrated way. The other success is that some countries which are leading in creating the climate crisis, in the ecosystem collapse crisis that then translates into economic and financial crisis, are transposing this SDG framework not just as an initiative in the country or something that should be integrated in the country policies, but something that is defining and shaping the detailed policy making in the country. The European example is the leading one. There is the US example, and other countries are following as well. These are successes, serious successes. Then we see that it goes beyond the national level and it integrates the financial world. It is important because the socioeconomic and financial narrative is the narrative that has to be convincing in order to have the transition implemented. So not only the countries understand that the way forward is the green and digital transition, is the transition that will integrate natural capital with human capital and produce capital in a way that allows the better allocation of this mixture of capital over space and over time, so that to support increasing social welfare. So the important thing is to see the financial implications of doing this as the right thing, and the financial disaster that is coming if you don't do this. And why do I say financial? Because the failure that led us to the climate crisis and the ecosystem collapse and the wrong distribution of the wealth is that we didn't manage to include externalities and public goods into our decision making. And that's why we've developed a big data set and a big platform that allows you to monetize ecosystem services, allows you to monetize the benefits of moving from a linear economy to a circular economy, allows you to monetize the benefits of decarbonization and using nature-based solutions. And unless you make all this explicit and you put before the eyes of the companies, of the politicians, of the policymakers, of the financial institutions, the case that it is welfare increasing and financially profitable to be green and digital, because the technology is now able to give you cheap solutions with regards to the green and digital, and the policy is making fossil fuels ecosystem destruction mode of production expensive. So there is only one way forward. However, and I will close with this, we need a lot of capacity building. We need to educate, upskill, reskill, provide the tools that are easy to use in order not just convince the people that this is the way forward, but also provide them with the technical ability to implement this way forward, to implement what is cheaper, what is environmentally sustainable, what is socially sustainable, and what is economically sustainable. And this is what science should be focusing in a very interdisciplinary, intradisciplinary framework in order to provide this capacity to the people.
Excellent answer. Thanks so much for that. Actually, capacity building, as you just mentioned, is really a key aspect. There was just even an article this weekend in the New York Times talking about the United States and how in our own green transition, there's a need to upscale employees and skills, human resources, et cetera. We are running out of time and we are running a little bit over, but Chino has a question in the chat that she wants to answer. And then I think that will bring us to the end of our presentation. And then I'll just close after that. Please take a couple of minutes.
Okay, all right. So this is just going to be a quick response to Foluke's question. She asked how I measure the empowerment. So essentially, we have about 150 artisans. We have home-based artisans that form a good portion of that. We track, how we track the wages. So essentially, we track how much the artisans make, because we do take offtake from them. So the amount of money that's actually transferred to them as a result of products that they've made and sold to us is tracked. We also track the number of women that have been banked. When we started, we had less than 50% of the artisans that were banked, and we encouraged them to open bank accounts. So we're at 100% right now. So we're able to track those outflows from Mitimet to these artisans. So that's how we track our progress in terms of how much we're having an impact, and also feedback from them on how they're actually using the funds that they receive as a result of the water hyacinth valorization efforts.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the brief answer, but that was really good to know. Again, putting good ideas out there for other entrepreneurs to think about and other researchers to think about. So at this point, I'd like to thank our guests today. This is really interesting talk about the economics around the green transition and beating plastic pollution. Professor Fiobe Kundori, Professor Ian Thompson, and entrepreneur Chenyo Idachaba Obara. My name is Jason McSparron, and I'd like to wish everybody a interesting, great World Environment Day. Thank you for joining us at the symposium. Thank you to our speakers.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks. Bye.
Goodbye.
Hello? Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, I wanted to confirm that I am audible. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are watching me or hearing me from. And it's been an amazing session thus far. It's an amazing experience. You would agree with me. So right about now, we will be going into another conversation, and I have Dr. Carlos, Dr. Drew, yes, is here. Hi.
Hello.
Nice to have you here. So I will just briefly introduce you, and then you will go on with your presentation, and then you would ask questions afterwards. Dr. Carlos Drews is the Executive Vice President for Conservation at Oceanwise, a conservation organization headquartered in Vancouver, Canada. He's responsible for the design and execution of its global ocean conservation strategy, overseeing a portfolio spanning conservation science, marine mammals, plastics, and other pollution. Ocean noise, blue carbon, sustainable seafood, the Arctic, marine biodiversity monitoring, as well as citizen action initiatives, including shoreline cleanups. Before that, he served as executive director of the Jane Goodall Institute, USA, from 2017 to 2019, a community conservation organization that advances the global vision of Dr. Jane Goodall by improving the lives of people, animals, and the environment. Dr. Drews, you have the floor for the next 10 minutes. We want to hear from you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I am speaking to you from Vancouver, Canada. Actually, I'm speaking from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Squamish nations. And this includes both the land and also the water. And I will be focusing today on the oceans. So why talk about the oceans? The oceans make up, 71% of the planet's surface, but it makes up also 99% of the life area and volume available for life on Earth. So if you ended up living on planet Earth, it is very likely that your life and prosperity is closely linked to the health of the oceans. In fact, every second breath we take, all of us around here, united around World Environment Day, comes from the oceans. But the oceans are also this formidable climate buffer. They have already absorbed 30% or so of the CO2 emissions after the Industrial Revolution, and they have taken on about 90% of the excess heat that we have generated as a result of those emissions. If you take an economic lens, then the market value of marine and coastal resource industries is estimated at $3 trillion US, which is about 5% of the global GDP. So it is quite significant. And then when you take a bit of a livelihoods lens, then 3 billion people, no less than 40% of humankind, relies on marine and coastal biodiversity for their livelihoods. So let me share my screen with you and talk you through nature positivity. Just 3 weeks ago, I was traveling down south to Chile, and I looked out of the plane and I looked at the engine, and I wondered, okay, how is actually this fuel taking me to Chile? What does the fuel consist of? And it turns out that the answer, after a little bit of research, is simple. I was flying on plankton, marine plankton, because marine plankton is at the foundation of the creation of oil. And here on your left, you will see 200 million years ago, 300 million years ago, lots of plankton in the oceans. This is called the marine carbon pump. When it dies, it settles in the sediments, and then gradually it travels through the sediments into these oil deposits that by compactation, by the pressure of the sediment, becomes oil. And then many years later, we harvest it, we take it out, and then we ignite it. And then it releases energy, which is this powerful energy we use to propel the engine of my aircraft down to Chile to look at one of our projects. And now this drawdown of carbon that has been turned into oil was a contributor for temperatures on planet Earth gradually sinking from what used to be in the order of 10 to 14 degrees, much warmer than today, 100 million years ago, to what is a very comfortable and pleasant temperature zone today. So a great contributor was then plankton removing carbon, turning it into life, and then cooling the atmosphere. But now we are challenged again with climate change because of our emissions, and we're asking the oceans again, help us draw down carbon, help us sequester that CO2 that causes the greenhouse gas effect, so that we can stabilize the planet. And that's really the journey I am on. And when I ask what is to be nature positive or ocean positive, really I'm coming from a place of challenging the sustainability paradigm of the blue economy, which says we will maximize the economic benefits from harvesting the oceans in a way that does not harm the oceans. But really, do no harm is just not good enough. You have a patient here in the emergency room, oceans are in dire straits, and we are pretending just to keep them alive by doing no harm. That just doesn't work. So nature positive is really the call to bring this patient back into good health so that we can maximize all of those environmental services on which humankind depends. And the oceans are indeed in dire straits. If we look at fisheries, 1/3 or a little bit more of fish stocks are being harvested in ways that are not sustainable. So overfishing continues and the trend is not reducing at all. We have lost more than 50% of the coral reefs since the Industrial Revolution. Just in the last decade, 14% of coral reefs were lost to warming events. So it's quite staggering. And then you can also look at what is called dead zones. And dead zones are areas of the oceans where oxygen is lacking, essentially due to processes like decomposition of lots of algal blooms, and they sink, and then bacteria start working on them and deplete the remaining oxygen, and you get these dead zones, mostly caused by agricultural runoffs. And what in the 70s was the odd 3 or 4 dead zones have now rocketed above 400 dead zones around the planet. Some of the noticeable ones are in the Gulf of Mexico, in the Baltic Sea, in Chesapeake Bay. So it's all quite alarming, and this is really the doom and gloom scenario that I know has to be there, but I want you to turn into more of the good news about it. And the good news is that the scientists have gathered around this publication led by Carlos Duarte and have concluded that we can rebuild marine life and we can restore those ecosystem services in the next 30 years. And there's a roadmap here in this Nature publication. There are pointers as to which ecosystems we need to work on in particular. And it also speaks to how rebuilding fisheries, for example, will produce 80% higher profits by 2030 if we do that right. With coral reefs, well, we cannot probably rebuild them all, but at least we can stop the decline in certain places, and we can certainly rebuild the top marine predators like whales and sharks that are responsible to maintain the health of the trophic web that they rely on. So this is doable. This is a grand challenge for humankind, both from an ethical obligation point of view, but also it is a smart economic objective. And let me tell you a little bit about why that is so. Well, if you and your industry relies on the oceans, you rely on good yields. And yields are important. So you want to have long-term availability of those yields. So there's no point in over-exploiting up to the point where you exhaust your marine resources, right? So I think there is a middle and a long-term thinking here that is important to prevail. A short-sighted approach is economic suicide, essentially. When we think about resilience, it is key for your industry. And if you rely on the health of oyster reefs or a kelp bed where the habitat is offering leaves for herring and herring to reproduce itself and put their eggs, then you want to protect it, but you want to make it resilient so that it doesn't is not lost with the next impact of climate change. So resilience is rebuilding its strength to withstand the impacts that are upcoming and that are inevitable in current climate scenarios. You also want to look at the values. Your values are aligned with your customers if you are an ocean industry. And certainly some of the customers are demanding that value alignment. Take, for example, people who are interested in buying clothes. And that clothes retail store would like to see that the shipping company that transports the clothes, it's absolutely on net zero terms. That is happening already. So shipping companies are responding by introducing the right carbon offsets so that the goods arrive at the other end on a net zero journey. And the consumers are more and more demanding cradle to gravel net zero practices. So there is a market advantage. There is a brand resilience associated to this alignment of values. And also, I would argue, it is just the right thing to do. And doing the right thing is a prime motivator for some of the business leaders that I have been talking to as of recently. That motivation is just to do good. There is also a new business ethic emerging, and I was privileged enough to participate in a high-performance leadership training at IMDB, which is a renowned business school in Lausanne in Switzerland. And it was very impressive to see that the curriculum includes strong elements of not just sustainability, but also being socially responsible. And that becomes just the way business is done. And again, it speaks to this new business ethic, to the alignment between your business, consumers, producers, employee-employer relationships on the right values as well. And last but not least, your own values with that business. If you take the definition of corporate social responsibility, and one definition is that a business has a responsibility to do good, then you can already see it's not to do no harm. It is to do good, actually. It's a subtle difference, but an important, because that's what takes us to net positive. So let's move now to the question of what can organizations, industry, and you do to move to net positive. I will just walk you through a simple example. This is seaweed farming. Of course, seaweeds are super nutritious food, but they are also the origin of alginates, which are found in the pharmaceutical industry, in the food industry. They are just essential for many of our products today, and will become increasingly a solution to plastics as well, as we develop biopolymers from kelp. So what can a seaweed farmer do to stay nature positive? That means leaving the oceans in a better place than you find them when you start your industry. So the pledge is not one of do no harm, is a pledge of restoring and rebuilding marine life. You are creating habitat. You will pick the species that are native to the ocean where you operate. You are creating habitat. You may decide not to harvest the whole thing at the end of the year and to leave 10% behind as habitat for spawning of fish, also for invertebrates that will fit on the kelp that falls onto the sediment. So that is really your way of doing business. You may set aside a portion of the harvest as well for carbon sequestration and measure it so that you are contributing also to offset your carbon footprint. So there are all these different ways of doing business that you can also actually document and measure how much better are the oceans after you leave. And if you install, for example, one of these farms close to an area where the water quality has been degraded, kelp will purify it. Kelp will clean it up. I would also argue that if you are not anywhere close to any of these areas, if you are a landlocked industry, you can still invest in these kind of projects, in anything to do with ocean restoration, with rebuilding marine life, so that you can contribute to the health of the oceans in landlocked places as well, because we all in landlocked places, as I said before, depend on the health of the oceans. So I will walk you quickly through the trip that I did 3 weeks ago. This is Chile, and Chile is a prime habitat for kelp. It hosts a third of the giant kelp of the planet, and some of the indigenous communities are committed to restore the ocean health, to give back. And that takes us to the possibility to restore kelp in large quantities. And restoring kelp is because it has been lost. 40 to 60% of kelp around the planet has been lost. It's a formidable carbon sink. It turns CO2 into tissue, and then eventually a proportion of that tissue gets sequestered in the deep abysses for perpetuity. So the more there is kelp, the more carbon will be drawn down. But it's also an amazing habitat for so much marine life, including the sea urchins, on which some of these economies depend in southern Chile. So many good reasons there to restore kelp. If you are an industry and you're far away from the ocean, you can invest in projects like this one, and that will take you to an ocean positive approach. But there are more things that you can do as an individual, and this is Kate Morrissey, a 9-year-old who in May 2020 decided to auction her paintings and raised $1,400 for an ocean conservation group. She is an example of something that you can do from a very far away located city, away from the oceans, but feeling that sentiment of interconnectedness and contributing. Now, anybody really can do an ocean positive pledge with your lifestyle, with your daily choices. And here are just some examples of that to finish up. If you want to be plastic wise, you can go on ocean.org, you can sign your pledge, and we will walk you through step by step what you can do to reduce your plastic consumption, to avoid single-use plastics, minimize the use of single-use plastics, and prevent plastics from entering the oceans. If you are a seafood lover, of course, you can go for only sustainably sourced fish or shrimp, oysters. That, of course, requires that there are adequate labels on your seafood. And I am totally aware that that is not entirely the case around the planet. In some countries, in Europe, in North America, those labels have taken great traction. But Latin America, Africa, and Southeast Asia are examples of where these labels are not so easy to find in the marketplace. So, but that is one alternative. Be prudent with the way you consume your seafood. Be critical. You can also engage in shoreline cleanups if some organizations are organizing them, or you can organize them yourself. Nothing to stop you from collecting debris from the shorelines. This is to be true, not an attempt to clean the oceans. This is more to obtain information about who are the biggest perpetrators. And OceanWise produces a yearly report called The Dirty Dozen. And in that Dirty Dozen, you get the perpetrators that allow you to influence land policy, to go upstream and talk to the industry. So numerous ways where you can engage. This is really a fantastic journey, I have to say, and one that I am super excited about. To deliver ocean conservation at a planetary scale, it cannot be done by a single individual and neither by a single organization. This has to be the collective of humankind, recognizing our interdependency on the health of the oceans and living in a way that allows the oceans to come back and offer us all of these incredible ecosystem services on which we all rely on. Thank you. I will stop there now.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Drew. I will just have you just wait so that Dr. Helen can have her presentation, and then afterwards we will do the question and the answer session after her presentation. So right about now, I'll be calling Dr. Helen Onyeka. Good afternoon, welcome, and happy World Environment Day to you, Dr. Helen. Good afternoon. We can't wait to hear you. So I'll just read your biography, your profile briefly, and then you would come on. Dr. Helen is an industrial microbiologist with over 25 years of experience. A career in microbiology to date has been varied, with experience gained in industry as well as academia, both teaching and research. Dr. Onyeka's PhD researched the impact on individual microbial cells due to a changing microenvironment with regard to their physiology and metabolic pathway, and suggested how this knowledge could be used to predict as well as optimize future process performance in the industry. She received the Bryden Postgraduate and IChemE Biochemical Engineering Award for this doctorate thesis. Dr. Helen, you have the floor.
Thank you.
We can't wait to hear you.
Yeah. Is it possible to have my slides on, please? Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Helen Onyeka from the University of Birmingham. My talk today is microorganisms for sustainable food production, environmental conservation, and food security. Next slide, please. Today, our planet faces several critical environmental challenges, such as food waste, environmental pollution, climate change, loss of biodiversity, and also the ever-increasing global populations among some of the problems we're facing today. These problems have far-reaching consequences because they do affect our ecosystem. Human health also is impacted, and the sustainability of our planet is in question. So it's very important that we understand and address these challenges to ensure a healthy and prosperous future for the future generations to come. Next slide, please. Now, more than 800 million people are affected by food scarcity. In terms of malnutrition, we have more than 2 billion that suffer from malnutrition. And the environmental cost of food production are no longer sustainable. However, there is a need to increase the food production by more than 60% in the next 3 decades to meet the demands of the growing world population. And using the current methods of food production, it is estimated that the global greenhouse gas will increase by up to 80%. For example, livestock, primarily cows, produces 14.5% of the global greenhouse gas emission, and the majority that is in the form of methane. So we need a better solution. What can we do? Next slide, please. At HITA, we are actively working to address these environmental issues through various innovative approaches. And what we do, we pursue initiatives and innovations, and we aim to contribute to the sustainable practices, resource conservation, and mitigation of the environmental challenges in the food industry and beyond. So we have 4 key areas: microbial-based food production, bioremediation of heavy metals in water and wastewater, food safety, and food waste valorization. Those are the 4 key areas, and I'll talk about them briefly because I know we have time limits. Next slide, please. The first part of our research is using algae to produce flour for bakery industry. So we all know that algae is very sustainable and is nutritious. We're using algae chlorella. They're highly sustainable organisms because you can cultivate them in minimum resources. They have a very high growth rate because you can, they amplify quite fast. They require less land and water and fertilizers when you compare to traditional crops production. And they're able to thrive in diverse environment. They're also very rich in nutrients, bioactives, vitamins, minerals, omega-3. This is just telling you a little bit of how good they are. So the idea is we grow algae in large-scale fermentation, we produce the powder, and we can engineer it to produce more protein. We produce powder, the flour, and we can use that to make cakes and bread. So watch out for the green bread and green cakes coming, very soon. Next slide, thanks. Then the other thing we're doing also is bioremediation and biorecovery of heavy metals in water and wastewater. Particularly, we're using E. coli, gram-negative organism, to bioaccumulate those heavy metals like lead and copper we're working on at the moment. And I tell myself, Helen, you're going to be very rich in future because if you can get my microorganisms to bioaccumulate diamonds, voila, I've made lots of millions then. And it is my joke with my students. Anyway, the idea is to use E. coli to accumulate these heavy metals. Then we can then harvest the heavy metals to be reused in batteries or other things, and also have potable water free of heavy metals. This is a win-win solution. Next slide, please. The other thing we're doing also is using microorganisms to produce antimicrobials, peptides. And the idea is to be able to preserve food because food waste is a very critical problem we have now. Tons of food is wasted. So what we do in this, we're using lactic acid bacteria to produce bacteriocins, micro-encapsulate these bacteriocins, use them as food preservatives. And there's quite a lot of research going on at the moment in this area, either as active packaging or inside the food once it's micro-encapsulated. So the idea is to extend the shelf life, so the food waste will be reduced. Thanks. The next slide. Thank you. Another amazing, really exciting research we're doing is reducing and valorizing food waste. So using the food waste for money, a cellular economy. So most of the waste we generate goes to landfills and that contributes to the greenhouse gases and by environmental degradation, which is a major problem. So imagine if we were to harvest this waste, use them to produce bio-based products or biofuels. That is the ultimate plan we have at HITA. But right now, what we are working on is using chemical valorization. We're coming on to this biological valorization, which is the next phase of our work. So the next slide, please. So what do you do with beer waste, coffee waste? Millions of coffee waste, cocoa shells are wasted every day, and chocolates being wasted as well. So what we tend to do at HITA, we're doing this at the moment and it's really successful, is we collect this waste from the food industries and then we, extract the bioactives like phenols, amino acids, flavonoids, even oil and fiber that can be used for animal feeds. So this reduces costs, food recycling, which is quite important, and is very sustainable. And we have natural food additives you can get, because you can get some vitamins that are very important, or they can be used for functional foods. Right now, we're doing quite a lot of research in this area, and we've seen results, very promising results. So once we have finished perfecting, but this is chemical extraction, using omic heating and also using critical fluids extraction, we're going to then move on to biological extraction of food valorization. Next slide, please. Thanks. So in conclusion, HITA is actively addressing critical environmental issues by implementing innovative solutions to food and agricultural processes. We're really excited what we're doing, and our efforts are targeted, to food waste, water pollution, climate change, and resource conservation. Through the production of bacteriocins, for example, from lactic acid bacteria, algae-based flour formulation, mopping up heavy metals by biomining or bioaccumulation, and also reducing and valorizing food waste. We are taking steps towards mitigating these environmental challenges that we face, because don't forget, we have lots of people that suffer from malnutrition and millions of people are affected by food scarcity. So by prioritizing sustainable practices and optimizing resource uses, we aim to contribute to a more environmental friendly and sustainable future, reducing pollution, promoting a better, healthy planet for generations to come. So this is what we do at HITA Food Research Institute. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Helen, for that, and I welcome back Dr. Drew. Thank you so much for your patience. So I'll be starting my question with you, Dr. Drew. Given your wealth of experience with marine plastics and solutions, I would like to ask, as the Executive Vice President for Conservation at OceanWise, could you share some ocean, I know you did say a few, but could you share some ocean positive solutions that can help address both climate change and biodiversity crisis? And what are some specific initiatives or projects that OceanWise is involved in that contribute to these solutions?
Well, some of the solutions for plastics are really minimizing single-use plastic, and you can do that at the design end. You can, for example, start using biopolymers much more to replace those single-use plastic items that are absolutely necessary. And several countries are already into introducing plastic bans around the world, including Africa, Asia, in North America, and also in Europe. Bags are one example, but there is much more. Also the straws and utensils and you name it. For some, we need alternatives, sheath wrapping, for example, and biopolymers are coming very handy because they can be biodegraded. They can be produced from alginate or from kelp, from algae. So that's definitely a way forward. The other one that concerns me is microfibers. Microfibers are shed when you wash your apparel, your fleece jackets, your synthetic fiber clothing, and they are everywhere. They can be found 1,000 meters down under the sea ice. They can be found everywhere. And reducing microfibers is a big deal. If you wash using the gentle cycle with your washing machines, the wool cycle, you will reduce microfiber shedding significantly, as some of the recent OceanWise research found. So those are just examples, but we need to think beyond plastics reduction. Plastics is just one way of relating to the oceans. Reducing the impacts of climate change are a formidable challenge. And here, restoration of kelp forests, like the one I have behind me, come in, because kelp grows 30 times faster than terrestrial plants. So it's very good at converting CO2 into tissue. And then eventually that tissue, or a part thereof, can be deposited in the abysses of the ocean and then sequestered for good. So I think it's a combination of nature-based solutions and also lifestyle changes, what we need to be looking forward to.
Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Drews. So I'll quickly go to Dr. Helen. And my question to you is, collaboration between academia, industry, and regulatory bodies is crucial for driving innovation and adopting sustainable practices in the food sector. So I'm sure you would agree with that. So how do you foster collaboration and knowledge exchange between these stakeholders to ensure the implementation of microorganism-based solutions for sustainable agriculture and environmental conservation? Dr. Helen.
All right, thank you for that question. To foster collaboration and knowledge exchange between academia and industry, and also regulatory bodies, we can start by establishing.
Hi, Dr. Helen. Are you there?
Can you hear me? Yeah, we can start by establishing partnership and networks. So we can create platforms where representatives from academia, industry, or regulatory bodies, they can come together and share their expertise, establish collaborations. And this can be achieved through conferences, workshops, and seminars focused on microorganisms, solutions, microbial solutions. Also, encouraging participation from other stakeholders, like Dr. Carlos, is quite important, which will facilitate exchange and knowledge of ideas. Another thing we can do also is facilitating information sharing. So we can develop online portals or database where research findings, case studies, and best practices related to microbial-based solutions are compiled and made easily available to all stakeholders. This will enable academia, industry, and regulatory bodies to stay updated on the latest advancements and foster a shared understanding. Another thing that is quite challenging, that is really important, is funding. Funding collaborative research projects. This will encourage joint research projects that involve collaboration between industries and academia, and also the regulatory bodies. And this can be done through dedicated funding stream or programs that can support interdisciplinary initiatives. I think the other thing is promoting knowledge transfer also. Organizing training programs and seminars, workshops that are targeted at industrial professionals and regulatory experts. And the last thing I'd like to say is probably encouraging public-private partnership to foster partnership between academia, the industry, and also the regulatory bodies to develop joint initiatives that addresses specific challenges in the sustainable agriculture or conservation environment. So such partnerships can combine all the expertise and the resources and also understand the perspective of the different stakeholders, leading to a more effective and holistic approach, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Helen, and thank you so much, Dr. Carlos Drews. Unfortunately, because of time, we will not be able to accommodate more questions, but I'm sure that your session and the answers to the questions have really been helpful to attendees and participants in this session. Thank you, and happy World Environmental Day once again.
Thank you.
So we'll have the next session. Yeah, bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Happy
you.
World
Bye.
Environment Day.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ntsapho Makibi, and I'm joining you from South Africa. Happy World Environmental Day. Today, we have discussed very insightful topics pertaining to how do we preserve our planet for the future generation. So today, the two panel speakers that will be joining me is Dr. Mickey Macomb-Kobza and Dr. Benjamin Damore. May they please join me as we start their session. Hello, Dr. Mickey.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you. Hello.
Nice to meet you too, and everyone that's on the call. I don't know if we're going to wait for the second panelist and then I can introduce you. Then we can hit it up. Lovely background.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to start off the session by introducing Dr. Mickey Macomb-Kobza. Is it fine if I refer to you as Dr. Mickey?
Sure, that's great.
Okay, thank you so much. So the topic that we're going to be discussing with Dr. Mickey is plastic pollution education and action, field research and solution. Just a background on Dr. Mickey. She's an applied conservation biologist with over 20 years experience in researching endangered species and advancing marine economy, ecosystem restoration. Her primary focus, research focus is upon biology, the behavior, abundance, and movement of shark using novel methodologies. Dr. Mickey uses a multi-stakeholder strategy to advance in science-based conservation initiative across disciplines. She has led and participated in 40 marine research expeditions, including the region of Darwin, Cape Town, Manias, Hong Kong, Nova Scotia, Belize, and the eastern coast of the United States. Dr. Mickey is the co-founder and executive director of the Ocean First Institute, a Boulder-based nonprofit dedicated to marine research, conservation, and education. The Institute has researched thousands of students in local Front Range schools, as well as over 170,000 schools in 35 countries and 46 US states. The Institute has received national recognition for establishing high-profile conservation projects and providing compelling educational programs. Wow, this sounds incredible. I can't wait to learn from you and to hear from our other speaker. So if you are ready, I think you can take it away with your presentation.
Okay, that sounds great. Well, thank you so much, and happy World Environment Day. Thank you for having me here. My name is Dr. Mickey Macomb-Kobza. I'm the director of Ocean First Institute, and I'm here today to talk to you about plastic pollution and a program that the Institute has started to really highlight the pervasive issue of microplastics and microfibers. Next slide. Thank you. So we are working with local schools in Colorado, of all places, right in the inland of the United States. And we're providing opportunities for students to be able to sample local rivers and streams in the water and in the sediment to look for microplastics and microfibers. So just a little bit of background on how this all started. Next slide, please. So I'm in Colorado, as I mentioned, and so I saw the results of a study that really impacted me about 3 years ago. And so there was a researcher who worked in Rocky Mountain National Park. And this researcher was interested in rain and was setting out all across the Rocky Mountains rain gauges to collect rain that was falling, to do studies on that. And when he started processing his samples, he started to discover microfibers. And so this was a surprise to him. And he put out a report of his findings. In 80% of his samples, he found microfibers. And the headline was that it was literally raining plastic in the Rocky Mountains. So this caught my attention, and I decided to try to see what I could find in my local region in our watersheds. And so we started a program with Lyons High School, which is local to me, where we took high school students into our river, the St. Vrain River, and we collected water samples and also sediment samples with students to see if we could find and detect microfibers or microplastics. Next slide. And so you can see here we are right on the banks of the river collecting sediments right at the water line to see if we can find microplastics or microfibers. Next slide. And so that's exactly what students did. We went through a few different methodologies of collecting or getting the microplastics and microfibers out of the sediments. That was a little bit of a challenge. And so we created some novel equipment to help us locate and get those microplastics and microfibers out of the sediments. But when we did, students were able to quantify what they were finding in the samples. And what we found was really surprising. Next slide. So our results, over the last 3 years, we've received funding to do microplastics and microfiber sampling in 6 counties in Colorado. And out of our 226 samples, we're finding 10 microplastics in water on average and 22 in the sediments. This was really, really surprising to us to find this much. And we only had 1 sample that we didn't find anything in. So it really is ubiquitous. It is widespread. And what's unique to us is that our Colorado watersheds, we are at the very top of the Colorado Rocky Mountain, the Continental Divide. And so our water flows from right here in Colorado to the Pacific Ocean, and then it also drains into the Gulf of Mexico. So we are uniquely positioned to have an impact with our rivers, where they go and what they carry. And we know that 80% of plastic pollution originates inland. And so this is a really interesting place, I believe, to look at the issue of plastic and how we can really address it. Next slide, please. So, you know, what has been exciting for us is that this 3-year project has really grown, and it has now allowed us to branch out into our new location in the Florida Keys. And so the vision we have now is to be able to go from literally the Rockies to the reefs and to follow this path of microplastics and microfibers in areas inland all the way to the ocean. And so our new project that we've recently been funded for is to look for microplastics and microfibers in ocean water off of the Florida Keys. And this has been really exciting because we're able to, again, replicate our program into high schools there in the Florida Keys to bring students out onto the boat. So you can see that large net, that's one of our tows. And what's exciting is that we're able to then analyze these samples. So next slide. We were able to get a grant now to work with a lab in Florida to do spectral analysis of our samples. And so this is really exciting. We have what is called an FTIR, which is infrared spectroscope. And what it does is we can put our samples into this machine, and it will tell us the actual composition of the plastics. And that allows us to do a little bit of sleuthing on where this plastic came from. What is the origin of it? And that's really helpful when we're trying to understand the sources of the plastic and how we can really work together with the community to try to remove these plastics. And so this has been a very powerful tool that we've been able to utilize. Next slide. And then this is one of my favorite parts of our program. So we strive to really have our students report out the data. And this has been critical for us to understand spatially in all the different counties in Colorado, what are we finding? Which rivers are more of a hot spot than others? And so students report out in a scientific way, either through posters or oral talks, what they found in their schools and in their local backyard streams. And this has been a powerful way for students to understand the value of science, how to do research, how to analyze data, and then to report out what they find. And again, this has been a really powerful way for students to get engaged. Next slide. And one of the best parts of the student summits is that we have partnered with green products and green companies that provide the solutions that we need to be widespread throughout our communities. And so these are things like washer sheets that replace traditional liquid detergents, or toothpastes that don't have the casings that are disposed into landfills. Very simple things that we put into the hands of our students and their families, so that when they go home on day one, they're actually making a difference and they're incorporating some of the very simple solutions into their everyday lives right out of the gate. And that has proven to be a really empowering part of our programs. You know, when you think about the nature of plastic pollution and how much there is, it can become a bit of an overwhelming issue. But to be able to find solutions and to put those solutions into the hands of those that can make a difference has, for us, been a really big game changer, and something that we find is a very positive a solution for moving forward. So with that, I'll stop and take any questions if anyone has any.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Mickey, for that insightful presentation. I think it's very important in looking at conserving the world and including students in that work. So brilliant work, and congratulations for all that you've done. So I've got a question. So under your leadership, the Ocean First Institute has done pretty well, more especially in research, conservation, and education. What are some of the innovative approaches or programs that you have implemented to educate students and also to raise awareness around plastic pollution and its environmental consequences? Maybe some of that are listening from other parts of the world, they can sort of replicate those in their respective environments.
Yeah, you know, sure. I mean, I think, you know, one of the biggest issue is just how ubiquitous all of this is. And, you know, we know that 80% of pollution that goes into the ocean comes from inland sources. And so for us, you know, to be able to have these educational programs and to have students understand that there are solutions that they can incorporate in their daily lives has been a really big part of what we do. We also connect a lot of our river work, not only with plastic pollution, but we do a lot of restoration of animals. So we do a lot of native fish restoration projects. So not only is it what's in the water and how we can, you know, try to stop getting plastic into the water, but also having a healthy enough ocean to sustain native fish. So it's hand in hand. You know, not only are we trying to remove plastic, but we're also trying to put back into the rivers some of those important species that are keystone and really important. So I would say, you know, for someone looking to incorporate a new project like this, you know, start off with doing some monitoring and then start building the capacity with your partners. You know, we can't do this work alone. We have so many partners in our community that help us achieve these successes. So it's been really great.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Mickey. Our next panelist, Dr. Damo, is ready for us. Welcome, Dr. Damo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Damo.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Dr. Damo. Welcome to World Environmental Day 2023. We can't see you. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's happening. Okay, can you see me now?
There's something coming.
Nope.
Not yet. We can't see you.
But I can see you. I can see you. Then I can see the tab moving.
Okay.
Okay, let me see here. Can you see me now? Yeah.
No, we're still unable to see you, but I think you can start with your presentation. Or let me just introduce you because I didn't get you the last time. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So Dr. So we are joined for our next session by Dr. Benjamin Damo, and the topic that we're going to be discussing is determinants of effective environmental education policy in South African students students. Brief biography about Dr. Benjamin. He's an environmental and research fellow at the Faculty of Education in Walter Sisulu University, Butterworth, in the Eastern Cape in South Africa. His area of expertise is environmental education, and he holds a teacher's professional certificate, an advanced certificate in education, a Bachelor of Education with honors in environmental education, and he's also got a master's in environmental education and a Doctor of Philosophy in environmental education. Dr. Benjamin Damore, we're looking forward to hearing your insights. You can take it away.
Okay, thank you. I want to wish everyone a happy World Environmental Day. And I'm very happy to join this communication this afternoon. I won't waste much of your time. This evening, we'll be talking about the determinants of effective environmental education policy in South African schools. So please, I'll be very glad if you could control the slides for me. The next slide. The next slide. We all know that the world is being confronted with many environmental issues today. And we have seen that environmental issues have dominated global conversation. And this has made world leaders to look at alternative ways of incorporating environmental content into the school curriculum. Now, on the global perspective, in response to the 1997 Tbilisi Declaration coupled with Agenda 21, which was a summit that was held in 1992, on EE, many countries around the globe now have enacted and adopted education policies aimed at integrating environmental content into the school curriculum. Notably among these countries are New Zealand, Australia, United Kingdom, the USA, Brazil, China, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and South Africa. They have all initiated policies to adopt EE as a component of the school curriculum. The next slide. The next slide. So when we talk about, since my study is situated in South African context, I will look at how South Africa has responded to the global call towards integration of environmental content into the school curriculum. In 1990, a white paper was issued, and this white paper gave a clear and firm direction on how environmental content should be incorporated into the school curriculum. From there, we had what we call Environmental Education Policy Initiative, which we call it EEPI. It was established in 1992 to facilitate the collection and development of EE policy in schools. And then in 1996, we all know when there was a transition from the apartheid government to the new government, we had a national education policy formulation to develop a new curriculum whereby EE contents would be integrated into the school curriculum. So right through, we don't want to waste much of the time since time is already spent, from curriculum 2005 to curriculum, what we call the KEPS curriculum now, we have seen that environmental contents are being incorporated into all disciplines. So our study here, what do we seek to achieve? The objective of the paper is to analyze or to ascertain the very ingredients that support the implementation of effective environmental education policy. Other things, we'll leave it behind. This is a pure empirical study. We're dealing with mixed method, pragmatic paradigm, triangulation. The sample size total is about 185. Let's go to the next slide so that we won't waste much of our time. Now, these are the results and the discussion of the study. The investigation found that EE objectives stated in the KEPS document, for the sake of those who are not in South Africa, when you talk about KEPS, is a curriculum assessment policy statement. That is the current curriculum document the South African basic education system is using now. We call it the KEPS document. There's one thing that we need to establish here, that the KEPS document, the main objectives that is incorporating EE into the curriculum is too broad and lack clarity. It was discovered that the EE objective, which drives the policy design, was simply listed as part of the curriculum's general objectives. There were no explicit objectives connected with the implementation of the EE policy. Schools with a strong interest in EE have their local policy statement that directs their environmental efforts. Individual schools, including recycles, gardening, were transformational programs to help implement EE policy. It was discovered that aside from the primary aims and objectives of the curriculum, the KEPS document was very silent when it comes to the policy, EE policy implementation. What are we saying here? The current curriculum that the South African government is using is encouraging every teacher to incorporate environmental content into their disciplines. But what we discovered is that there's nothing that is said in the policy document that directs what teachers must do, that directs how teachers should incorporate environmental content into their study. So these are some of the findings that we discovered. The next slide. The next slide. There's one thing that we also saw about institutional and societal context. The study discovered that the institutional structure of some schools encouraged the adoption of EE policy. It was observed that some schools have a code of conduct that guides EE policy implementation. It was noticed that a lot of schools in the townships were not establishing a favorable environment to accommodate EE policies. This is what we are saying. In South Africa, we have what we call Modisi schools. We have those schools in the township. We have the Quintile 1 to the Quintile 5 schools. What we notice is that most of the schools in the townships, they do not have initiatives that support the implementation of environmental education policy. And that is not the case when you go to, sorry to say, the white school, the established schools. They have firm policies, they have well-tested policies that drives environmental education policies in their various schools. Then the next one is the implementation strategy. As per the survey, the findings, what we saw is that most of the teachers do not even understand the objectives of EE policy as outlined in the curriculum. This has impacted how the policy is applied in various schools. According to the study's findings, the KEPS document does not provide implementation strategy that includes the mandate of policy practitioners in the curriculum. This directly influenced how EE was adopted in classrooms. The study found that characteristics that assist the implementation of educational policies were scarcely present in the school system. This has harmed how EE policy is implemented in schools, and most teachers and principals were unfamiliar with policy design, objectives, and implementation strategy of environmental education. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The next slide, please.
It doesn't appear.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the conclusion side.
Okay, okay. Is that not the last one?
Yes, yes. Let me just wrap it up quickly. Conclusion. There are 4 unavoidable variables that we need to know when it comes to implementation of policies. We have what we call the policy design, stakeholder engagement, the institutional and social context, and the implementation strategy established in this study. The curriculum's aims and objectives for EE are too broad and unclear. I believe that you are from South Africa here, so you'll be familiar with some of the things that I am saying. The research found that the elements that facilitate the implementation of educational policies were barely existent in the school system. And this has affected how EE policy is implemented in most schools. Most teachers and principals were dispassionately unfamiliar with the policy design, objectives, and strategies to support EE implementation. The determinants above collaborated to make policy implementation possible at the school level. Although the concept of EE as integrated component is a novel and excellent, curriculum developers should realign the curriculum aims and objectives. The curriculum developers are obliged to re-examine the general aim of the national curriculum on, this is what is written in the KEBS document, and I want us to look at it. It's quoted there. It said human rights, inclusivity, environmental and social justice, infusing the principles and practices of social and environmental justice, human rights as defined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. This is what is said about environmental education in the school curriculum. This is the only thing and nothing more. So now the question is, hello?
May we please wrap up? May you please wrap up, Dr. Mando, so that I can bring it, and then we have a discussion, a short discussion.
Okay. Instead of the mere rhetoric, the broad goal associated with environmental education should be narrowed to specifics and clarity. Environmental concerns are global and national pandemics and should be treated with the utmost curriculum attention with emphatic principles. Political will should be embedded in the curriculum, not just a drive-through, a knee-jerk approach that we have witnessed for the past years through the KEBS document. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Benjamin Damo. And let's welcome our other speakers, and then we can have a short discussion. I've got a few questions. Hello, Peter Kiladejo. So I'm joined by my third speaker. His name is Peter Kiladejo. He intertwines the concept of realism and surrealism to create works that is inspired by real-life events and fictional ideas. Peter uses his art to challenge Africans to embrace their authenticity and document African beliefs and cultural practices. In 2008, Peter received a national diploma degree from Yaba College of Technology, Nigeria. And in 2012, he received a Bachelor's of Arts and Master's of Fine Arts from Obafemi Awolowo University. Welcome, Peter, and we are looking forward to hearing from you.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I'm going to be presenting a discourse on man and nature from the artistic perspective, because as an artist and a creative, it is, I see all this from a creative angle. And but before I go on to show some of the things I've done in my creative exploration, I'd like to briefly talk about man and nature. The first slide. Man is a natural being that exists and survives around nature all over the world. The survival of man solely depends on his ability to inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. The natural environment is relatively safe until pollution through waste, smoke emissions, chemical waste, and other harmful substances found its way around the environment. The environment needs to be conducive, safe, and litter-free to ensure safety and quality of life. The natural environment of man plays a major role in his survival. A clean and green environment can help sustain good health and quality of life. Plants and trees are essential for pure, unpolluted oxygen, which is a key factor for survival of humans. Trees are quite effective in reducing environmental pollution by absorbing unsafe gases that would have been absorbed by man if there were no plants or trees around. A green environment from an artistic perspective. A few years ago, I started a body of work themed man and nature, and the project grew to become a series that I'm currently still working on. The relationship between man and nature is quite unique because man cannot exist without nature. And talking about nature and pollution of the environment, in some climes, it is like the nature of man to not be very conscious of how they take care of their environment or how they are being deliberate about how they do things. So in my own artistic adventures, I've seen that some people are quite carefree about how they treat waste and litter. For instance, while I was doing my master's program, I had to do a project that focused on using waste, if a sort of way of recycling waste to ensure that instead of it being, littering the whole environment, it could be put into use and a creative, something more creative that could, repurpose it sort of to make meaning. I've created paintings that depict the interplay of forms, figures, and nature. Green leaves are visibly captured in my paintings to portray growth, nature, strength, youthfulness, vibrancy, agriculture, and good health. From an artistic point of view, the color green is quite significant. We're talking about a green economy. For me, I see green as quite powerful and symbolic, because some of my themes, looking at man and nature, from the first slide, from the first picture, I was trying to talk about the interplay of nature and man as a being. We cannot dissociate ourselves from the importance of nature. So in this piece, for instance, the one I titled Black 2, Oil on Canvas, it talks about how humans as natural beings can interact with nature. And if nature is unpolluted, if the green environment is left natural, there's so much benefits. For instance, plants and trees are quite essential to the production of oxygen. And if we take care of them very well, we can be assured of pure oxygen. And they also protect us from inhaling polluted carbon dioxide, polluted oxygen. So if we're deliberate about how we treat our environment, we can, be rest assured of good health. Aside from that, they also provide us with food. The green vegetation, agriculture, we talk of agriculture, we talk of, what the leaves, what the vegetation does for us as humans. If you look at the second picture, it also talks about Mother Nature. In this particular painting, I was inspired to create this piece to capture the essence of Mother Nature. For instance, if you look at this piece, you see a young woman, giving out, there's this apple just from Mother Nature herself. And then you can see the bird eating the apple, and it could also be related to how we as humans take from nature. The blindfold indicates that the figure in this painting is not really conscious or unbothered about who is taking from her, but rather she is a giver. So what that illustrates is that Mother Nature is a giver, but if we tend to it, if we water it, if we take care of it, and we guard it from any sort of pollution or interference, we are the ones that will in turn enjoy the fruits thereof. So whether from the birds, from humans, we tend to enjoy Mother Nature. Also, the next one talks about humans as soulmates. With the greens, if you look at the Afro hair, for instance, the sunflower blossoming, it talks about the relationship between man and nature, and how, if you look at, for instance, the arm of the figures, the stem of the leaves, tying the ends together, it shows that there's a cordial relationship between man and nature, and it is important for man to nurture, what is already abundant to us, rather than abuse it and pollute it. So quickly, because of time, let me go to the series that talks about the Man and Nature Playmate series. Sometime ago, I had to go to Ilaje community in Ondo State, for some sort of research work with some of my friends, but mine was more of an artistic endeavor. And I was able to see how, people related with nature. It was a community, a riverine community where, they were predominantly fishermen and, fisherwomen and young people. They lived on water. But one thing that stood out for me was that there was so much pollution in the ocean. There was so much desecration. There was so much plastic waste. There was so much litter around that same water. And from my findings, what I was able to observe was that even at that, they still swam in that same water. They still did their fishing in that same water, because it's predominantly a fishing, community. Despite the unsafe circumstances surrounding their terrain, the aquatic nature of their terrain, they were dwelling there, drinking, probably, I don't know if they drank this water, but they were bathing in the water, because I saw these kids swim in the water. Look at tug of war, for instance. You can see a game, between these young stars, pulling each other inside this water. It shows that there's a relationship between man and nature. However, the emphasis or the concept behind this piece is that we cannot dissociate ourselves from nature. However, we need to be conscious enough to take care of our environment, whether or not it benefits us at the immediate instance. Eventually, we are still beneficiaries of these things. I'm talking about pollution. Some of this plastic waste that are carelessly thrown around find its way into the ocean and eventually becomes microplastic that is harmful to human consumption. Some of this life in the water, the fishes, and that we eventually consume would take in this plastic waste, and it would, when we eventually eat these animals, it will in turn get to our body system. Looking at the next slide, it also emphasizes the need to interact with nature. So my paintings are basically inspired by, the importance of man and nature and how we need to be very deliberate about how we treat our surroundings. There's a picture that talks about recycling of waste. You can see that was during my master's program some couple of years ago. I was working on the theme recycling waste to create art. And from that picture, you can see that I was able to scavenge for waste plastic or nylon around my campus environment to create a portrait painting of 3 prominent political icons in Nigeria. I was able to use this waste nylon that was discarded and causing pollution around the environment to create this piece. This is also to pass a message across that if we are very deliberate about how we recycle materials, they can be useful. And it doesn't necessarily have to be industrially recycled alone. It could be used to create art. So my own angle in this whole presentation is the art side of creating. Also, to wrap up, I want to talk about the effects of plastic pollution. It causes land pollution, blocks the drainage and affects lives and properties, causes air pollution, contaminates the soil, contaminates the river and groundwater, and is also harmful to aquatic animals. In conclusion, the quality of life of humans is determined by their actions or inactions. Conscious efforts should be made to ensure the best quality of life. Green economy is possible and plastic pollution can be eradicated, while sensitization on the need to maintain a safe world should continue. Structures that would ensure proper disposal and recycling of waste needs to be put in place to guarantee a cleaner and safer environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, for the lovely presentation. So I'm in South Africa, and during this time, it's my load shedding schedule. So that's why you're seeing a shadow, because I've got my light on. So apologies for that. But thank you so much for the lovely and insightful presentations. I think my key takeaway from today is that the presentations have just made me realize the importance of education, using our skills such as art to communicate the message that we need to take care of our planet, and also to practice being the active participants to be active participants in preserving the earth that we live in. So there is a comment, a question that's in that one of our participants has asked. So it says, how can school-based environmental education promote student participation in policy and decision-making on climate change and other environmental issues? So any can take it, Dr. Mickey or Peter. I see that we lost Dr. Benjamin.
Over. Can I answer? Art is a veritable tool to address issues. For instance, illustrations through signposts, graphic designs, and texts around the campus could also ensure that people, because even outside the campus environment, people can read. So when there are signposts that originally, would direct people and ensure that they are instructed on what to do, how to properly behave, not to litter the environment. People are guided, and also through paintings like this, we are consciously reminded of the importance of, nature and, our relationship with nature, and how we should be conscious enough to treat it like, it is very important, because of course it is very important, and we need to be deliberate about how we handle everything around us.
Okay. Thank you so much, Peter. Dr. Mickey?
Yeah, I think one of the exciting opportunities is that students that are in the programs that we run, they become ambassadors in their schools to talk to other students about some of the things that they're doing. And I mentioned a lot of the green initiatives and products. So putting those things into, again, your everyday life, trying to reduce your plastic footprint, very real solutions on a individual basis, I think is what we see traction with, and we see that going into the schools. We see them implementing different energy issues with the schools and the administration, trying to get recycling programs, composting, all kinds of different things have come out of the environmental programs that are in our schools. So it really is fantastic when the students take the reins and run with it and really try to make some differences. And we're always, I think I'm in awe of the creativity that they bring to it. So I think it's great.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Mickey. Just a follow-up on that, on the field of research methodologies that are applied. So the question is, how has this research informed the development of effective solutions?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And I think our goal, I just was explaining how we've expanded our research into the Florida Keys. We received a grant to not only look for plastic pollutions in the environment, but also to try to find solutions with our local community in the way that we utilize our products and waste. So going to restaurants and business owners and talking to them about some of the solutions that are there for them as a business to really reduce their plastic consumption and reduce their plastic for like takeout boxes, food waste, things like that. Have been really instrumental in this new phase of our program. So really trying to get students talking to community leaders and businesses is the next big step that we see on the horizon. And we're really excited to pilot this and kind of see where it goes.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Some parting words. So we have a campaign at the Green Institute that's called Officially Green. What would this Officially Green mean to you? So Peter, you can go, and then Dr. Nikki to close off.
Come again, please.
I beg your pardon?
Come again, please. I didn't hear that.
Okay, so we have a campaign that we're running with at the Green Institute, and it's called Officially Green. So we wanted to find out, what does Officially Green mean to you?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Officially Green is, to me as an artist, is a reminder of the need to keep a safe, clean environment that is pollution-free, that is green. Because like I said earlier, green is quite symbolic for me as an artist. When I think of color green, it talks about nature, it talks about vibrance, it talks about youthfulness, it talks about life, the essence of life. It talks about purity. It talks about agriculture. It makes a whole lot of things that keeps us as human beings going. So Officially Green is a reminder for me to keep the environment clean and keep being healthy, basically.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Dr. Mickey?
Yeah, I would just love to say that, for me, I've spent my life trying to, work to share the responsibility and the opportunity to, really fight for the environment and for, animals on our planet that have every right to survive just as we do. So for that, I am officially green.
Well, thank you so much for the lovely presentations and the lovely insights. Just to close off on my side, there's a quote that I like that says, "We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children." And therefore, this means we need to leave the earth in a very brilliant place than we have found it. Thank you so much, and looking forward to engaging further. Cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kendi Adenegon from Adeyemi College of Education, Ondo State, Nigeria. And I welcome you to the year 2023 World Environment Day. Thanks to all presenters, panelists, and moderators who have, at one point or the other, since we started the program, who had anchored the program. And thanks to Pilar Dejo, who just presented a fantastic artistic presentation, and the moderator. And now, for presentations, those who may have one presentation or the other, we will accept. And briefly, my time is between 4:20 p.m. UK time to 4:35, but because we had other presentations that lapsed into the last session, which is just for presentation time, and we will be glad to have other presentation. But I just have that Andre Kore's time supposed to be 4:20 UK time, or maybe there was a mix-up for our time, and now we want to bring a researcher, a great lecturer, and a renowned lecturer in person of Andre Kores, who is from the University of Virgil Catholic, Spain. Dr. Andres Kores, you are welcome to World 2023 World Environment Day, and you are welcome for your presentation, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to be here in this very special day for all of us. So yes, my name is Andrea Corres. In the Department of Pedagogy in the University of Rovira i Virgili at Tarragona, Catalonia, Spain. And I will present, wait a minute, I'm going to, the slides, I supposed to upload it, or are you going to put it, how is, sorry?
Please kindly take your presentation.
The presentation, I sent it to you, but am I supposed to present it? Because it says...
Yes, make the presentation, just use the presentation button, okay?
Okay, 1 minute. I don't know if it says processing. Sorry, I don't.
Okay, just take your time and just use, if you are using your laptop, then
can you see it now? The presentation, can you see it now? Okay, now it's
okay. Yeah, it's
right?
coming up now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So also presenting these results together with Gisela Sebrayan, and we are both part of this department. The title of my presentation is Sustainability Competencies Assessment in Primary Education, in Primary Current Practices and Future Pathways. So very quickly, as an introduction, achieving sustainability societies requires rethinking the content, the competencies, and purposes of education. And the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development contemplates this sustainable development goal that we are all familiar with. This work is it's aligned with the SDG 4, quality education, that contemplates a strategy focusing on ESG and the acquisition of sustainability knowledge and competencies by learners. So here there's this challenge of operationalizing these sustainable competencies in practice that need to find appropriate pedagogical and assessment tools in different educational levels. So this is an important challenge. So we have this concept of sustainability competencies that are this combination of low knowledge, skills, ethical values, and attitudes that enable individuals to make a positive contribution to current sustainability challenges. So the absence of a comprehensive and agreed upon competencies framework on sustainability, this has led to the emergence of a multiple frameworks and definition. So here we have some recent development like the Green Competence European Lifelong Learning Framework, the Green COMP, that enables 12 key sustainability competences in 4 areas: embodying sustainability values, embracing complexity in sustainability, envisioning sustainable futures, and acting for sustainability. In higher education, we can see that these tests or questionnaires are the most used or for this assess to assess this. But there is this lack of studies on primary education that we need to have in mind. So this is the gap we are trying to fill. So we have these 3 research questions. The first one is, what are the main characteristics of the scientific articles published on sustainability competencies assessment in primary education? The number 2 is, what are the different sustainability competencies assessment tools and approaches used in primary education? And number 3 is, what learning can be gained from the challenges and opportunities outlined in my previous research focusing on sustainability competencies assessment in primary education. So very quickly, the methods. We use these preferred reporting items for systemic reviews and meta-analysis called PRISMA guidelines. The systematic review was carried during January through April 2023 using Scopus and Web of Science mainly, and also Google Scholar. And you have to write like a synthesis of all of the documents that we first located, and then how we ended up with only 28. The inclusion criteria was the articles that we needed. These articles were published in English. That these articles describe competencies in sustainability or knowledge, attitudes, and other elements that are part of the definition of competence, and that these describe an instrument to evaluate those competencies in primary school students, and also obviously that it is not another systematic review. So regarding research question 1, we find, as I said, 28 articles in total. Most of them came from Europe, then Asia, North America, Oceania, Latin America, and Africa. The type of educational intervention that some of them reported were like 6 were really focused on a single discipline, and 12 were working on an interdisciplinary intervention. 16 were using in-class intervention, and 4 articles and out-of-classroom instruction. Some pedagogical approaches that we found were experiential learning, hand-on learning, embodied knowledge, project-based approach, and participatory and action-oriented approaches. And also this graph that describes the years of the publication. We can see there's an increase after 2014. Regarding question 2, the research question number 2, here we have all of the assessment tools that we found. Questionnaires, as you can see here, was the most present among all of the documents that we found, but we also found other assessment tools such as focus group interview found in 12 documents, performance observations found in 7, and regular coursework it was found in 4, and drawings it was only found in 2 of these documents. So this is like a very big picture of the assessment tools and like the big characteristics. As you can see, regarding the assessment aim, most of them were using summative assessment. This is notable because some other research is saying that we should really be combining, and not only summative but also formative. Regarding the assessment moment, we could see here that some of them were assessing during an intervention, some of them pre, some of them post, and some of them the combination. No? And then the assessment tools, we found this is the assessment tools that we found, but how they are distributed among the 28 documents that we found. Regarding research question number 3, we found some similar limitation, such as an unequal gender representation, a small sample size was used, and possible bias when selecting participants that they already had favorable attitudes towards the environment. Some shared recommendations for improvement were also described as the need to explore gender differences, expanding the sample, or incorporating other tools of assessment, and also conducting longitudinal studies to track participants' improvement. But more specifically here, sorry, I don't know what, and these slides were moved because of the format, but I was just trying to quickly say, like, regarding questionnaires, one of the things that people found, like that were opportunities, that this was the most widely used, and some of the things that were like not so good, let's say, when in their conclusions, that were that items were not adapted to the specific age of participants. Regarding focus groups and interview, they were seeing, some of the authors, that these were really an effective tool to measure competencies in sustainability, but also if the samples is really small, also the power to really see the competencies assessment is lower. No? Regarding performance observation, some of them said as a positive thing that this really enabled to observe and analyze different aspects of participants' behavior with even greater detail. But there's really a difficulty to measure each participant competencies development. No? Regarding regular coursework, they also said it was difficult to see more like detail when there's an absence of a control group. And also something to improve could be to conduct larger and more controlled trials. Regarding the drawings as an assessment tool, some authors said this was a good tool because it really allows children to express key elements such as their personal connections, emotions, and values with subjects such as climate change. So a very general discussion and conclusion is that this study has some very practical implications in terms of competences assessment practices and future research. There's also this need to a more robust approach to competence assessment that could improve the combining qualitative and quantitative assessment tools, not only one. And by incorporating data from diverse sources, this could allow to have a more comprehensive insight of competences development that could be achieved. No? This could mitigate the potential bias associated with the use of a single measure that also happened. So it is important to design and validate reliable assessment tools, especially, I'm sorry, there's a bubble here that I cannot see. Yeah, so this is really especially important to design and validate these assessment tools. It is especially important when this is adapted to low educational levels linked to sustainability competences framework, and also to measure its progress to inform future educational interventions, aiming especially at developing these conscious citizens in sustainability that we have been talking all day, no? That we need. Here it doesn't look very well with some of the reference. You could also write to any of us if you have very particular doubts. This is part of a larger project that is called EduClimate, that's from the European Union, and we will be really happy to hear if you have any doubts or comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for the nice presentation. And we have a question for you. And if you can see your screen, what are some of the current practices used in assessing sustainability competencies in primary education? The second question, how do these assessment practices align with the broader goals of promoting sustainability in primary education? And then the last one, in your opinion, what are some potential future pathways or improvements that could be made in assessing sustainability competencies in primary education? So you may just take the question one by one. I think you can see on your screen.
Yeah, I can see. Thank you. So as I said, some of the current practices to assess these competencies mainly is questionnaires. Nevertheless, there's also bigger and bigger use of qualitative approaches, more like interviews on or focus groups, because it really, and for some authors also this was used as a complement. The other question of how do these assessment practices align with the broader goals of promoting sustainability in primary education? I think it is really about how these assessment tools are used to really promote like practical implications. For instance, if there is an intervention, like a pedagogical intervention or a pre and post test, because sometimes it is just like to develop this very specific questionnaire, for instance, and there's not really like an impact on the school. So it is really about the design of each of those of this research. And in my opinion, some of the potential future pathways or improvements that could be made in assessing sustainability competencies, I think there is this really big need to assess competencies in a complementary way. We cannot just go through a questionnaire, but we also need to look at how students are performing, look at how like different evidences of work that they are doing through the course, it is also demonstrating a certain competence, but also like very clearly understanding of what competences are we trying to assess, because sometimes it could be really broad and we are not really specifying what we try to look. So these two are the main challenges in my opinion.
Thank you so much for the answer. I think the last one you try to, in your opinion, what are some potential future pathways or improvement that could be made in assessing sustainability competencies, especially in primary education? Andrew, I think you can take the last question now.
Yeah, I think I already answered in the last that I said. Like I said, like
you got the answer. Thank you so much, and we quite appreciate that. I don't know if there is any question from the audience, and we're checking the YouTube now, reading and seeing comments and appreciation of your presentation. Okay, I can see another question. Are there any specific tools or frameworks that have been developed or are being used to assess sustainability competencies in primary education? I think this is asked by someone from the audience, from the YouTube.
Yeah, what we can find in the literature are some reviews of other frameworks that are more general of competences in sustainability for all levels of education. For instance, it's very sounding in the literature, the Wick et al. From 2011 work on sustainability competences, but also the work of Rickman. So there are a lot of frameworks that are really general, sometimes very focused on higher education. And this is why we're trying to look at this systematic review to see if there were more specific literature on primary education. So my quick answer would be there's not very specifically, but there are adaptations on how we can measure those very general frameworks to this population.
All right, thank you. Very engaging and sound intellectual presentation. Thank you so much, Andrew, for this wonderful time and your nice presentation. Wishing you the best in your research and professional output. Thank you so much. Happy World Environment Day. Thank you.
The same for you and all. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, we will just show a short video from the Green Institute now, and before we will close this very session. And please kindly watch.
Hello, everyone. I am Adenike Akinshemolu, and right now I am standing in the middle of nowhere, a place untouched, undisturbed by human life. But do you know what still finds its way here? This single-use plastic bag, this tiny piece of convenience that we use once and throw away without a second thought. Every day, thousands of these are discarded, ending up in places like this, or worse, in our oceans, our rivers, harming the life that exists there. And these bags, they stay around long after we're gone. This place may be empty of people, but it's full of potential. Every piece of land, every drop of water is part of our planet's intricate, beautiful life cycle. And every plastic bag we throw away is a disruption to that cycle. So what do? Well, let's make a choice, a conscious, deliberate choice to break this chain of disruption. Instead of using this, what if we used a cloth bag, a jute bag, any kind of reusable bag? Instead of letting our convenience become an inconvenience to our planet, let's reduce, reuse, recycle. You know what? Let's refuse. Let's make every day a day where we consciously choose to say no to single-use plastic. Let's give places like this a chance to stay pure, untouched. This World Environment Day, my message is simple. Wherever we may be, no matter how far from the reach of human life, we have the power and the responsibility to beat plastic pollution. Let's keep places like this free from our discarded plastic. Let's choose a sustainable future. Let's choose our planet. I am Adenike Akinshemolu. Beat plastic pollution.
Thank you for watching, and this is thank you for watching, and we quite appreciate everyone for this wonderful session. And I want to hand over this session to one of us who will take the closing section, but I will just, in the background, just show a video. You is just going to be rhetoric, just asking you a question. What will you do? And what will I do? I have come here, and with so many plastics, what am I going to do to all this? You can see now, if I haven't taken much of this, and I'm already taking this, how do I dispose? And remember, this year is BPP, beat plastic pollution. And I have all of this. I haven't taken this today. Where again will I dispose? What will I do to it? And when she's making her final remarks, I'll just show that underneath. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that challenge, Dr. Adenigan. And it's good to be back here. I hope you've all had a very lovely day celebrating World Environment Day and reflecting on this pollution crisis, plastic pollution crisis, but also listening to all the wonderful things people are doing, the research, the artwork, and all that. My answer to Dr. Adeniga is this is what I am doing, So I have this bottle with me and I try to carry the water along, wherever I go, which means I always have a bag. And I try to make sure it's not a plastic bag, especially not a single-use plastic bag. So with that, I say thank you very much to everyone. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your contributions to the questions, to the comments. And before you go, if you don't mind, I would like you to just put in the comment section what you plan to do going forward. What is the commitment that you are making to be the change to beat plastic pollution? And with that, thank you. That's all I can say. Thank you very much. And I hope that all our plans to be the change, all our commitments to beat plastic pollution come to fruition. With that, happy World Environment Day once again, and good luck. Bye-bye for now. Thanks from everyone. So I think it's been a wonderful day. We thank everyone who's been a part of today's session, from our moderators to our distinguished speakers and panelists, every one of you in the audience who have sent in your comments, your questions, your suggestions. Thank you very much. Dr. Deniga asked the question. He said, what will we do? What will you do? So I'm saying this is my answer. I have this bottle with me. I take it all around with water in it to make sure that as much as I can do, I am not using single-use plastic bottles for my drinking water, at least. I also make sure I carry a bag that I can use over and over again. So I hope that we can all make a commitment. Every little step counts. Make a commitment to beat plastic pollution in your immediate environment. And I hope that as we leave today, whatever commitments we make, whatever actions we take, will add to addressing this plastic crisis and become, a big dent in the plastic pollution problem that we have. So thanks to everyone who's been here today, and we look forward to seeing you next year at the next World Environment Day, celebrating the gains, from now until then. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day wherever you may be. Bye.